Welcome to VCT Ascension EMEA, the battleground where the top 10 teams from each region will battle it out for a chance at one spot of VCT EMEA 2024. Let's take a closer look at the teams representing each region. Coming from Dark Evolution, CGN Esports is waiting after a back-to-back win. Following their win in Stage 1 and an exceptional regular season during Stage 2, they took down their longtime rival, Mouse, sending them to play-ins. It took CGN 5 hard-fought maps to claim their second title of the year and gain a spot in the VCT Ascension tournament. Revolution France is sending their top team Gentlemates to fight for the crown. They are the back-to-back winners. Although known during Split 1 as FBG, the rebrand didn't change their results on the server. Even after Split 2 was close cut, they still managed to stay consistently on top and denied Mandatory a chance to snap away the #1 spot. Gentlemates have a huge fan base behind them, sending waves of excitement through the community when formed. They have a lot of eyes on them and a lot of pressure, but you need pressure to make diamonds. Apex, the favorites in their respective regional league Northern Europe Polaris. They have had a phenomenal run in both splits, going undefeated as they have won every single best-of-3 series. Competition in this region was not the easiest. Teams such as Focus fought tooth and nail to get here and have not made it easy for Apex to get a clean sweep. Focus is back for blood as they have fought their way through play-ins. They are looking to prove themselves once again and showcase that the Titans Apex do indeed lead. They have touched the heights of VCT before and are looking to reclaim their past throne. Hase, the Spanish powerhouse rising to battle. Despite encountering its fair share of challenges, they consistently secured a top position in both splits. The first split was a bracket run, dethroning Team Queso from what seemed to be their spot to take. Ever since, very few have been able to claim that they have made these Titans crumble. They are here for one reason only, a redemption arc for what was close yet so far in last year's competition. They have a lot to prove and the pride of the Spanish region on their shoulders. It is no secret that it has been an incredible year for Turkish Valorant, a powerhouse that keeps on producing some of the best in the business. Having another Turkish team join the star-studded roster in VCT EMEA would be the cherry on top. Digital Athletics have fought hard throughout the lower bracket of playoff Split 2 to be here today. Yet they are looking stronger than ever, showing incredible resilience, going from not even making it to the main event in Split 1 to being the first seed representative after winning Split 2. Desire is the representatives of Challengers Italy, but they did not get here unscathed. The first split did not go in their favor, as the first spot was claimed by GMT Esports after their fairy tale lower bracket run. Being shaken from their throne after their dominant performance throughout the first split, Desire was determined to make their name go down in history for Split 2, and that is exactly what they did. They might not have been the favorites coming into the playoffs, but they ripped a page from GMT Esports playbook and hit them when they least expected it by getting that fairy tale lower bracket run. Ascend, an organization that had great success with their VCT EMEA roster, is now looking to get back to their former glory. Securing the first spot in both split is already an indication that they are a force to be reckoned with, and they have what it takes to consistently show up and be the best. Although coming in second during the regular split, Flaw has managed to hold on to their top spot in the second split of Challengers Portugal, making them the back-to-back winners of both Split 1 and Split 2. GTZ Esports has made it clear that even the smallest missteps will be punished, while Saw has been able to improve and learn from them. Falcons are back. Once again, they are representing MENA, continuously making it to the international stage, but yet to find success. Could this year be different? The competition regionally has been fiercer, with the finals going all the way to the final map in the best of 5. Having made a roster change by adding Khalid into the lineup, this is the first roster change since the team started competing in February 2022. 10 teams, 1 spot. Who will rise and ascend to next year's VCT EMEA? EMEA is without a doubt the most decorated region in the world. Home to trailblazers of the past, legends of the present, and heroes of the future. At the start of the year, 86 teams from across all 9 Challenger EMEA leagues started their battle, all with the ambition that one day they'll be able to compete amongst the best, to stand where legends have stood before them and be considered equals, to compete in VCT EMEA.
And all these teams did have that goal in common, but all had different journeys. Some failed, some defied expectations, but some really stood out. Out of the 86 teams, 10 now only remain, closer than ever to their goal. But this is where the real fight begins, because you've defied expectations and now you stand alongside the fiercest competitors all corners of EMEA has to offer. You may all be strong, but only one is worthy of Ascension.
To the challenge, ascending to claim their place amongst the elite. The journey to VCT EMEA has begun.
Hello and welcome to the first day of VCT Ascension EMEA. Today, 10 teams are going to start their battle to ascend into the promised land, which is VCT EMEA. I'm Ginny, your host for this week, joined on the desk by some familiar talent, but we also have Tux joining us all the way from MENA. Hello, welcome.
We are here again, and thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here again with Falcons. Hopefully, they will, this time, leave their fingerprint in EMEA.
I smell the copium.
Listen, I think it's fine. We have a variety of copium coming our way, and it makes me quite happy to, see what Falcons can do. They look promising, what we've seen so far, but the international competition, it's a different battlefield, Tux.
It's different. This is the first time we're going to see these teams competing against each other.
Yeah, we're going to head into that, but first, let's do a little bit of an explainer. We have 10 teams in total, and they're both going to be split into 2 groups. We have Group A and Group B. You're going to be playing a best of 3, and the top 2 of each group are going to move forward into playoffs, which is a little bit further in the future. But if that didn't make any sense, probably my fault. We have Genie 2.0 ready for a better explanation. VCT Ascension EMEA is right around the corner. Get ready for an inside look at the format that will determine our new VCT EMEA team. This year, we are introducing play-ins, providing a golden opportunity for a 10th team to join the rank of the top 9 teams from our Challengers leagues. The stakes are high for those teams that finish second in their respective Challengers leagues, as they earned our spot in the play-ins. Divided into 3 groups, these teams will play a best-of-1 single round-robin format to showcase their abilities. Those that prove their worth in each group will move on to the semi-finals, and those who finish second will have one last chance in another round-robin best-of-1 to reach the play-ins knockout stage. In the end, only one team will emerge victorious and open the gates to the group stage of Ascension. The stage is now set. It's time for the 10 best EMEA Challengers team to battle for Ascension. From June the 30th to July the 4th, the top 10 EMEA Challengers teams sorted into 2 groups will be ready to embark on a fierce best-of-3 single round-robin battle. Only the top 2 teams from each group will advance, moving one step closer to the ultimate goal of securing a spot in next year's VCT EMEA. From July 13th to 16th, the live action will return to Berlin Messe, where the teams will clash in a double elimination bracket looking to reach the grand finals and make history in our Coliseum. Don't miss your chance to support your region as they strive to make their way into the VCT EMEA 2024. Follow us on socials to discover the latest broadcast updates.
It's not only new faces that we're witnessing at Ascension, it's also a new patch. 6.11 is the one that everything is going to be played on. And if you're not too familiar with the numbers, what they mean, or just don't pay attention to class, don't worry, we got you covered for that. Because weapons is the first topic that we got to talk about. And our beloved Shorty was, you know, really taking a short stake here, because what we're seeing right here, price adjusted, double the price by now. That's already quite painful in the wallet. But most importantly, reserve ammo, okay, important, but not as important as the damage fall. That is quite critical, because you need to be a little bit closer to make those same fatal kills, which happened in the past. Could be the end of the Shorty meta, but is the same happening with the Frenzy?
Well, I don't think so, even though the reduction that happened to the Frenzy is really critical in terms of the spray. Especially you have to control the Frenzy. I think it's more of a burst damage right now. You get those crosshair placements, play on the engagement meters, like you mentioned for the Shorty as well. So I think those two weapons are still viable in a way, but you have to be smart about it.
Right, and being smart about it, same goes for ammunition at this point in time, because the reserve ammo was reduced from 90 to 60 and from 75 to 50. Basically a magazine less. We all know what that means in our ranked games, but the same is now going to happen on the competitive battlefield. Means that less spraying through the smokes, less destroying sage walls with the weapons themselves. We're going to see how that is going to change things. What definitely is changed is our wonderful chamber. The rendezvous is absolutely different, as the reduced weapon equip is now down to 0, as well as our trademark with a way bigger reach, and it arms way faster, so you're actually stunned. Most importantly, the Tour of Force actually is smart, as a as a bike race should be. 15% increase in that way. It shoots a little faster. It's not as slow as before, but it doesn't necessarily make the agent valuable.
Well, it makes the Tour de Force itself, having an operator with that kind of fire rate, is actually crucial. Let's be honest, these eco rounds, or anti-eco rounds, are very important. But moving into the eco rounds as well, let's talk about Viper more. Viper had a very huge change. That is second difference by the reduction of regeneration that it had. It will help you only by anchoring side, on defender side, but it won't help you on retakes. You have to really use it very wisely, not like before.
And talking about using it wisely, there was one map where you needed to use it wisely, and that is Pearl. And this thing got an overhaul that is finally not making the BGO Simulator 2023. Most importantly, the ramp has been changed, so you're not sliding up and down like you're somewhere in Hampton and having a good time on your skis. Moving on a little bit further with further patches, we've also seen that the site has changed quite dramatically, as one of the pillars has been moved, as we're taking a look at our second slide in just a second, as obviously you can hide much better behind that now, Tux.
It gives you more space for sure, yes, but I don't think it will be as much effective, since you actually need to work with your teammates more on ground. But let's talk about the next slide, which is the cubby. The new cubby that got added, the amount of crossfires you can have there is insane. You can actually defend the site properly right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you really need to clear it out, need to use some utility to get players out of the corner. And the final change, to take a look at that. Obviously, screens are now more differently usable. Way lower, so your operator can jump on top of that, whatever agent they pick. And that's it for Pearl. This is 6.11. A few changes here and there. If we're actually going to notice them, that is a bit of a different question.
Yeah, I think that's a very good addition.
Hi, I'm another addition.
The best edition.
Can we go?
No. See, that's why Tux is a favorite one. Anyways, we've kind of discussed already what changes have been made. We gave you guys a little bit of an insight in terms of how the teams have been split up into 2 groups. So let's bring up the groups and have a look at which ones might or might not be the easiest to compete in. I can tell you're very happy about the fact that CGN is in Group A.
Group A looks great because CGN is in it. But honestly, the most competitive group is that Group B, Tux.
It's for sure Group B. Like, if we're talking about Group A, we have Ascend and CGN. That's all the teams that I can see at Group A. When I look at the Group B, I have Apex, I have Kase, I have Focus, I I have Gentlemates, and I also have Falcons, which is also, of course, I'm supporting, right?
No bias. Not happening today. Well, we have 2 analysts, which also means that we have a total of 2 brain cells on the desk today. Both of them belonging to Tux, none to Zesht, but still, we're going to try and get them to use it so we can make... You're going to let him borrow one? Great.
Thanks.
Okay, you guys can both use your individual brain cells to rank the teams that we're looking at today. We're going to start off with you, Zesht, down into the C tier. Which teams have you placed there? And
So,
why?
in C tier, very early, we start with Saw and Desire. I think this is not the most surprising pick overall. I'm so sorry, Tux, putting Falcons in there. You know, it's not the most competitive region. They've been there for a while, but I still don't see overall that part of our VCL circuit being the strongest. Sorry, Tux.
Yeah, well, maybe it's not really clear right now, but we're going to see today's match.
Yeah, well, Tux, you have the other brain cells, so your C tier, who did you put in there? Desire as well as Saw. I guess an overlap?
Yeah, I think it's very obvious. These teams are lacking experience. They're lacking the game plan and game approach for certain teams, especially them going against other regions. I think they will not be performing as much as in their league.
All right, next up is the B tier. We're going to start off with you against Zesh.
Yeah.
You put Focus in...
I'm sorry.
Excuse
I'm sorry.
me, what?
I'm sorry. You know, a lot of people, especially the German crew, will not be happy about that. I think Focus can break out and make it into A. I'll tell you that much. But overall, I think one thing that we really need to put into account here is that they're exhausted from a play-in. They had to play. And you notice all the other teams had a lot more time preparing on who they're coming up against, whilst Focus had the tough one to go for a play-in, play a group stage, play playoffs, play a best of 5 again. It's tough, and I think this is the main reason for me why they might be weaker than they could actually be.
All right, do you agree, Tux, with placements in your... Let's have a look at your B list.
Yeah, let's look at my B list. I have a bunch of teams.
Gentlemates?
Okay, a lot of people would be surprised why Kase and Gentlemates are there. But if I'm talking about Kase, I think they had a lot of flaws in terms of their strategies. There might be, or the longer the game is, they're easier to read. All right? And we're talking about Focus. I think their strategies are already out. They didn't have much time to prepare, like Vincent said.
All right,
okay,
fair.
so I would put them B tier, but I would agree they can go to the A tier. Talking about Gentlemates, I don't think they have that very difficult or more complicated structure. It's just very simple, but they just perfected that simple structure they had.
All right, up on the A tier.
Show me.
You got to send.
I got to send because I personally think this team is insanely good. This is why they're total to the left. But I think they just missed that slight bit on the end of perfection. They're really good. Don't get me wrong, I love that team, and I think they have some of the greatest individuals they could have picked. But at the same time, I believe there's just a slight bit missing to the teams that I put in S tier.
All right, A tier for you, Tux. Does it look similar? You got to send up there. So is Falcons.
Yeah, so is Falcons, because I actually believe that they can do it.
You know,
coming from this region, looking at how they performed in the grand finals against Riot, they actually are doing very well. But looking at Ascend, I think they are such a strong powerhouse. I don't think they might actually be an S tier for me in my POV, but talking about CGN, I think they have... Look,
tell them. Look there. Tell them.
I supported the DACH League, all right? CGN have the most weird and most complicated strategies ever. They're so annoying to play against, and because they are so annoying, you're gonna make a lot of mistakes.
Blink twice if you're scared.
My boy.
All right, S tier, quick run through. We have CGN. I don't know why you did that. Apex, yes.
Yeah, I think that's
agree.
clear. That's clear.
See,
I have seen the light. I was a vivid CGN hater. I hated the composition and the playstyle, but I have seen the light.
All right.
And CGN is the weirdest thing you've ever witnessed. But I'm going to tell you, they have an identity, they have a soul, they figured things out on their own, and they're going to absorb every single enemy.
All right, the copium really is circulating through
Big
the air right now.
statements.
Absolutely. S tier for you was just Apex. I mean, not really much to say about that roster, but still.
I think they're doing a great job.
It's an amazing team.
I think they're like a full package of a team.
Yes.
They are really connected. You hardly can see any throws in their rounds as well. Their utility usage are always in sync, and that's one of the most important part in a game like Valorant, which depends on you to be fair, to take space, gain those informations, and they're perfect with that, and they don't take unnecessary duels, which I think very important in a game.
True.
Very important indeed. And Apex are going to have their first game up against Kase. This will be covered onto the B stream, so make sure you head over there. We have Munchables and Lyric ready to go over that game, and they'll do it justice. Us on the A stream, we're going to be going over Ascent up against Digital Athletics, so make sure you stick around because we'll be back shortly. All right, we have the bingo.
That was on the bingo card.
On the bingo card.
You've there bamboozled them all. Good.
There we
Ticked
go.
off.
Ticked off. All right. This is a bingo card, and we have different words from different regions added to it. You might notice there in the corner. Can you point at it?
Social media suggestion.
Yes.
Social media.
That's you
I
guys.
gotcha.
You need to help us. So you can use hashtag, let's bring up the next one, VCT Ascension EMEA. And once that comes up, you'll figure it out.
I just realized it says lingo. This is such a good wordplay. Oh my god, this is so good. Whose idea was that?
That was Ken.
He's the man.
Like it's Ken. So make sure that you guys tweet at us. The format specifically is that you use a word and then explain what it means, just so that we know what we're talking about. We're going to be trying to incorporate these words into the cast, into the analyst desk over the next couple of days. So who knows? You might be one to just don't let it be a crumpet. I know that was that had some difficulty last time. There you go. Make sure that you use the hashtag, but as an example, we have arroser les murs, which means watering the wall, so basically not really useful. And we have Vincent arrose les murs. That's exactly what he does with his analysis. I'm joking, I'm not coming for you, but remember to use the hashtag. Looking at the matches for today, there's 4 in total, and as we already have it, B stream and A stream, so we're not going to be able to cover everything. And as I said, B stream is going to have Kase up against Apex, and then A stream, we're going to have Ascent against Digital Athletics. The second game of today should be Falcons and 8, and that will be here on the A stream. The B stream is going to have Desire up against DG and Esports, so whichever game you want to watch, you get to pick of the litter.
Can't even choose.
Do you have a favorite one?
Absolutely. Desire versus CGN. What else did you expect, honestly?
All right. Do you have a favorite one, Tux?
Yeah, I think
Easy.
Kase and Apex.
Falcons is playing, and that is
Falcons
your favorite
is
game?
playing.
Yeah, I would love. I'm gonna watch their match, but what I want to see is Kase versus
Not a
Apex.
true fan.
It's
Not a true
It's
fan.
gonna be clear if Apex can do this
All right.
from that match. That's why it's so important for me.
Okay, well, Kase up against
Falcons gonna
Apex.
win, man.
Next, onto the B stream, we're going to be heading into Ascent against Digital Athletics, so stick around, and we'll be back shortly. Ascent, titans from the past who've already touched greatness back in 2021, securing champs Berlin. They have a new roster, but they're back for that success. However, they're up against Digital Athletics, a bit of a wild card coming into the mix. So, Ascent, they're looking pretty strong. I mean, there's not much we can say in terms of their weaknesses.
There's not really much. I mean, this team overall has been looking like one of the strongest in all their region. Particularly when we're talking about East for me, Tux. You know, you had so many great teams fighting against them for that #1 spot. And the kind of compositions they've made here, looking at the ACS as well, this is one of the best teams we have.
And they are very smart by actually picking this roster up, and like they all connect to each other. They fill the you know when you make a team, you make sure that you have less amount of weakness spots as much as possible. And I think they just complete each other. Every one of them actually gives a piece of armor to the other guy.
Yeah, it looks like the match made in heaven, so to say. But in regards to making this a little bit more interesting, as you guys know, analysts, Exhibit A, do really like the sound of their own voices. So this time, we're going to put a little bit of pressure onto them. We have a 60-second timer under which they need to explain exactly why a team is great or maybe not so great. We're going to be starting off with you, Zesh. You have Ascent. So 60 seconds on the clock. You ready?
Absolutely.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ascent has reached world-class level in the past, and they absolutely have made it possible to once more create a roster that looks extremely dangerous. Originally aiming for DACH, they quickly swapped to nothing else than East. And over there, with the broad variety of players they can pick, they have built a roster that is potential world class. You just notice when they play how structured NBS wants every single one of those players to act. And not only that, he is the one who keeps them all glued together. With an IGL like Brody, who definitely has the structural idea and also identity, he really understands how to put his players in place. And it's not that boring and unoriginal bot copy of Tier 1. It is original. You'll see agents that you don't see on some of their maps. You'll see things that seem very unusual and orthodox, but they make it work. And that is the great part about Ascent.
Oh, well under the 1 minute timer. That's impressive.
Who could have guessed?
We're just gonna, I thought we were just gonna keep a close up on you for like the next
That was my
4
whistle.
seconds. That was, no, it wasn't. You give yourself too much credit. Anyways, you've spoken and touched upon the fact that the players from Ascent specifically are like puzzle pieces that fit together. And then they have been performing very well as a unit. But one individual player, Tux, that's really standing out is
Musashi.
Yeah.
Musashi has been doing God's work and his games. Like the amount of support he gives his teammates. He's like, I'm gonna say this. He's like, they really dug deep to find a player like Musashi, which is a really rare gem to have in a team. He's considered the backbone of the team. The amount of... We can see by his scores, an average score of 220 towards his initiating role, full support for his teammates, and his timing is impeccable.
I could not agree more. I mean, you need to see it like this. This man came from a team called Big, the best in Germany by far. It's a valid point, though, because what is it?
How many German teams are there again in VCT
That is not the point.
Anyway.
There's a German here. There's a German here. Let me talk. So about him, he has learned from one of the best IGLs that ever to exist, which is Guppy. And within that team, you learn structure. You learn how to perform in such agents that you just mentioned, where you know when it's important to stay alive, where you know when it's important to use your utility for your teammates.
Discipline.
Discipline as well. And as Ascent initially wanted to aim for Dach, it was a very valid choice to pick him up first.
Yeah, another player that they picked up is Alive from the XL roster last year. I mean, we've seen what this guy is capable of, and he's replicating that on the server for Ascent.
The most important part about this right here is that we have him head-to-head with Mazik from Digital Athletics. And both are looking similar on the likes of ACS, 235, 232, not too crazy. The thing that I want to point out on is how crucial those two are in duels in this upcoming game. We're talking about an operator pick rate of 32% on Mazik. This is the highest in the entire tournament. Every third round, basically, he has an operator, which is great if it works. Absolutely. Firepower on Digital Athletics is great. The big issue can be, if he is not on his operator, will he perform similarly? What is going to happen with the economy of the team?
And you cannot depend on that, especially going against a team like Ascend. They will set up Alive to be able to actually stop that operator no matter what. The amount of utilities that's going to be used. And I think when you rely on a hero play or an operator player very much, such as Massic, especially talking about Digital Athletics, they might get punished for that economy-wise.
Yeah, but if we're looking at Turkish Valorant, it's been a great year for them. Okay, in VCT EMEA and Game Changers. So for Digital Athletics to secure it here at Ascension, that's like the little cherry on top. They can just write off this year as a great success. But when we're looking at Digital Athletics and the way that the team has been performing, there are a couple cracks here and there that Ascent can exploit.
I would very much agree on that. And I think this is the part of Digital Athletics, right? Because they are individually blessed. I think that is a fair point. You're seeing it right here. They overall have great players. Deepmans is my man to watch because this was the absolute duelist prodigy in the past, now swapping to support. But that is the thing about it, Tux. This team sometimes struggles in terms of, let's say, structure and also discipline.
Yeah, and when we're looking at Digital Athletics, I'm sorry, Tux, but you're going to have to go through the exact same as Zesh. Once again, you get the 60 seconds on the clock, and you're going to have to do a little rundown of what we can be expecting from Digital Athletics. So you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Go.
All right, if we're going to talk about Digital Athletics, we've seen a lot of changes happening in the Turkish League. We've seen them also struggle on so many maps and the inconsistency of performance. But if we're going to talk about this team, we're going to talk about individual skills. Every player has his own unique way and play style. Though they have to calm down a little bit and communicate much more together. If we're going to talk about, let's say, the Roxic. If I'm going to talk about Roxic, I think Roxic is just a very impeccable player. He's amazing, especially when Skyline got promoted again into the main roster. He actually really worked well and actually carried the team in so many ways and proved himself as an individual player. But they just have to play together on this one, because going against Ascend will get them punished every single time they try to retake, especially. They're good on defaults. Individual gameplay, default play, I'm gonna win in these duels.
All right. Again, under 60 seconds. Okay, I'm impressed.
Respectable.
It's almost as if you guys rehearsed this.
We don't. What are you talking? I'm just show up here.
I think it's
you
just a
show
DF
up.
Game start.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So you guys didn't agree on matching outfits?
Not even.
No, he's supporting
Genuinely
Falcons today, so he's wearing green. I'm wearing green. You know.
I'm not. I'm not.
I like your jacket. Sporting Mana, represent. But when we're looking at the side of digital athletics, something that you actually touched upon during your pitch is the fact that a lot of changes have been made in this roster. It's not the same as Split 1. It's player comes in, player comes out. So what happened? Give us a TL.
I'll do so. I'll do so. When we take a look at the timeline of this team, they've announced it on the 14th of January, and we see a few different faces than to the roster that exists now. Because to be honest, Split 1 finished on 8th position. That is a miserable result, and Digital Athletics was not looking great at all. So they removed Sistu, IGL out of the game, and therefore they've done a very crucial thing. They've added a new coach trio, leader with his friends and former teammates Rifley and Viento. They know each other so well, and we know that those coach trios can do some magic work, and they did. They added Loris and Ruxic, benched Skyland, and played a decent season. They've won 6th, so it's not too great. But back when we talk about playoffs, they put Loris back on the bench, put Skyland in, gave their IGL Kakan the opportunity to be back on his comfortable role as a Sentinel, and things suddenly worked great. They were instantly in the lower bracket, but that lower bracket run showed us they have resilience and the strength to come back. It is basically a team that nobody saw from Turkey actually advance.
And I completely agree. If we're going to talk about this Witchbane Skyline from the bench, switching up with Loris, they studied it very well before that switch, because if we're talking about Loris, he plays controller and he plays Sentinel. Yeah. So we already have a Sentinel player in the team. We need a controller initiator, especially with the compositions around the meta. We have the Viper with the Harbor. We have also the double initiator compositions coming into the maps. So it was such a critical switch for them, and I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out, but would you maybe say a little too late? Because when we're looking at specific statistics, structure-wise, just the team gelling together, one of the downfalls is the fact that it's not gelling that well. So when it comes to, for example, retakes, maybe not the best outcomes.
It's because of individual play. I think it's just the Turkish aggressive gameplay that makes them that way. But let's be honest, if Digital Athletics are already in sight, while the other team is executing, it's very hard for other teams to trade kill, because they're actually very good at trade kills.
Okay.
It gives us a clear idea of what a win condition is when we're talking about the defense along all maps, basically. And that is finding kills pre-planned. You're basically, if I'm Ascend right now, the best would be, okay, we got the spike down. They're not going to win anyway. It's done. It's over. And basically, this is the thing that I would worry about Digital Athletics. Their early aggressiveness that they sometimes show on defense, their ways of finding entries, that is a key pillar of success, because otherwise, their retake protocols all over the place, stumble upon their own shoelaces. And this basically leaves us with them saying, like, we need to find those kills early, because otherwise, we got a problem.
I don't think they use utility much, actually, with that peak, for example. It's all risky, high risk, high reward kind of gameplay and hero plays that's coming out of the player. Usually, when you are in that kind of situation, you would ask for help.
Right.
And let's not forget, the agents that have been used right now are Sova, Sky, and KO, which the E is always regeneratable.
Yeah, and then we're also looking at Ascend and the fact that you've had such a long time to play together. So you've had an opportunity to work on what you're good at and what you're maybe not so good at. One of those very important things being the map pool, or in Ascend's case, the map ocean, and bite immediately out.
This is so crucial to pick out Lotus, though. This is like the God's place for the guys of Digital Athletics. Split coming in, though, is an interesting choice, considering, though, this is their second best map overall. It's the best they could pick at this point.
Yeah, I think after Lotus ban coming from Ascend, which was very obvious, because we've only seen Digital Athletics perform on Lotus, so
Okay.
Split was the map they're going for sure for a first pick, but Ascent going on Ascent as well. I think Digital Athletics had such a hard time on this map, so they have to win. If they want to go through this series, they have to actually defeat Ascent on Split.
What's the likelihood of it going to Fracture, though, with the picks that we currently have, and considering that Digital Athletics, their map pool is not as... It's a kiddie pool.
Okay. So the thing that is particularly interesting is the matter of fact on the agents being picked on Split by Ascent. Because this could either be super weird, where they play this Killjoy Reyna setup,
Yes.
or it is going to be the reasonable Cypher Race Omen kind of thing. That's so important, because that Split right here, if this is taken away from you, I believe this is over. I believe this is a 2-0 for Ascent by then.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like it, to be fair. Like,
Alright.
we never seen Ascent have a weak spot in all the maps in general. They have been performing so well on all the maps. Even the maps they have lost was super close.
Yeah.
So, coming into this map pool in general and map veto, I think it's always have been going for Ascent in the first place. No matter what DA bans, it doesn't matter, because that's how strong Ascent are on the map pool. So looking into it, I don't think we're gonna go to Fracture, but I hope that we can see a good Digital Athletics on Split.
I thought you were going to say, I hope I'm wrong. But we're going to figure it out anyway at some point. I want to go back to the point that you mentioned, where when on Split specifically for Ascent,
Yeah.
we can be expecting a Reyna
Oh,
Killjoy.
Lord.
Explain the dynamic, because
Yeah.
I am a Reyna lover.
You're silver.
I know,
You're silver
yeah,
or something.
probably. But I know people don't agree with that, but you know.
I think what's more interesting, the Reyna is weird. Okay, they play double duelist,
I
no
don't like the
initiator.
Reyna.
But what is more important to me personally is the
like
matter
the
of fact that they played a Killjoy. You always see Cypher on this map. There's never Killjoy. But Monster himself said when talking to him, I don't like that agent. It works super well with Astra on this map. Why not pick it? And this is the interesting part. Their defense is not looking too great most of the times, but at the same time, what is making this so interesting is their defense should be their strong suit. They have so much stopping utility in the sense of, you know, we have the Astra Suck, and then you have also something like the Nano Swarm. You're denied. Though I agree, the Reyna is weird.
Yeah,
okay, the Reyna
I
is
don't
weird.
like the Reyna. I like the Raze more as a double
Fair,
duelist,
fair.
to be fair. And coming into this composition as well, if I have Astra and a Killjoy on the team, I think the Pain Shells would be a very nice combo with
Yes,
those,
yes.
Gravity Well or something like these kind of utilities. But also talking about Killjoy on this map, it reminds me back in the day in 2021 when we see Visual Strikers using Killjoy and Breach as their compositions. So it gives me those back meta kind of thing. I don't really like Cypher on this map personally, personal POV, but I really respect having Killjoy on this map because the amount of space you can cover with her utility is really crucial, especially when you need to actually take, for example, the A or even Heaven. You can literally hold the site on your own.
So how are we expecting the interaction to go with the playstyle that we've discussed from Digital Athletics, where they're individually placed hero plays up against a composition that has a Reyna, which that agent, all in all, is about making those hero plays, going in by yourself, playing selfishly?
I think it is not. I think for Ascent, it is not that heroic overall. I mean, the Reyna gives you the kind of idea. On Musashi, I think it is a great pick. The guy used to be a chambermaid, which tells you a lot about his killing capability, right?
Yes.
But at the end of the day, it is basically NBS in the entirety of Ascent being comfortable thinking outside of the box. And that is the thing for me. It is, sure, it is not the most meta composition. We could even discuss if it is the best kind of composition in terms of agents, sure. But it is unusual enough for Digital Athletics to potentially be very uncomfortable with this.
It depends if they're going with which composition. They have a double controller composition, they have a double initiator composition. So depending if they have the KO in hand, I think the KO might come in handy, especially in Split.
Okay.
If they actually knew how to actually shut down with their individual aim power, I would say, firepower, they might actually grab those picks that actually would open sights for them. Especially, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they're starting on attack on this map.
Yeah, so it comes down, I guess, to the mind games. Do you go for double initiator, double controller? Are you expecting the Reyna Killjoy? Is it going to be more of a standard composition? That's where the prep comes in, but I'm not seeing any Reynas.
No Reynas.
No, there we have it. We even have the change we've mentioned. This is big. All right, let's go for it. Monster is on Cypher instead of the Killjoy. Musashi is on the Raze instead of the Reyna. Very reasonable on their end. But I want to tell you one thing right here. We have Demons back on a controller. The young gun, the prodigy, the kid that made a name for himself on how he holds his mouse is now back on the battlefield to play with the Rays. And this is exactly the Turkish strength that I want to see.
Yeah, the full force, the full attack force. I'm going all attack. The best defense is the best offense. That's that's their strategy right here. And I'm really happy. I didn't expect Roxic to go Viper as well. Usually I would prefer Kachan because he's usually very good at anchoring in general. Okay, but Roxic is a perfect pick for Viper, I think. It's just a personal preference in terms of players, but Skylan on Sky. These are the players that I'm going to put my eye on, especially Skylan, because he's been performing very well on the Initiator. Hopefully they can actually show us what Turkish League power looks like in this match, because Ascend is coming in strong.
But remember, it's going to be Alive versus Massic, right? Those two could play such a pivotal role in that one right here. And who's going to come up on top?
We're going to find out. Got to keep your eyes on them. The first game of VCT Ascension EMEA is about to start. We have Ascend up against Digital Athletics, covered by Ender and Pavlos.
Oh, it's going to be quite the banger. I'm super excited for it. We're getting this tournament on the go.
Let's do it.
But I'm also quite excited because I no longer look short next to you.
Yeah, we did a quick little hot swap here, get me on the stool, and now you're the giant.
Yeah, you needed a bit of a nerf, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to get buffed. We've run out of boxes. They were all used for Jenny.
Yeah, I mean, hit the gym if you want to get buff. But honestly, look, this tournament is going to be absolutely sick. I want to see who comes out on top. I'm a little sad we don't see your beautiful faces here, but I'm sure you're going to be spamming some equally beautiful emotes in chat to keep us entertained throughout. But we get to see Split, and we get to see a Split without the funky, funny business from Ascend. I feel like a fool for watching Ascend VODs now because they're not playing Reyna Killjoy. They're playing like fairly standard stuff.
Yeah, you were kind of going to the process to try and find an excuse for it at the end of the day.
I couldn't really find an excuse for the Reyna, I'll be honest.
Well, you won't need to. At this point, they've realized it's time to try something new, something a little bit more standard. And we're jumping straight into the matchup. It is Ascend versus Digital Athletics on Split. It's defense, of course, for the Eastern representative, and from Turkey, they're on attack.
All right, we'll see actually some early baiting from Batty G, but check out where Alive is positioned, right on top of that box post left. A little bit of a stack from Ascend, leaning towards B, and while DA just break down this Sage wall in mid, they can look to use that Viper wall over towards A to get a little bit of alert going. Of course, because it's the Cypher in the comp, you're always going to have that camera up towards A heaven, so Ascend are going to be very aware of this coming through.
Wow, my eye.
Yeah, they are definitely aware of it. You know, they're positioned fairly backwards from this. We're going to be looking at a retake potentially, given how, you know, far back into screens perhaps they are. This is Massic just dropping forwards. The site is fully given under their control. Ascend are going to be looking for a retake.
Oh, interesting pathing to get there onto the site, dashing onto the smoke on top of that box, and it was actually just Kaken that went all the way down into elbow. Now Ascend with 4 players trying to fight back into ramp, but there's a 3-stack here already.
It might be readier from Digital Athletics, but that Paranoia and Paint Shawls do quite a bit. Deepman's in trouble, but it's Massic next to be dealt with. But of course, with a barrage of players walking in front of him, it's too difficult to handle. Before they move on site, Ruxic needs to be dealt with. It's 2 players in that pursuit. He's buying time at this moment, and that's not too bad. He even gets a double kill with it. And it's Hive all by himself. Ruxic is low. Yeah, okay, that could be 1 kill to be picked up. Skylan, on the other hand, he's fully health. But the guy on light, he reveals himself, but it's bullets between the wall to end Alive's life. And that's Digital Athletics with the first round on the board.
That's your one. Okay, his name's Alive, we get it. And now we're done. We're done with that. Honestly, what a great round at the end there. Fighting off. It didn't look like Ascend had a chance of really losing this, but it was Ruxic that found that first kill through the smoke. That was a freebie on that, and then 1, 2, 3. Just clawing that round back, quite frankly. That one looked like it was absolutely going the opposite way, but Digital Athletics will start off with the round win.
So coming into this matchup, we've got 2 different comps. Where do you see the leniency between the 2?
I mean, primarily, there's not, like, theoretically, like, huge differences. I think, like, obviously, Cypher versus Viper is, like, a debate that teams have constantly been going with. But on attack, both of them primarily looking to get lurks over towards A, whether it's with this Viper wall or whether it's the Cypher going to be throwing out a couple of cages. Hold on a second, because Massic is trying to sprint down onto that Jet, and with both teams running the double dive comp with Jet and Raze, expect to see a lot of pressure put on like forward position, so especially over towards ramp. You can try to set up things like the Astra combo, the Sky combo to have Masic and Deepman's just sort of dashing in there. At the same time, DA are working mid at the moment too. One of the things you love to see is sort of these pinches down in towards vents. This time, just a free little kill there, going through the smoke, and 2. Make it 2 for Sky.
I love that it's the only person without a weapon from Digital Athletics to get 2 kills. It's oddly convenient. Yeah.
Just like supercharging the Sky ult too, which is not a bad one to have.
Yeah, but the remaining players of Ascend are left stranded on site, and Brody on the backstab will be greeted by
30 seconds left.
quite a bit of firepower on the opposing side. But
I will say the Sage as a pick is one that I'm not personally fully bought into. If you actually look at like what Ascend have to work with in terms of like forcing utility flashes, concusses, those sorts of things, like you have a Omen Paranoia. Okay, that's a 1 cast per ability, or per round really, which does limit you. Of course, I think the Sage on defense has a lot of value, especially if you're waiting until like the mid or late round to drop down the wall. And then in attack, if you're able to take a site, that wall becomes very powerful at blocking off different exits. But that's one that you definitely have to see the value round to round put in. When you're just going for these early Sage walls in mid, I think that it's just a little bit too easy to burst down. I think with the changes to ammo reserves, it made it a little bit better. That, you know, you are just losing effectively half your bullets if you want to bust that one out. But definitely not as big of a fan of the pick as I am of DA's comp here, going with the Skies as an answer.
Alive is sticking around. Of course, he's already enabled his dash, therefore that will no longer be available for him later on. Masashi left in the corner, surely to be cleared out. Trouble is taken out before given the chance to move in forwards. Alive taken through, but Masashi is there. Only good for 1 by the end of it, so Digital Athletics just mowing their way through this mid side.
D-Man's got a paint shell kill on the Sage wall there too. Batty G trying to get this reposition. At the same time, Ruxic is breaking a tripwire over towards Monster spotted that one.
Back to 2v2, and all is doable, especially considering they may not be so aware of Batty's position. They are going to look for it. Deepman's is not the first one to look there, but Batty G instantly with 2 kills closes out the round for Ascend.
God, it's been a while since I've got to cast Batty G. I think it was last year actually. Got to cast that guy, but absolute machine. Yeah, this is one of those names that's been floating around for a while. You're like, yeah, the chance is going to come soon for him. Here, of course, not really clearing around the corner. He takes down the 2, but you can expect a very strong performance from him game to game, map to map.
And if you're tuning into this game and seeing familiar names here, that's obvious because Ascend have got a lot of players that have flirted with that tier 1, right? And they've played around in VCT EMEA, whether stand-ins or just for a single split, and a lot of really top dogs in that tier 2 side. So Ascend looking to be among the favorites for this tournament.
And for them, really, the challenge is going to be like, how much resistance are they going to face along the way? Didn't face too much of that domestically, but now already with a fight back right around the corner.
Pushed by Masashi. Deepman's double kill for him, and Live is going to try and rotate there quickly as possible to help out Brody, but he's got a judge in hand, and I think he's feeling a bit sneaky here. He does get pre-fired for a sec, but he's aware of Deepman's position. There's a chance, an opportunity, and he takes care of it, but still, 2v4 is not a good situation for Ascend, especially when Ruxic is hiding behind
Oh
them.
no, yeah, that's just a tough spot right there. Trying to boost up onto that box to have a better angle looking into the back of sight, but of course not prepared for that lurk up mid, something that DA have consistently been looking for. Hasn't necessarily always been Ruxic, but they're definitely looking to play around the map, and I think you'll see some of the best teams in the world when they play these double dive comps. It's not even always playing for like the super fast executes. I think Evil Geniuses is a perfect case example of how to play this comp in a more methodical manner, where so much of the way they play the game is to gather space up mid, look to embed one of their duelist players in vents. Because once you get a player up in vents or deep up into male mid, you hear every footstep going through spawns. You can count players on the rotates. It allows you to pivot between the sides a little bit easier, and eventually look to either pinch into B heaven or really through vents into A heaven. Is a really effective way to do that. So I like already, this time it was just a 1-player lurk up into mid, but we've seen a couple of 2-player lurks, these sorts of things already from DA. I think that is going to be very, very effective for them, especially because Ascend where's your real scouting? It is just the Cypher near that A Heaven side. You don't have the same mid-round active info gathering of a Skydog or a Bird to get that for you.
And for the status of this game right now, Ascend falling a little bit far behind. Even the round that they did win, they did lose a lot of players. So economically, they're struggling.
That's why they're into the judge and whatnot. Brody is getting a little aggressive over into B main.
Ooh, might get a chance. Ooh, Brody.
It's just tough because every fight you're going to end up taking is not going to be assisted by utility. And it makes sense. I think the way Ascent play, when you look at their previous comps, like the Reyna and the Jet, that again was very low forcing util composition. They like to put themselves in 50-50 positions, and they trust their players to be able to win out frequently enough to be able to convert into these rounds. And once we see them, actually fully get into the rifles, that's where the test is going to come.
Alive, maybe an opportunity to lurk around. Deepmans does repeat in front of him, but the blast back wall put him out of position. He's got reinforcements, but he may not even need them. So pressure on the back line of Digital Athletics as they move on forward. Showstopper trying to deal with that pressure, and Monster's already out.
Little reposition there too. Ruxic finds the kill over by screens. I actually really like the restraint shown.
Alive still being a thorn though, and that's a nice little pick, and the Calpus to conceal his position. Double kill, impressive. Now they need to guarantee the landing now onto the site.
Seekers reveal player over towards screens. Good paint shell forces Ruxic out to the open, but he is farming. 3 kills for him on the round. Alive made it look close, but
perfect timing for Ruxic, to be honest.
That's another round over on that A side. Remember the pistol round Ruxic just stole away with a 3K. That's one more right back there.
It seems that Digital Athletics really have the read on how Ascend like to read.
Ruxic just finding those kills pretty consistently. I mean, honestly, I like the way DA started this one out. That was just a ridiculous spray transfer into smoke. I can't even hate him because in my head I'm going, great reposition there from Deepmans. After he gets his one with the rocket, he's falling all the way back, not giving an open fight, and then
absolutely,
I guess Alive is doing that to him.
And we do see Ascend taking a timeout here. NBS is the same coach that was with Ascend when they won Champion.
Yeah.
So this team has got a lot of brain power backing them up. So hopefully with this timeout they can get back into the game.
Do have a couple of ultimates to work with here, so this could actually be. Yeah, Alive, I think, went for the hero buy in the last round because he has knives, obviously, going into this one. Brody is also one off of the Sage res, but that's a tougher one to play for. I think the A main orb is usually one that if you're willing to invest in early wall, you can go ahead and take, but I've already told you my opinions on the early Sage walls. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think the way Brody has been using it actually is a little bit better, where it is that delayed wall, like deeper towards B Heaven.
Not the TikTok walls?
No.
Aww.
I mean, honestly, I prefer a TikTok wall to mid-round, 1 minute 40 second on the clock, and there's a Sage wall in mid that gets instantly broken.
Yeah.
Don't love that.
I see that. Then out, let's see what they've got cooked up. Wall, it is going to fall instantly to gain some space here into Garage, but for now, they're going to hold happy with picking up an orb onto a Brody.
Yeah, so watch the immediate pivot, right? So DA are going to work up into mid. They have double Astrostars there, and they're going to use those to probably lurk someone up into vents. Even just with a pullback.
Yeah, beautiful kill from Alive, and that's Kakan no more. And the only space that Digital Athletics really have is this mid.
Do make a footstep, and that I believe should be noted by Batty G. Also, Monster just pushing off of that kill to get the neural theft down, spotting 3 up in mid. So now DA feel like they need to go quickly, but I don't think they have to. I think this is a much better call to pull back and gamble on Ruxic.
Oh, he's definitely read this. Musashi gets 1 kill though. It could have been close. But Alive also could be in contact here in mid, but no, I think Skylan maybe throwing a guiding light, but it's all an obscurement. They're going to be heading the exact opposite way now onto the left-hand side, where there's 3 players lying in wait.
And the trouble is, though, without any pressure in B main, like, you know exactly where to be looking for Ascend.
And Ascend are just hiding, patient. Not really wanting to put themselves in harm's way. It's Digital Athletics on the hot seat. They need to play quickly here as the time is starting to run out. Brody, nice lovely kill, guiding light. He does look away from it. Beautifully done. Ascend with a 2nd round in the game.
Hot take, I think Digital Authority happy to lose the op on attack. That's just me. I feel like especially because their op ran straight into a Sage wall. That was so unfortunate in B main. Then in A main, they're losing as well. Both ultimates being very high impact for Ascend. They got themselves out of this very, very nicely, but you can see once you lose your raise early into a round, or your Jet is on the op, all of a sudden you're not playing double dive anymore on the attacking side. It is going to be That's it, going back for that once again, trying to up in the same exact position, but early one way sort of denies that from having too much effectiveness.
Yeah. This round for Digital Athletics could be quite crucial, given that they will lose out on quite a bit of eco out of this, maybe forced onto lesser weapons.
I will say one of the things that Ascend clued into after that timeout to punish was going for a Viper instead of a Cypher. Does mean you have to fight a little bit more aggressively if you want to have that pressure over towards A. You have to hard hold that angle as opposed to rely on a tripwire. DA going back to that 1-3-1 currently, just trying to get on past this smoke, and they're actually going to throw their own one-way to try and scale. Maybe no, they actually just stick inside of their smoke. They haven't really capitalized off of this. We'll note the wall up towards B Heaven, so if they can go break that one down and...
Oh, he actually hits
Yikes.
the shot there. Ruxic down to 19.
That's tough. I think a lot is going to come down to Kakin here. If he's able to find a good timing, find a good shot onto the jump peaks of Batty G, because right now, DA are getting big stalled out up towards B Heaven.
Yeah, but still, Digital Athletics are putting a lot of pressure to the left-hand side, meaning that Ascend is sending a third player here to help out.
The clock, though, it's just
left.
dwindling down. There's a 3-stack here. There's paint shells and everything to stall it through.
Oh, and Masashi is quick enough to react to it. Where's the follow-up, though? Masic with the operator on the back line. Brody whiffs his shots, and all of a sudden, Digital Athletics are right on top.
Everything comes down to that kill now. Monster coming
Behind
through
the
the smoke.
and Masic is there and ready. Alive has got an
10
operator. He's
seconds
going to be
left.
saving that one, unless he's a
Spike
crazy
planted.
man. Unless he's really crazy. I think he's feeling it, actually. Why is he sticking around? He wants to pick, but he's got opposition so close. But he still gets it! At the corner of his screen, barely pixels showing.
There's no way.
There shouldn't be. There's 7 bullets on that Vandal
And
due
there's
to the
nothing in the
nerf.
tank.
Oh, man. No
There's only
fishes
3
either.
players on the enemy team.
Operator re-picked up.
3 bullets, 3 players.
Imagine. Oh, he spotted out an opponent, but no, can't really connect it. Turns around to the other corner. I guess he was feeling it, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, tough luck right there. I think Ascend got a little bit too over-eager for those fights up into B main. Or up into B Heaven, rather. There's only 20 seconds left on the clock. They got the opening pick. Like, everything was going perfectly well for them. That is a ridiculous shot. I'm glad we saw it again, because I didn't believe it. Like, I didn't trust my eyes. But yeah, that happened.
And I think the pace that Digital Athletics have been playing is a complete contrast to what we've seen throughout the entire season of that Turkey Regional League, right? They've usually just forced their way in every single way they could. Stalling wasn't an option, and we're seeing it pretty much every single round now.
Yeah, they're really trying to exploit into mid, but it's cost them time. Part of that is the Sage pick. I think they're running into some trouble. Now, with that going down at 127, 0:47 on the clock is when that's going to fully break down. What the wall does mean it's much harder to scale on forward as Alive just gets spammed on through. That makes it a lot easier. Now you can just completely disrespect that Sage wall. Though a reposition from Musashi indicates Ascend still want to fight behind the wall. If you're going to invest in mid early, you don't want to give it up for free like that.
Alive struggling to really find pressure in this game.
At some point, the Cypher cam must have been broken. Maybe it was an aggro one. Monster!
They know he's nearby, but he's in the right position. He actually avoids the bullets as he turns around, even throughout the chaos, ends up with 2. So the defense holds on for just a little bit.
There was a res in mid, though, and Kakin's trying to chase that one down.
Oh, he knows.
Yeah, well, he knows the Omen ulted somewhere.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
I guess everybody else does, due to the audio cue, but still, Alive will be greeting him first. It's Kakan all the way around now. No, they actually avoid, and Brody will be on the hot seat, and he actually deals with it.
Great awareness.
Now into the Viper's Pit. This is a difficult one. How do you try and tackle this one? All the way around, try spray through, make them a little bit low, and maybe there's a chance. Paranoia through, that's one player out. Ruxic in the middle of it, still alive, still holding on, but Brody finds himself the back line and ends up with the kill to give the round to Ascend.
And Monster showing up huge, the res from Brody up in mid. And just the most unfortunate timing possible for Kakin on that Lurk. There were 2 players that maybe he was going to be able to do something, but nope. Just a second or 2 behind the jump on that one. So Ascend win their 3rd. And yeah, I think it was just this, right? The immediate punish not quite coming through. Monster just holding down left click and getting a kill while full flashed. Respect to Brody on the awareness, because I think virtually every round, DA have gone for that delayed mid lurk after the spike's already been planted. So not dropping the ball on that one, clearing that one out, because you don't kill that Astra and the round just explodes on you.
No team so far gaining real pace, all of them trading fairly equally. Deepman's going for an aggressive attack here to gain space on Heaven. But it's Musashi trying to hold it out. And you can see how patient Brody is to try and assist later on.
Yeah, DA have really gone for this one. Paint Shell, Mizik has to go into it, but that is tough.
Bus Pack actually made Masick to be not in a position to shoot his weapon well. And now Monster hiding out. This is a really good position for a Cypher because he's got a cam ready. He can shoot through his own smokes. Ruxic is able to make himself scarce, but he's isolated. He's alone and needs to get himself out of this jail. He does. Just rips the bars right open. And now it's Ascend on the back foot. Monster needs to defend it. It's a spray. It's a rough one, but still works out. Runs out of bullets, and it's Skyline to deal with. And Brody is there. He's quick to help out.
Finally, the Sage Wall in mid was broken. So now Kakin is able to come in here.
And throughout that chaos, Ruxic is still alive, but his face in front of Alive, and it's a shorty to do it. And Kakan, known of his position, and there you have it. Ascend close up the gap now on 4 rounds.
And DA went all in on that round. Deepman's forced up with just a Sheriff and Armor, I believe. Everyone was in on a heavy armor too, so they really went all for that one. Tough to slip away there, but you can see how, in this situation, the Sage Wall is punished because they went for that fast execute. The Lurk wasn't activated nearly quickly enough. By the time, you know, Kakin's able to get into Heaven, Brody can turn around. He knows exactly what's up. The site players are all dead, so now it's the turn for the opposite timeout to come on in.
Yeah, no, Digital Athletics starting to lose a couple of rounds consecutively. Now, they're under pressure. I think there's a lot of expectations on that Turkish region, given how strong they've been for the past few months, right? BBL Queens, finals of Game Changers. For Esports, the best team in the history of Turkey, being the first one to actually qualify the champion. So off the back of this region exploding, not only being representatives of Turkish AIM, but now the newly found Turkish brain, I feel there's some increased pressure on their half.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, huge prize fighting for here, for that promo. And DA, what we've seen so far, it has looked solid from them. This round, they are going to have to go into a save for themselves. I think there has been a lot of variety in the different attacks they've shown, whether it's the mid play, whether it's the fast exec towards A we just saw, well, it didn't pan out in the end. They're definitely keeping Ascend on their toes. I think we might see a little repeat of fast A aggression. It is just Masick with that hero rifle here. But this time, I want to see them hit the brakes just a little bit. Time out that Sage Wall. That was put down very early in, so around 55 seconds. And that opens up mid, so yeah, they threatened that they could have someone embedded very deep up towards ramp. Could be right next to vents for all Ascend now. They don't have a cam to spot that one out. And the second they show presence on B, it doesn't mean that everyone on A site can rotate because of the permanent threat of some kind of lurker being there, and there being no way for Ascend to re-clear for information. No sky means that if they want to send a body in there, they could try to scout.
Alive. Waiting. Oh, misses. Unprecedented. But sticks around for a little bit more, but he can't really run away too far. You use his dash, so Brody comes in to help. Trailblazer slow down. It's the judge to take care of him. Do Digital Athletics have the balls to go for this? They know there's a lot of presence. Paint Shot's throwing out their feet. That's going to do quite a bit. It's going to isolate one of them, but Kakan gets one before he falls. All of a sudden, 2 kills with the Sheriffs.
But they're still kind of trapped in here. 35 seconds on the clock. Alive goes for it. Just a 1-for-1 is not good enough.
Yeah, he found the gap, but he did get punished. Buddy GTPing, he may have been heard. They are going to check this corner, but first they've got to deal with Monster because the smoke might run out. They're walking in together in unison. The ball of death, but it's Buddy G to kick it away. And Skylan, all alone, will get taken care of as well. 3 kills for Buddy, and that's equilibrium on the board.
I mean, look, the idea there again from DA, pretty solid. And the util combo to sort of flood out any pillar play looked like it should have been enough to get into sight, but here's where the Sage Slorb up from B Heaven just locks them in because they hit all the utility to enter into sight. Slorb comes in, and they're not going anywhere. They're completely contained. That allowed for the re-peaks, the repositions of Batty G, teleporting backside. Just the delay of that Sage opens up everything for Ascend.
Proving to be quite the close game, but Ascend newly found pace will continue to reign supreme when it comes to tempo. We reset Digital Athletics, so what they've gone along. Oh yeah, the patch.
All right. Alive is baiting DA into thinking that the op isn't something they have to respect.
Brody?
Oh, no.
Do they know? They pinged him, so they are going to pre-fire. No, they're going to throw paint shots at him, but the paranoia is perfect. But Brody stay alive? He gets one, and he's out.
Iron Man.
What the hell? Around, he is made of steel. Guiding Light looks away, doesn't expect Skylander to have jumped up on that box, but he's done his job, really. He's gotten so many, and there's only 2 left from Digital Athletics to keep on this pursuit. Trailblazer, right after Balaji, he can just drop away. He's even TP'd. And Ascend plays safe. Alive, finally hitting his mark, and this is Skyland looking to run away. He might even get the plant here.
Yeah, he's going to get the plant. I mean, with only 1 round left in the half, I was hoping maybe he's going to be close enough for an ultimate or something, but nope, tough luck.
Yeah, and Alive is make his way onto the A site, so a plant might not even be the case. Patient. I love how he's patient.
30 seconds left.
Oh, actually, no unnecessary errors. But yeah, there you have it.
You wait, here they come.
The caster's curse just hits again.
Wait, can he get to B for the plant?
That'd be crazy. What a world would that be? What a world would that be indeed? Ascend, for the first time this game, have the lead.
All right.
Last
Little
round
comeback
in
central,
the half.
looking real hot after that timeout they called early into the half. I think that was after round 5, and since then, only losing a single round. Very nicely done. You can see there the paint, or the satchel, just causing that little bit of reconfiguration of your aim. Allows that kill to go down to open up for that first pick. And after that, I do feel like TA just been getting stalled out in a lot of these hits. They've been fairly stacked towards mid a lot of the time, so now no lurk, it's just gonna be a fast A exec, you have to imagine, but somehow Brody is guessing right all the time. The last time they tried to do a fast B, the Sage Wall was here too.
And Masashi's here to help out with the showstopper, but Digital Athletics quickly respond by dropping back. Masic trap in, tries to updraft twice to be as high as possible. To be difficult to hit, but Masashi's just cleaning up right now. He's been hired as a janitor, and he's just sweeping everyone off their feet.
He just got 2 paint shells, 1 by 1 right there. Brody's holding the line as well.
Oh, Badichi actually gets away from that one. I think Skyland was so close to killing him, but they've all lined up, different heights.
I will say,
Yep.
the read is, for any team watching, the 2 times Ascend used that ultimate. Yeah, he does. The 2 times Ascend used the Raze ultimate, both of them were off of B main, A main, Sage walls, which then when there were any bullets put into the wall, the Raze ult was activated to go over and above it. So it was shown on both sides of the map, but that's going to be something that if you see split again, be very wary of when that showstopper is up, because you are going to see some early play. Again, because they don't have the great info to play off of. Hey, bullets going into Sage wall, that's perfect info to know when to pop that showstopper.
We have the switch of sides right now. Of course, this is Digital Athletics' pick. They're really hoping on the split. Ascent, when it was a different story for them, kind of vital if they want to take this to a 3rd map or have a chance of winning this. They've got to turn things around now on defense.
I mean, honestly, if I was Digital Athletics and I saw the comp that Ascend was previously running, I'm like, give me split instantly. Lock that in, baby. We're gonna go nuts. But now we'll get to see the new and improved version of this Ascend comp.
Yeah, they played it before. It's not completely unforeign. But falling back to it is a preference. Skyland, it's actually eliminated quite quickly. A lot of the players of Ascend have actually fallen quite low. Replenished by Brody, Masashi back to full health. And they've got all their players still alive. That's a crucial part of Monster being such a sneaky man. Just hiding out behind them in the shadows. Creepy figure sometimes, but you know,
how many times have we seen Kakin go through vents into A heaven on both sides of the map? Yeah, they're aware every time.
Rotate Julie every day. And Ascend on A. Let me remind you, Digital Athletics have got the worst retake score from all of the teams competing here.
Noted.
And I believe with how aggressive Ascend's comp is, we'll be seeing a lot of attempted retakes.
Yeah, we'll see, because I do think they have to play a little bit slower, because they don't have the real forcing util of even a Sky Flash to play off of with their dive. Usually that's why like dive is primarily so strong, because you have Bleach Concuss, flashes, whatever it is, and then you're instantly jumping on top of the opponent that is going to be hard CC'd. Can't quite do that. There you saw them do it with the slow warp, right? So keeping the opponent locked in place is how they're trying to cope with that just a little bit. But now, actually, it is going to be Brody on the lurk duty up in and around mid. Means they have even less to play with.
Wouldn't it be funny if Monster got 2 kills here? The only person with a ghost. Well, he's not the only person. Brody's there, keeping him company. But it would be history repeating itself if you guys have stuck around from the first half yet. It was a really good start from Digital Athletics, but pistol rounds exchanged. Ascend now on 8. And
well, hello.
He's just stepping on his opponent's head. Let's just fan as that, you know. Why not?
Did Ruxic ask him to step on him? I don't know.
No, I don't think it was consensual.
Okay.
Violation right there.
Ah, well, DA, yeah, you know, go next. Go next round, not next map. This is just, you know, you're completely trapped. This is what I'm talking about, by the way, those like post-plant Sage walls. Because the Sage, you can do some things like the boost up into A Heaven, which is nice, but when you're playing double dive, you don't need the wall to get that boost going. But when you have it just like that, it really simplifies, especially playing that A site. A lot of the time, if you lose control over Heaven, you have to revalue, you know, the retake into ramp, into screens, those sorts of things. Sage wall like this makes you not so concerned. Dying to spike here is optimal. Of course, team that wins the pistol, winning the second round, they're going to be much more cycled through on their ult orb. So a lot of the time it is just better on the second round with your few stragglers to die, so you don't have a world where Ascender supercharging an ult in the third round. That's not really the case here, because it was actually BadEG that got quite a few of the kills, and Monster too. Although I think people sleep on the value of the Neural Theft. Ever since the buff to give it the 2 tags, like that's just a 6 cost ability. You can pump out like 3 of those a half easily. And it just, if anything, just buys you a frame of time there where you know exactly what your opponents are going to be. I'm a fan.
Yeah, I'm a fan. It's very strong at this point. And, we'll definitely be seeing a lot of teams pulling him out into their comp. You see a potential aggression here from Ascend onto this left-hand side. All 5 players stacked up. You can see already the setup being initialized. Masashi actually quite high up here. Ruxic is able to deal with him, but the trades come through. Digital Athletics superior though. Deepman's doing a lot of work. 2 kills to his name already. Finally dealt with, but leaves Brody to himself. Ooh. Whoa. Outrageously ambitious.
I mean, I respect it. It's a 1 versus 2. You're trying to hope you've caught them split up and look for your 1, maybe even repositioning to A if he didn't run into anyone. But that was, as you said, great hold from Deepman's. Comes in with the paint shells a little bit late. A lot of times you'll see, without as forward of a position of the raise, you just instantly drop the paint shells to stall out the players. That was actually used as part of the retakes. The paint shells come through, then he's dropping out of B Heaven and just going for that fight. Worked really, really nicely for him.
Okay, economy on both sides. We'll be looking at a bit of a crunch this time around. Ascend split dead forces per each side of the map. Quite a stark contrast to what Digital Athletics have been going. They've really loved that mid side, but Alive first want to get a pick already. Digital Athletics playing 4v5.
This is nice from Ascend, trying to attack on a couple of fronts. Although now that you're down into a 4 versus 5, Ruxic has taken that forward position in mid. So you could potentially hear some rotates. Hear Alive running through spawn perhaps. Stuff like this, and of course is going to give perfect information. So B Heaven not being a concern allows you to double stack into B main. Just having 2 players there, Deepman's being one of them with the paint shells, could theoretically have been enough, but they take the bait with the Cypher cages over towards A that there was going to be a creep up.
So well, in fact, that everybody rotates towards that right-hand side. And little do Ascend know, this site is clear. Wait, there's no one here, guys. Free site, thank you very much.
Gotta love it.
All right, retake time.
Ooh, the Sage Wall actually, as a matter of fact, gives you a little pocket to play behind as well. That's a really annoying one. Sneaky. Just running out. But as you say, DA, worst or lowest retake percentage coming into the league. This is a 4v5, so I can't imagine it's going to go much better with the Sage Wall still they have to get through.
Let's see if they've improved their retakes, though. Surely it must have been worked on, but they're slow. It's just so annoying at this point. And the spike has been down for a few seconds already.
You're trying to retake, the Slorb comes out, it's putting you to sleep, you know, and then you're like, okay, I guess we save in the 4v5. It's the right call.
Ender, I realized I missed you when you said Slorb.
Yeah, it's a Slorb.
I know that's what you call it, but I've forgotten.
Yeah.
And I missed it.
Yeah, you know what? I'll hit you with another one here.
Okay.
I need to see where Ruxic is putting the orb. Because the Viper orb, you might think that's a Vorb. No.
A Vorb?
No. Commonly, you would call it a Vorb, but if that orb is being put in mid, you would actually refer to it as a Morb, a mid orb. So he could be morbing down mid by throwing a Viper orb there.
But what if it's a Sage slow orb in mid? Will it be a Zor? Okay, I'll stop. Timeout. Digital Athletics.
You're morbing too hard, man.
Yeah.
Like keep the bat chest down to a minimum. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not made for these.
Yeah, you're overthinking it.
I'm overcooking. I butter my food.
I love that game.
Yeah, it's all right.
I feel like
I
that
don't
could be
have
an
friends.
esport.
So,
Overcook the esport. I want to see. I want to see our players losing their minds. Okay, have you watched The Bear?
have I watched The
Bear? It's okay. It's a TV show, right? And it's all about like this guy that works in like a high-end like restaurant. But like every episode is just super stressful because everyone's just yelling at each other. It's going crazy. I feel like if you put 5 VALORANT players and told them to play Overcooked, that's what it'd be. It'd be non-stop screaming at each other, permanent molding.
Brilliant.
They would not be happy.
I'd love to see that. But for now, we've got a game at hand, and Digital Athletics are slightly more struggling here. I think they're one of the teams with the newly arranged cores, right, between Split and Split 2. There's been a big shuffle kerfuffle between all of the teams.
The shuffle kerfuffle.
Yeah, a lot of changes when it came to the players and transfers. So. Yeah, it's one of the new ones. Lesser synergy, you could say, against the other teams in this league.
Well, it will be Kakin. There's the sole line of defense. He's actually trying to get out here completely. Fully abandoning the site, but this is where you run into problems. It is tough to get the retake going. That Sage Wall, again, posing some problems. Just even when you break it down, giving extra angles you can sort of tuck behind means you're having to spend more utility to clear those off on the retake.
Digital Athletics. Oh, Painshaw's throwing right back at them, forced to the right-hand side here, live right
Not
beneath
Overcooked, it's
them,
Splatoon!
and they are separated, segregated one by one. They drop, they get Mo to the ground. Oh, they're really struggling to enter the site. And Masik might get one before he drops. He'll try to save that operator as much as he can. There's 2 chasing after him. They're toying with him. I think they expect it. Oh, Badage is just jumping up. Microplay to allow his teammate to peek through.
They're just sprinting at him. Look at Monster coming around too.
It's the Hounds going after the Fox at this point. Masik trying to, you know, run away, but there's Monster that's found this flank, and there you have it, Ascend. They haven't lost a single round, I believe, this half.
Look, he was fine when it was just like the natural-born predators, the Hawkses. Hawkses,
yeah.
Foxes, the Hounds.
Foxes, Hounds.
When a literal, you know, monster comes out of the trees, it gets a little tougher. And yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like running through the smoke, the Sage Wall. It is tough. That's the wrong game.
That's the wrong game.
Also, why are you taking Cleanse Exhaust? Also, you own Heimerdinger, Aphelios, Hecarim. Those are the 3 champions you own, you sick person. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Back to Valorant, okay?
It's not my fault.
I know, boy.
They
but it was there, it triggered you.
The observers, not me.
Yeah, okay. Back to reality.
I actually need a warning before you bring up a League of Legends on my screen.
All right, Digital Athletics, how do they come back into this? For now, they're numbered down. Ruxic is alone, and he gets overwhelmed, really. Masik out here with a blade, with an elevated position, is able to do damage onto one, but quickly falling alive is taking full control of this game. No ace allowed as Deepman's Painshaw's to take care of him. Yeah. And it's Skyline a 1v2, not impossible. He's being revealed, so they know where he's coming from. Both peak simultaneously, and that is that Ascent. 1 round away from closing out map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, just call DA's B site fucking Pacific Caster because it's paper thin.
What's up with you today, Ender? What's up with you?
Okay, in my defense, I could not sleep last night. 0 hours. I'm holding on by a thread here, man.
Okay, we got you. Someone bring this man some caffeine. I don't know if that helps.
No, I think we've gone full circle already.
Full circle.
What? Hey! The Sage Wall for the better angle on the Raised Blast Pack?
Oh, Musashi is actually clearing out the way for the rest of his team. They've been stuck behind, they're being sprayed upon, but he's pulling them in with him. And that's the important part. And now, Digital Athletics, again, it is going to have to be a retake to get themselves a win.
Double screen push. This is a new look for Ascend. And they're coming around the corner. Kakin's waiting for it, but he just falls to Monster anyways.
Yeah, the cross-eye placement wasn't just right there. Alive deals with the Blades Baddy as well. It's all clean here from Ascend, and it looks like they may be getting a fully clean and flawless round to close this map out. Their opponents' map pick split falls into the hands of Ascend.
I think, look, things were going well for DA. Then there was a timeout called, and oh, the tables turned. That was brutal. I mean, Ascend just figured it out on their defensive side, got the retakes going, and then honestly, their attacks, they just ran into absolutely no resistance.
They knew exactly what they were doing on that attack, right? Fully clean on what Digital Athletics would be going, very well aware of their weaknesses as well. You know, once you have that sight, likelihood is that the round's going to fall into favor for you. So very nicely done for Ascend, and it seems they're set up nicely for the maps to come as well. How do you feel it unfolding? How did Digital Athletics get back into the right state of mind to win?
Well, someone once told me that Ascent and Turkish teams go well together. So that's where we're headed next.
Big chance, big chance. Are we ready for a break? Break ready. See you here in a bit.
Ascend secure their own map pick 13-6, putting themselves in the lead, but it did start off a little wobbly, if I do say so myself, because I'm not gonna lie, Digital Athletics really did put forward a performance that had us thinking, okay, this can go to distance.
It could have. I was genuinely surprised, right? The attacking side starts so good for Digital Athletics. They're absolutely putting in the effort to make Ascent feel that uncomfortable with the composition they are playing first time in an official game.
What I loved about Digital Athletics, the game plan, especially on attack, was to not enforce their attacking power into the solid defense setups that Ascend had. So they tried to take those small individual duels that actually gave them advantage and separate Ascend.
The most important part, though, right here is we've often seen, in my eyes, that it was at the beginning of the time a little bit of a scared Ascent, right, Tux? It was not actual confidence that I would have believed in that could have been witnessed. And that is something that Digital Athletics really witnessed well. And Digital Athletics really abused perfectly at the beginning of the game.
And they had the momentum. To be fair, I could have actually imagined them going with a positive score on attack. But what I love the most is the space that Ascent started taking on A side. That gave them a very huge momentum.
Can I remind you of one thing, though?
Yeah.
It was a 5-2 at one point. And ever since, they only got one round. One.
One's all they get.
One round.
One
is all they get.
One is all they get, yeah. One thing that we did see a swap in the way that Ascend was playing. The first couple of rounds, maybe first game jitters, just, you know, you're getting into the groove of things. Round number 6, however, that was really the turning point, because that's when they were like, actually, wait, we're Ascend. We can do this.
Exactly. Timeout came in. Pause has been right now used, and NBS gave a clear call. Wherever it was, most importantly, be more aggressive. Let them know that those main positions are not for free. First thing that happened was B main wall, denial of that position. Brody, pardon, Monster was coming with a live. You're not staying in front of A main for me. And suddenly it all crumbled because they showed presence, because they have no information duelist and no information player in that sense. So why not actually take the information by even finding kills?
And that was like one of the best decisions that Ascend made in this match, because you really don't want a team like Digital Athletics to be roaming around the map, and especially split as they wish, because they're gonna grab those heads and turn around in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely, because we highlighted as well for Digital Athletics the fact that when they are playing individually, their power that they have, very much synonymous to the Turkish region, it's something to be scared of. And another thing that we highlighted, though, from Digital Athletics, and that was more on the negative side, was the fact that when we're looking at their success rate on the retake, it was 31%. They're the last ones in the tournament. And round 17 is just another highlight of that.
I think it's just because also not just the utility they use, it's also like, I think the utility that is being used is used for individual effect only. Like, I cannot see any utility that's being used to help a teammate or whatever. The timing is not in sync. The reason they also, like, as we can see, they know that Ascend didn't use much utility while executing. You have to keep on counting how many flashes been used, how many smokes, how many whatever, cooldowns, etc, etc. But as we can see, they didn't pick B Heaven to actually retake on that position. They actually picked the connector, which is so bad. It's such a narrow place. You really need this space. You really need multiple angles for Ascent to actually take care of, and that's why you got punished instantly, because it's just there's not enough space to actually retake.
Yeah, we said it as well when we're coming on to Split, how important it was for Ascent to actually secure that, but also for Digital Athletics if they want to push Ascent to their limits and potentially see Fracture. We're now going to be heading on to the Split. We've seen what both of these teams are capable of the roster, and it feels like the story of the very cohesive, united front of Ascent came through after that pause, and most likely they're going to be sticking into that.
I think I've said it at the beginning, this is like the map that you need to win as Digital Athletics if you want to be comfortable, if you want to actually bring it to the third, if you want to go to Fracture and win early on. That didn't happen at all, and this is really concerning at this point in time, because Ascent is such a strong map for Ascent.
And also, it's such a weak map for Digital Athletics. They're inconsistent in this map, and I think from what we've seen in Split, Ascent mid is gonna be chaotic.
Yeah.
The operator will come up from both sides, Alive and Messick, especially when we saw Messick grabbing the operator on 4th round on Split, on attack as well.
Yeah.
But that is such a crucial point, because as harsh as that's gonna sound, that operator didn't do anything. That operator was not useful for Mastic at all.
Yeah, and that's also a little bit of a sticky situation to be in, to say so the least, because you're using your credits to buy that operator. You could have gotten a rifle. You could have, you know, done something more. I mean, Khan buying rifle himself, the economy.
The matter of fact is that we once have been devolving into this half shield meta where money matters.
Oh my god.
And then we're all about one guy getting the operator again and again and again. An attack side operator on split, that is super rare. Mastic pulled it off. And this is one of the most important things considering particularly Ascent, because this is a map that is operator heavy as hell.
And also we saw Alive using the operator on attack, and it actually became impactful when Alive used it. So it's like paying back what Mastic did. So I like these situations between the players. Okay, you're playing up on attack, I'm playing on up attack. I'm gonna show you how it's gonna be played. So I can see Alive actually doing really great, and Mastic, he needs to step up, since we actually know all he does is get that operator running, and if it is actually on the run, they won't be having any issues.
Yeah, so I guess in that sense, it comes down to the fact that from Digital Athletics, we're expecting individual performances to be stepping us, whereas when we're looking at Ascent, they eventually found their groove in last map, so we're expecting them to carry that momentum forward.
I think those first 6 maps, as we've just mentioned, the first 6 rounds, excuse me, as we've just mentioned on Split, this was not the Ascent. It was a sleepy Ascent. They were still tucked in their bed, you know, good night stories from NBS. Exactly. And then they actually came alive.
Adaptation.
Purely adaptation, but also like being, oh, we have to play an official again kind of vibe. You know, when you're really not in the vibe.
It's like the wake-up point.
Yeah, exactly. It was the wake-up point. And I think this is the most important part, particularly talking about Ascent. On Ascent, on their attack side, they're super late, they're super waiting it out, try to do a lot with mid-round. Again, I think there is no big defense competitor with Digital Athletics.
Well, I don't think Digital Athletics... are we talking about defense?
We're talking about Digital Athletic defense.
I think they're going to play super aggressive. I think the mid is going to be huge. I don't think they're going to trying to eliminate Ascent movements on attack, on mid especially. That's how they used to play. We saw also the A main control or a B main control coming outside from them, but they're always getting punished due to the lack of experience and actual defense setups. If we're going to talk about attack strategies and defense strategies, if I'm gonna come up with an attack strategy, it's much more easier for me to come up with an attack strategy than actually coming up with a solid defense setup, especially with a team that had so many roster changes.
Yeah.
That's why the defense is so shaky.
But when we're looking at Ascent on their defensive side, it started off a little shaky, but it was when they became proactive, when they started pushing for space, when they started actually trying to get that space and get that control early on in the round, that it worked out in their favor. Are we expecting Digital Athletics to just rip a page out of their book? Because individually, they're so skilled. No, okay, never mind.
No. Question done. No, but realistically, we're talking about a team that is on Ascent. Both are playing super meta. You know, the classic double initiator.
I'm gonna add something on top of
Go
this.
ahead.
I think also because they have Brody in hand, he actually is a very, very decent IGL. I think that played such a good part on the defend on Split. I think that gave them a huge edge, by the way.
Yeah, but this brings us to the point of the compositional aspect where we're talking about double initiator on both sides. One thing that was not present on Split was information gather on the side of Ascent. That is absolutely present this right around. Even as Yusuf just mentioned, Brody is on the Sova. He can pretty much dictate when information comes in, besides the defense protocols they have, which allow them to always kind of know where everyone is. That makes it quite interesting.
And we talk about the E abilities, like for example, the Guiding Light, it's regeneratable. It is the Recon Dart, and when you actually link these up, for example, and then you link up a Trailblazer afterwards, for example, or whatever, KO knives, these utility are very well known to be used on timing. First 20 seconds, I'm using my Recon Dart, getting this information. After 15 seconds, before like the half count time of the Recon Dart is coming down, I'm gonna use the Guiding Light, for example, or KO Knife. I adjust my timing while using these utilities. That's how I get information.
So utility uses will be key, but also individual players stepping up, playing.
I don't want to see Fade, though.
You don't?
Yeah,
Not a fan.
Not from digital athletics. I don't want to see the.
Okay, well,
I want to see the normal.
we're gonna answer your question, or at least your wish in that regards, whether or not Fade will be picked out. That's not going to be the case. I know you're a huge KO fan, and
Yes.
that with the combination of the Sova for both of these rosters, information gathering galore.
Yes, I'm gonna go with Musashi here.
Okay.
We've seen him on the race performing enough for Team Ascend, but right now, Musashi is in his powerful role.
Yeah, he really is. I mean, most importantly, starting off things in the sense of that we are not seeing any compositional changes from what we've seen previously. Jet, KO, Sova, Omen, Killjoy. It's the absolute class.
Standard.
It's absolutely standard. Most importantly, what I'm worried about, Digital Athletics, they need a strong start. They need a good start.
Yeah.
This is their worst map considering pistol win rate. 10 pistols played, 2-1. It's miserable for them. And I think
Isn't
this
that like your solo queue stats?
that is absolutely not my solo queue stats because I carry. But either way, most importantly, the momentum is not even going to be swinging with them from the start. We need to take a look at that happening because they start on defense. They start on their weak side.
It's do or die for Digital Athletics because you only get to play your opponent once, and you need to get those points in the bag as soon as possible. The game is ready, and this is their chance to do or die. We're going to be heading over to our casters, Pop, Wolves, and Ender. Hi, guys.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Hello. Hello. Oh, it's nice to have you on the same screen as us.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Now get out of here.
Get out of here.
It's our
Goodbye.
time. It's about us, not the teams. It is about those guys, actually.
It is about those
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Although you are getting increasingly taller again, and I'm afraid for the longevity of me feeling good about my height.
Just ascending.
Ascending slowly. It's Ascension after all.
It's
so-
Ascension. Ascend is playing. We're on Ascend. It's Ascend.
This wasn't
Cubed.
even planned.
Cubed. The 3x. Right? You got squared, then you got cubed. I don't know what comes after cubed.
Anyway, and it's also
Quadrangle.
Ascent. So, yeah, we're talking about a map where we know Turkish teams can be very, very good at. So this is the opportunity for them to, you know, grab themselves back into it. But after all, it's also Ascend's map pick. So they're well prepared for it. They know what they're getting into heading into this match. It's a mirror comp. It's a matter of which teams plays that comp better than the other.
And look, this is a Jet Kingdom map, right?
Yeah.
Alive definitely going to be switching, especially when you go over to the defense, getting the up in line. See, I was just ascending again. But I would say starting on defense for Digital Athletics, very, very important that they win this opening pistol for themselves. If you win the pistol, you can get the op online as early as round 3, maybe even round 4. If you don't, then you're buying rifles and you're probably getting that op online on round 5, 6. It just ends up delaying that, and that is an absolute game changer on this map.
Seems to be frenzy meta on the Ascend side, as 3 players do have that very nasty gun.
Even after the nerfs, people still loving it.
Yeah, of course. Great for the pistol round. See if they can take this aggression with that gun over to this B side. There's 2 hiding out onto the back end of it. It's Deepman's with first blood. He is in trouble as Kakan has got loads of utility at his feet, but Ascend are able to take care of the defenders and take over the side.
Yeah, it's like trying to look for something a little bit early, but all 4 players can be bundled up on site. Now, Monster and Batty G pretty low. Brody, too. This is not unwinnable by any means. Not much utility to work with. Skyland's only going to have the single flash, going to send it way above Boathouse, and then they swing down lane.
Ruxic moving in. He finds a dink through the box. Batty G ends up falling. Can they find them quickly enough? Yes, they do. Brody's alone. The IGL, order to Frenzy in hand, runs out of bullet, but it's a bullet between the wall and himself to end up finishing his life. It's going to be Digital Athletics on the board first.
Yeah, again, going to supercharge towards that operator for Masek. And on top of that, too, just great little flash. The one piece of util from Skyland not only hits the players, but giving that halo, and I think it was the Omen playing back triple. It was actually really meaningful. Guaranteed there was a player around that corner. They could finish them off. Very, very nicely done because Ascend sort of blitzed into that site, but then Skyland was able to just flood into the site there, running straight in behind Ruxic, and they win yet another pistol.
That they do. Okay, I'm really excited about this one heading into this map because I know Digital Athletics, when it matters most, they do perform. After all, the way that they got to Ascension was via a lower bracket run. So when, you know, when it gets real hot, that's when they perform.
Now backs against the wall after losing that opener of Split. Fracture to come up next. Now important to note, because Masek went for the Bulldog in this round, that doesn't leave him with the option of an operator in round 3. So looking at round 4 for that one. And Alive already been dinked out just a little bit, so he is going to be absolute paper. Oh man, I mean, he got the tag, actually.
Yeah, both of them, I think, hit the shots, but it's Masic that takes most damage because it was to his head.
I feel like you should take damage as Jett if you dash into the wall like that from alive. Like, you just went head first after taking the shot.
You probably should get stunned as well.
Yeah, a concussion? Yeah,
Concussion.
sure. It's like you get breach-e'd.
Skyland holding with that judge can be so deadly, but they're being cautious as Sendar. Slowly but surely they'll walk in. Paranoia doing a bit. Skyland want to create space between himself and his opposition and gets it done by the end. Fragment to assist. He's alone here, but he's got reinforcements are arriving. Another position for Massa to take on. He can't be too aggressive as he's low. Skyland gets the job done. So the side under control of the Digital Athletics side. And Ascend will slowly but surely drop. Monster gets one before he falls, but that's all she wrote as Digital Athletics get a second.
That was all 5 players, I believe, from DA going for the buys all the way down to 0. So a couple of kills do matter a little bit in the overall scheme of things, but at the end of the day, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the shoulder got clipped. That should be at least 2 HP off. That would be meaningful.
Yeah, then have environmental kills, not only from full damage. That'd be interesting. Another element to the game.
Yeah, what if Jett could just headbutt her way through the doors? Power through.
The power of the wind.
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
All right, so now, of course, with Ruxic and Skyland going to be down on Sheriffs, a little bit of a gamble has to be taken. That's where Mask is going to be playing. Actually, no utility to scout out the position he's taken here. Now knows exactly what's going on with Sashi, just gets a little bit of damage, and with only moments left on the dash, you'd imagine he would try to leave, but he doesn't.
Slow Ben Star for this round for a second.
He didn't have any cloud burst to try and get out there, so he was locked in no matter what.
Oh, Masic misses all of his shots, and so does Thiefmans. The flash was perfect, but they couldn't get to it on time.
Yeah, just trying to go for that death fight out in mid, only with the 3 rifles. And once you get stuck in a corner like that, you're
done.
You're just inviting the swing off of some utility. So you want to take that fight to him a little bit early. Of course, it ends up losing it for DA this time around, but the idea is correct.
Hey, look, there is a world where Kakan can do a lot onto this B site with all of his utility. That's just the world, I'm just saying that.
Is it Earth?
Possibly, whether it's in a different dimension.
But is it Omega or Alpha?
Is it Omega or Alpha? That is also
30 seconds left.
True. But yeah, the nanoswarms gets enabled, some of them destroyed.
Yeah, I don't think anything's happening here. At least they did recover.
Ooh.
They got both Bulldogs up in
Right.
mid by sending all players up into market, but with 2 players actually holding into B main, good luck.
The real meat and potatoes for Digital Athletics right now is to take
Spike planted.
as many weapons as possible out of the hands of Ascend. That's what Kakan is going to try and go for. He's got the assistance of Ruxic right next to him, and it's, of course, Skyland again to fuck with the cursed kill, but maybe there's a chance to win the entire round! Kakan's brain is huge, sprays to the smoke, and ends up on top. Brody with a double to bring his team right back up, but the damage has already been done. Ruxic all the way around, Dinkaroo ends up the job. TP, is it a fake? Is it a guarantee? Alive thinks it's a fake. Well, it's Ruxic committing to the right-hand side. He's going to waltz in, but the spike is directly planted to the feet of Alive. And he's so good at these clutch positions, and he's going to guarantee it with 5 points of health. It was so close, but it's Ascend that come out on top, losing 4 of the 5 players.
Brutal. Ruxic just needed 1 bullet, but well-timed swing there. Is able to secure the round, and you know what? Shame on me for doubting. You said Kakan was going to be able to find something. He managed to do some unholy things running down the lane there, and I love the idea from Ruxic. Just little shy on that final kill. Means Ascend get it, but won't be comfortable by any means.
Thank you.
Starting to get a little bit more difficult for both sides, actually, in that regard, until some momentum is being built up. This mid fight for Ascend has been, its game for, it's the way Ascend have been playing out throughout the entirety of Ascend. Taking its control is the way they take on this map, and it's clear that Digital Athletics are wary of it.
Yeah, there's usually like 2 fights going on besides mid. One is the attacking Killjoy, trying to maybe take some space into B main if she wants. The other is some kind of embed towards Wine. We got both in this round. With the heavy tree hits again, Alive has been very good at finding these openers. Going into tree, even on that second round, I believe was able to get 1. While DA were playing a little bit more heavily towards Wine, so now just leaving him as a solo player here. The rest of the team's going to work into B main. They lose Alive though, and now knowing no follow-up is going to be in behind it, this makes the position of Ruxic so much more powerful.
There's still a fragment available from Sashi. Will he read to throw in that direction. No, instead he's focusing towards the side, and that's where Ruxic finds the opportunity to swing. 2 kills already for him. Hunter's in his direction, Paranoia, and the sidestep, it's beautiful.
30 seconds
He doesn't need any friends. Yeah, he's got Massic now to help out, but he said, I've done it all now. Why are you joining in? I want a Quadra. Brody's going to swing little bit by little to try and find a kill before he inevitably drops. They line up for him. It's Ruxic with a Quadra by the end of it, and that's Digital Athletics starting to gain a lead.
Fantastic timing off of Ruxic right there. Ascend were gambling a little bit in hoping that their Jet was going to win out in the fight after getting that opener. Alive didn't quite get it, but it wouldn't have mattered, quite frankly, because no clear going in back here. I think Brody actually had the drone as well. They had tools to try and clear out Wine, even just send a body back there to check it out, but felt comfortable enough, I suppose, with finding the one fight in tree, and ended up being the wrong call for them.
Get out of my way!
Rough time for Ascend here, as Digital Athletics have completely depleted them on funds.
The entire round is going to be Alive, and Alive is just solo waltzing up mid with those knives in hand. He's up here quick.
He's dashed in even without seeing anybody yet. Goes through, and it's Massic to deal with him. No, it's Kakan actually, but you know, Massic gets the job done as well. Everybody's got to play in this. And yeah, all the chance that Ascend would have had out. You know, thrown out of the window. No more hopes. So yeah, you could at least call this round over. Let's see if they do any damages though. Massic. They're holding all out. No issues, but Musashi's actually able to cleaning up. A little bit too far to collect the weapon himself. They would have loved to have a couple of Vandals right now.
If Musashi can just get one kill here, that's perfect. He'll instantly have the ultimate going into next round.
And the pressure he puts him from mid might allow Brody to move through, but no, that just doesn't happen. Digital Athletics just keep it going, 4-1.
I mean, honestly, it's fine. I think you look at rounds like that, especially once they get out of hand, and it's all about like what are the minor victories you can take. Musashi getting the kill plus the death means 2 ult orbs, means he has his null command, which means that Monster can be the one to take the orb and now get the lockdown off of that. Entry, just a little bit unfortunate. Not much Alive could do mid updraft there with the good tracking coming out of the Massic. False, but they have the option for a very, very powerful hit here. One of the things I really like when you have like 2 big power ults like this too, is Monster can farm that orb, but you can actually save the lockdown theoretically for post-plant. You just want to blitz into the site with the KO. You don't need to necessarily use both to clear that space initially. Well, here's that operator from Massic. So round 6, it's been delayed. Makes these mid-round pivots much more challenging. Because it was spotted out by the knife, though, you can see Massic is repositioning, and that opens up a lot of uncomfortability. With just the Cloudburst hitting market, now there's threat, hey, someone could have crossed into our spawn. And while that peek isn't super common, someone holding that angle when you try to go for the rotate is, and an operator trying to move past that, not easy.
A lot of sensitive positions. Held by a thread. Send double back, Spike back to safety as they try to garner mid-control. Not to be greeted by the defenders, as the Turkish team of Digital Athletics are just holding back. Now, the ultimate attack, as we can see, might be this B site. It looks a bit more open, and Kakan is a bit out of position. So if they hit right now, it could be an opportunity, but he finds cover as they start to break through. Kakan there, not alive for long. And that's the B site now fully under the control of Ascend. Let's see if Digital Athletics have got what it takes for this retake.
Yeah, they're going to have to take their time, just wait out that null command for the time being. Spike could have been given over to Monster for the ultimate. Instead, he goes into Brody. There's a flank option. Nothing actually watching that in terms of a turret. May have been broken earlier.
Those small details can cost quite a bit, so Ascend better hope they win this round, or else they'll be hitting themselves for not putting Monster on that ultimate. But they're being closed in on, all of them playing on site. No one outside to try and do chaos or try to find a rotation. This is all a matter of holding down this fort. They're being delayed a little bit. Massic taken care of. Little by little, Ascend are on top, but this is desperate attempts to find a kill from the Digital Athletics side, and they're all to no avail. Skyland will be the final piece to drop, and there you have it, Ascend with a second round of their own on the board.
Very nicely done. DA not really left a lot of time to work with on that retake because the null command lasted so long. That spike went down seconds after it got initially cast, I believe. And then they just perma-stall that with one-way smokes. The operator has no real angle to get into the fight. Even the swing at the end is gorgeous, teleporting across, double peeking from opposite ends. There's 1-for-1 at best for the surviving member of DA. Ascend have locked in now to try and come back. Actually, Masic went for the op again here, while the rest of the team has nothing to work with.
It's a perfect opportunity for Ascent to start trailing right back up.
All the scouting continues to find Masic early on, though.
These are all so fickle positions, so careful. And it's Masic to eventually find that opener. That's exactly what he's been looking for the past 3 rounds.
There's a recon dart, or rather, the recon knife coming out from Skyland, also spotted alive down bottom mid. So that's going to mean DA aren't super concerned about a fast exec into one of these sites. Again, Kakin's been able to take a position over towards Wine. This time around, surely Ascend would want to clear that out if they swing into that, but I think the swing is going to be over towards the B site. DA playing pretty soft for the time being over on that side of the map, but they have the lockdown to play with.
So that, from the shadows, revealed 3 players of Ascent. They know that the attack onto this B site, so the setup is already coming forward from Digital Athletics. It might not even come down to a retake if they've got enough players here in time. And if you look at Ascent, they haven't crossed forwards yet, which is exactly why Masic is there to handle them in time. Brody finally getting a kill for Ascent, but it's all just collapsed. There's no one left for Ascent to deal with it.
Deepman's found 2 with the Sheriff there. Absolutely insane.
Brody will do Captain Fed shot onto Ruxic, but it is just not good enough. Surrounded by all edges. And that's Digital Athletics find their way back into the game, keeping that lead in their favor.
I mean, they had an op and Sheriffs going into that. Kakin didn't even have to use the ultimate. Wait, did Deepman's accidentally ult? Am I crazy? I hope that's in the replay package. I may be completely trolling, but he had ult at the end of the round.
Let's have a look at it.
And now he doesn't.
Now he doesn't.
And he got the last kill with his gun,
so
which implies that he
used
couldn't
it
have his ult out.
right at the end of the round.
Probably. Well, you know what? You get 2 kills with the Sheriff like that, you win the round for your team. We're going to let it slide. We're going to let it slide. Oh. Just checking out for a little boost tech.
Yeah, Masic is always going to be annoying with that operator.
You should run.
Got to be careful what positions you're peeking, but yeah, now with a lockdown available for Monster, they'll try and take early space onto the B side. Blades enabled. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to walk through as soon as it drops back. Masic on top, but Monster deals with him quickly. Deepman's behind the smoke. That's ultra aggressive. He gets punished, and that's going to be Ascend on top. Paranoia dropping early. Digital Athletics are not going to hold back. They're going in for the fight straight away. They're not patient. They don't need to be patient because Kakan can. And now, can they deal with the rest? Yes, they can. Brody is down and out, and that's Digital Athletics showing superiority on this retake.
I wonder how much of this from DA is specific prep or just how they like to play the map, because this is 2 times now on those B plants where Ascend have had 2 players left in B main and DA have just ignored it, right? Remember, I think it was like round 3, I believe, as well, where they just went sprinting down lane, ignored
we get the replay
fight there. Oh yeah, okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's all good. It's all good. They win the round because Kakin gets that push down into the site. You know, those B main players have to be able to find the window where they can peek out of the smoke and punish whoever's running down lane. But if someone just runs downstairs and kills everyone on site, it sucks to be playing B main, I guess.
And familiar position that Ascend were in that previous map. They did have a slow start, but I don't think the lead did get to 4 rounds. So the timeout comes in. I understand it. I respect it. Trying to draw yourself back in. Again, NBS is the coach that was with Ascend when they won champions, when they were the best team in the world. So that's a lot of brain power to have behind you. So these timeouts from Ascend are really OP.
I mean, literally, they just went, I think they lost 1-2 rounds after the timeout. They took back on split.
Broken.
Wild, wild stuff. Now, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think this is the round they immediately win.
No. Give it a break for a bit. Unless we see them cook. I'd love to see that, but I don't know how they would. Ascent is pretty basic with what you can do.
I mean, the thing is, even if DA run into some trouble, they've got fantastic ultimates to sort of fight back with. It'll be Marshall Kingdom Marshall Sheriff Kingdom on the attack, so they'll look for something. Now, you might wonder, like, why is Massive looking for that angle? Because there's no Blade Storms on the opposite side to go for the boost to, like, fight you there, but sometimes teams will use that to get the scouting against an operator, so that's why he's initially holding that spot right off the bat.
And he instantly rotates over to mid, right? Another position to put pressure on, while Ascend have actually placed the player deep into short. Musashi is taking care of it.
It's the most important thing when you're opping on this map, is being very, very mobile. I mean, just opping in general, too. You constantly want to be mixing up the positions you're playing and punishing teams, because once they see you towards Cat, then you have to use utility to re-clear your way in. Not much utility for Ascend to work with this time around, but theoretically in a full buy round, they'd be using some of that to scout all this out. That means mid might be a little bit more open, or reposition to B main, something like this can always be mega, mega value.
Yeah, that dagger, spotting out 3 players. Really important. And from that, Ascend just elect to back away from it.
That's gnarly. Deep Man sending out those shock darts to tree, to outside of tree from lane, getting a tag and a half there.
Monster outgunning his opponent with a Marshall. Masic having to drop back. And unfortunately for him, he does miss the shot, leaving Deep Man alone. There's a Vandal to hands on Musashi, which is a perfect kind of deal with Deep Man's position. And all of a sudden, I think Digital Athletics' defense has crumbled.
Oh, this is rough. Skyland still has the ultimate, but Kakin going down makes it really, really awkward. He's got the operator to try and retake too. You're just going to get perma-swarmed by smokes and stall.
This is difficult, really difficult. And you can choose to use an ult command, but most of the utility of Ascend has already been used. Where's the value in that? Alive, really quick kill to fall into Masic. No more operator in play, but Ruxic picks it up. There's a chance that they drop back from this. They don't fully believe in Skyland's abilities here. Goes in forwards, that's 1 kill, but it's quickly traded. And I'm afraid that is it for this round for Digital Athletics. Ascend expertly take care of this round, and let me guess, after the timeout.
Yeah, I tell lies, but okay, well, we're gonna say that's a little bit more about the individual players shooting, I think, than the timeout.
NBS buff, I'm saying it right.
Okay, yeah, fair.
But yeah, no, insane shooting.
That was just goofy.
And quick
they're able to make that
decision-making.
happen. Yeah, I mean, picking up the rifle in mid there was obviously a big deal. I have to feel like maybe slipping just a little bit, because it was even a 5 versus 4 that it slipped away. It's just Kakin over peeking in mid. Playing Killjoy and looking for that fight is a major error. Just inviting Ascend back into the round, giving the rifle over. If anyone's going to take that peek, it's going to be your Jet. Certainly not your stall power over towards the B site. Certainly not your most powerful retake ult in the lockdown.
This is actually quite aggressive from Masic. He's peeked through short, but I don't think he's walked out that much so far.
Right, but they have the double hold from bottom mid, just spotting out to make sure no one top mid can go out for that wide swing to sort of escort the operator.
The support. In the meantime, a bit of scouting activity taking place to the garage area. Not gonna lie, this game has been fairly slow paced, right? Leaving it to the last moments of each round, where the pressure is on, where utility's been depleted, and it's been the style for both of these teams so far.
I think that's a world that Ascend really like to play in. And everyone's chugging through the utility. They want to go take those 50-50 fights. Here though, Musashi, nice flash to enter alive in. And not overcommitting on the mollies there from the nanostorm from the Killjoy. A lot of times you just see both of those instantly popped, but leaving one with the alarm bot down there still. Maintains control over tree. Now Ascend are going to reposition for a little pinch into the B site, but it's 2 players double holding on lane. Ooh, unique setup here.
30 seconds left.
It is.
They're going to fall boathouse.
They will. Musashi can't quite walk forwards just yet, and he gets sprayed upon from Ruxic, and now it's Digital Athletics on top. But as history's shown before, they will go aggressive before the site's been taken over. Skyrim with a double. Ruxic holds on. There's pressure from all sides from this Turkish team.
Just a little bit more. Swing me.
Gets baited. And will end up falling the inevitable demise in a flawless round from Digital Athletics to put them to 7.
Oh yeah, that was gorgeous. Instantly flooding out, like you mentioned. And the 2 players backside also, as soon as the people running down lane are like, wait a second, are we getting pushed behind us now too? Yeah. I mean, the double spam through the wall.
Flawless.
And I think that's where another kill took place as well onto Musashi.
Well, I think that was all Skyland's utility, by the way, because you had the fragment that blocked off stairs, and then a flash that made them run away from hard holding the CT angle straight into that cubby. Seems ready for them on the spam too.
Nothing.
You love it.
Right-hand side leniency for now. Of course, the dagger does spot a couple of them.
Here.
I respect the blind op shot through the smoke.
So there's a prolonged lineup happening towards this A site, clearing out wine, trying to bait Digital Athletics. That's the A hit that's happening.
Yeah. Now, Masic did use his dash very early into the round, just primed it when he went for that shot down tree. So it actually makes it a lot harder to re-peek into mid. Much more of a chance you get retraded, especially because mid can be a little bit more open. You can swung from multiple angles. Makes it tougher. No challenge going to come in now from Ascend. They're going into B.
Look how far Musashi's pushed up onto the A site, actually. He gets one kill and gets out of there. But Digital Athletics are not budging. They're not falling for it. They know that the main fight for Ascend here is going to have to be this B site. Lockdown dropping, Masic, accurate. And this is falling really quickly for Ascend. They're not succeeding, but BaddyG puts his team on his back and carries them to the take of the site. Lockdown taken care of. Musashi out. We're looking at a 1
We got a
versus
Omen
1.
1v1, baby. BaddyG down to 45 HP. Ruxic not super high either.
Omen.
Got a smoke, a teleport. He's going to drop the one-way in the center, forcing BaddyG backside.
Oh, Ruxic doesn't actually know where BaddyG is. He swings, Quadra, and Ascend on 4.
BaddyG fighting tooth and nail out of that one. I mean, even just the mad sprint to try and find the lockdown on site. Had a second left on that. Or just instantly cooked the round.
Last player
Oh, clutch by BaddyG.
Just
there.
mowing him down.
Got quite a bit chaotic there, and yeah, the one that is manages to supersede all that chaos will come out on top. So, in return, Digital Athletics bring out a timeout themselves. They had quite the lengthy lead. Ascend keeping fairly close. They've got a leash on their opponent, to say the least. And they're hoping for an 8th round in this half.
I mean, what they know coming into this is Musashi has ultimate, Monster is going to want to farm an orb to get the lockdown. So that's immediately the discussion that's going into this round. Now, where do we think that's most likely? Well, the Killjoy utility frequently has been over towards the B site. And because you have KO ultimate rather, another one of those K agents, you can actually just force into the Killjoy. So it wouldn't super shock me if Ascend wanted to re-go into that B site. I think DA have the initial right read, actually mixing it up. They've got a Nano Swarm over on the A site this time around. Kakin can play over there if he so pleases. I would personally rather see the Jet Operator look for an early fight in one of the mains, because that is going to be the early idea, you would imagine. Try and play for some kind of an orb, although actually it is Monster on extremity control again. So Ascend giving up the option to have that ultimate immediately on a site hit and looking perhaps for a late lurker, activating that later into a round.
Aggressive for Digital Athletics on the left-hand side. They'll figure out a lot of information, taking down the turret.
Because they know
might even push further.
They know exactly what Ascend are trying to do. It's just they guessed the wrong side of the map, and Ascend are playing for this A side.
The thing is, they don't quite know if Ascend is stuck around in this A, so they're trying to figure it out by pushing themselves. Masic doesn't connect, drops back. And they may have to concede this angle. They've left the bot there to assist Masic in the fight, while they've left Kakan to move towards mid and assist Deepmans in this endeavor. But no challenge in that direction from Ascend. They instead are heading towards shore.
Yeah, they've loved sending Alive in just to find a pick, not even executing into the A site, but a nice fragment will stall that out. Alive was still looking for it. You can see how much he wants to take it.
And 2 spotted. Digital Athletics have got the info that there's a big short play in place. But at the same time, Ascend are quick to react, heading towards the left-hand side.
Yeah, DA thought it was a fake. They literally rotated the jet off, and it is, right? They show the presence now moving out.
It's a fake on a fake on a fake, really. And Ruxic may be in trouble with that cover. No, he doesn't reveal himself. He didn't even want to play for Trigger Discipline, but it works out for him. And now BaddyG needs to entangle his team out of this one. Oh boy, the strings are really tied together. Paranoia to the corner, Ruxic wins it out. Masic there to assist Digital Athletics on double the amount of rounds Ascent have on this half.
Nice read from DA. I mean, throughout it all. I liked what they were doing with their defense, especially that last round, contesting early for B main, then all of a sudden realizing, hey, they're anticipating the site fake. And I think they're doing that off of 2 rounds ago when Musashi still had the ultimate. He was walking out solo into A, didn't actually use the ultimate that round, was playing for the pick, but Musashi had actually pretty frequently been playing away from the rest of Ascend on that attacking side. The gamble paid off for them, and now sitting comfortably at the half to try and force us to fracture.
It's a great start, to say the least, for Digital Athletics. But now the attack called to action to perhaps
it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, right? For the athletes.
Exactly. It takes a while. You've got to pace yourself. Ascent aren't going to be able to sprint through this if Digital Athletics take this map. Although, I mean, statistically, Ascend would be favored on Fracture. Digital Athletics will at least have the chance to prove us wrong. But again, as precedented, mid-play coming through from Digital Athletics, fairly slow, trying to uncover any sort of pick, but fairly split, fairly polarized defense from Ascend.
A little dink and Alive can fall off of that angle. This is a little bit awkward now. There's no utility from Monster on this side of the map for the stall, so DA can get out here pretty quickly, but 2 players on site they got to get through.
But that was all the calm before the storm, because this is Digital Athletics starting to move in, and Ascend are quickly responding with the rotations, but Batty G can only hope for pot shots through the smoke. Brody, an off angle, he gets spotted, he gets flashed, but still Alive to take a life himself. Masashi's close into it, Batty G joining forces together, hand in hand, looking for those headshots. Oh, what a flick by Batty! And that's all it was required to take over this round. Ascend win the second pistol of this match.
Ascend right back into it, looking to get their own op online early for Alive. And it's again with another like fast like pre-take, right? The second the spike is being tapped, all of a sudden right around the corner of long, or of lane rather. It is just going to be Batty G
30 seconds
punishing so heavily. I mean, that's just a wicked little snap.
Someone was going on aim trainers in the practice range before this game, that's for sure. Clean. All right, and that's fairly similar to what we saw in the first map. One team gets the first pistol, the other gets a second, and I think it's in the exact same order, right?
Digital Athletics. Gentleman's agreement,
it's a gentleman's agreement. Get those 50-50
like,
rounds out of the way.
Let's decide Valorant off of rifle rounds, not these, you know, pointless, silly little pistol rounds.
Fnatic will beg to differ.
I mean, I think Fnatic will win in all the rounds, so it doesn't really matter.
True. I see a stark difference from their, well, are we going to call it a dynasty? No, I'm not going to call it a dynasty yet. But it's
the EMEA Classic.
Making.
The Kings.
The Kings.
The dynasty. The legacy.
And all those fans.
That's storytelling.
Insane. Masashi. Judge.
down A.
And Executioner. 2 to his name. Batty G there with a Bulldog. And some damage falling for Digital Athletics. It's not all that bad, and especially with Alive dropping, there's quite a significant amount of damage done. But Raxic turns his back to Monster, which won't be good enough to
Trade offer. Okay,
okay,
we get rid of pistol rounds, okay? And that also means we can get rid of judge rounds.
That's something for the teams to decide.
we could, you know, shake hands on it. There's got to be precedent for that somewhere. Be like, hey, let's just not do these silly things.
Let's not do pistol rounds. Let's not do judges.
Let's just give it up.
Would you say no to shorties? No, shorties can stay.
Yeah, shorties can definitely stay. I'm a shorty enthusiast. All right, rifles on the board. Not for Brody, but that's fine. He's just going to do the Burr thing into the wall anyways.
So the info that Ascend have so far is movement in mid, but also Raxic caught out by Dagger on the left hand, on A actually. And this is Alive elevated, delivering onto Skyline. They didn't really expect that, and he drops away.
That's a tough player to lose, although Masik has been able to move up mid, break the alarm bot, and was aware of a player in spawn rotating around.
And there might be a Killjoy and Killjoy fight onto this garage area. Slowly but surely, Kakan is falling, and he's actually going further and further forward. But who will greet one another? No, he just takes down the bot and drops back. But still, a lot of useful information for Ascend here that no aggression is happening towards B.
Drone's already been used. So if they want to execute in here, they probably need a Paranoia thrown out from main. That's where Ruxic is going. There's already a 3-stack over on this side of the map. 40 seconds going down as well. At least no smokes to worry about for the time being.
Yeah, trying to spray through a smoke right now for Masashi isn't the optimal call, but he goes forward, deep man, pre-fires it. Crazy.
30 seconds left.
Batty G, the first kill for Ascend here. And he keeps on giving. Alive in the smoke. Does get dealt with eventually, but this is actually close, 20 seconds. They got to get the spike down on time. Kakan doing a lot of damage here, but can he find more? He does spot where Brody is, but he's got to be wary because Monster's got his back line and doesn't have much health to work with. 7 seconds. Spike needs to go down. This is his time. Now or never. Has to commit with it. Can't leave away from it. And Ascend don't actually peek. They've given the opportunity for an equal fight to take place, but Monster from behind swings. And Ascend find themselves their bye round.
That was exactly how they needed to play it, right? First one that's going to be coming out is going to be Brody. Yes, you'll have the spike to go to the ground, but if you just swing off of the tap, that's how you're giving the 1v1s over. That was very nicely done at the end of it. Even though things got dicey for a moment, I love from Ascend the utility use, right? So BaddyG throws that little rat smoke on site, and then you have Brody not just helping finish out the round, but through the recon dart out that allowed the spam to come out from the 2 little ratty players on site, get a couple of kills, and stall out that hit so the plant could never come through.
And just like that, with Ascend winning this round, have closed up the gap. They were down 4 rounds before this half, but they haven't allowed Digital Athletics to gain a grasp of what this attack feels like yet. It's 8-7, a round between them. It could all be closed up completely after this. Aggression by Digital Athletics. Masic just keeps on walking, doesn't care about utility, and BaddyG just sprays on forward. It's a bit of a trade, not that worth it, but with the reveals allow Masashi to reign supreme, but not for long. This is a bit of a topsy-turvy. It goes back and forth all the time. A swing, perhaps. And Deepman keeps his team alive! Phantom kill, alive on top. He's got his knives out. And I think he's got Kakan's number, or does he? Both of them going for a bit of a stroll. Kakan patiently around that window, but they both miss each other.
Is Alive going to be able to deduce it? They're both dancing around each other. I mean, this reposition to Catwalk is insane. 0% chance Kakan would ever expect this.
Sneaky, beaky.
And it's so fast, too, because he has the knives out. He's moving at Mach 10.
Yeah. Going all the way around the world. Kakan finds a spike and places it. We might have overcooked this, to be fair. Phantom now collected.
He thinks he repositioned to main through sight. That's what he's watching for.
He might have been hurt, though, because there was a drop from the stair, and that's what costs his life. The misstep right at the end gives the round to Ascend to equalize the scales.
Certified Benoit Blanc right there from Alive. Around the world, gets to the bottom of the case. And we're all tied up, 8-8. I mean, what a ridiculous round. Because this, by the way, the fact that DA were even close to winning this, insane. The pistols and a rifle, and they're just making like D-mans here.
What?
Yeah, crazy stuff. But it all is a bit underwhelming by the end of it as Ascend continue the streak. And it was what the result that was expected, to be fair, given the difference in weaponry at the start of that round. But now we're looking at fairly even. Take this momentum that Ascend have gathered and try and bring their gameplay, their way of playing into place.
The tough thing, though, is that they haven't really seen a lot of like legit rounds, right? Because of the pistol, round 2, whatever. Like, I think this is one of those timeouts where it's more about like resetting than it is like having like a hard read on how your opponents are playing. Maybe you're starting to think about things like the operator that Alive is going to have enough money to purchase, stuff like that. Because the fact is, these rounds have been a little bit topsy-turvy in the way they've played. It hasn't been, consistent, the same strat over and over from Ascend. So it's just the audible of the call of what are we doing this round, right? How do we enact our ultimates? Lockdown Hunter's Fury coming in. A lot of times you'd see maybe an early drone to scout out for an A main peak. If you get a tag, play off that ultimate. If you don't run into anything, then you're opting into using the lockdown to full clear. I actually see the positioning, though, of how Ascend are holding the defense. Is they're aware lockdown may be coming in, so they're playing double up tree, player towards heaven. They're never going to be in a position where it's tough for them to get out. Just a small reposition of BaddyG, but he's got ultimate, he's got TPs. He can, that thing is moving!
That thing, the alarm bot just went for quite the run. It was alive for so long.
Okay. That's a digital athlete right there.
I think Brody can be a bit happy now because he's got an Odin, and they're coming towards him. He's got an opportunity to play Rambo here.
Is he Rambo or is he Odin? Because that's a literal god.
True.
I feel like you'd take the god.
Rambo greater than Odin confirmed.
I might be inclined to disagree on that, but we'll find out.
It will. I mean,
You should run.
we'll see. Lockdown. thrown in straight away.
Revealing area.
It is causing some rotations. Brody is waiting. Free fire on the Odin, so that won't work just yet. No much damage enabled Hunter's Fury to counteract the Killjoy lockdown. Ends up with a kill though. Masashi no more, so off of a disadvantage. Ascend need to retake.
A lot of chip damage coming through from the Shocks though. Down in numbers.
Waiting for the smokes to deplete. And just as they disappear, they start to walk in. Brody to lead the charge. He's not finding any success with these wallbangs, not just yet. A little bit of damage onto Deepmans, but isn't enough for the closer. He needs them now, but they're not just appearing yet. Ruxic delivers, and Brody's no more, alive as well. They drop like flies. Digital Athletics, so strong, so resilient, do not want to take any damage throughout it. They want to keep all of their players alive on the chase after Batty G, but he wants to keep the operator in play, not connecting the second shot. Monster forced to drop back. And there you have it, Digital Athletics not allowing Ascend to gain the lead this time around. No, they are the ones on top to put a knife on the board.
Yeah, they just blitzed right in there. Even in the 4-on-5, I feel like Ascend almost wanted to save. They were trying to look for any sort of spam kill, anything that would get them back in. Fact is, just wasn't possible. Whoa! You know what it reminds me of? Like little dog robots, you know? Just scurrying after you.
Yeah.
I think there was a genuine case, by the way, for Batty G to ult out there with the operator just to save it. I think that Omen ult, let's be honest, it's more of a scouting ult on defense, and to save the op, you go for the eco play there. That could have been pretty high value.
Masic head-to-head with Alive in mid. Of course, it's an operator versus Marshall.
My ult's
It's
ready.
Masic that comes out on top. Good first lead. It feels like Digital Athletics, when they find most success, is off of the back of them playing with numbers advantage.
100%. Now just slow, regrouping, getting the pack in for this take. They're not going to leave wine or anything unchecked. Been very diligent with the utility. Not even instantly pushing off of it either. They truly are waiting for all 5 players, but this has allowed people to get in from Ascend. We've got the whole team ready to stop this one.
A kill and attack from Masashi, but they're all quickly being, you know, dealt with, for sure. Brody with a shorty.
He picked up a rifle. Oh no, that's just a Marshall.
It's still a rifle.
It's a rifle right there.
And there's a Vandal.
Spike planted.
Oh, not too bad. Skyline was actually at 9 points of health. One more bullet, and all of a sudden, I think Brody would have had a round just out of nowhere.
They op evaded them at the very end. Honestly, based. Get that operator away from the attacking side of this map. Get it going. Get it going. We want the dive to go crazy on the entries. Obviously, high impact there with the player peeking into the mid, but that got really dicey at the end.
Look at that. Give him another half a second and that clutch would have been his. But we're looking at Ascend now. They've got 4 ultimates in play. I wouldn't be surprised if they do lose this to drop into a timeout. So they need to get some momentum go their way because you can't allow Digital Athletics to run away with this. Hunter's Fury trying to find himself a delay for the opposing
and
side.
what it's done is it's let Masic into sight. The rest of the team is stuck in B main.
Split apart.
He didn't over-peek for the heaven push, but now he is, and this could be trouble.
Algernon, it doesn't spot him. They've got no idea Masic
You're
is here.
kidding.
And he's going to be able to sweep past it. He gets 1 kill. Brody is low. Can he finish the deal with his blades? Brody runs away. Lockdown enabled. Ascend want to fight this right here, right now. But Digital Athletics take the fight to them. Into 3 they go. They're blinded by the paranoia. Monster finds 2. Batty G joins in. Ascend are cleaning house. And Ruxic is all to himself. He can hear the spike being pinged out. He can hear the bullets flying towards him. He finds 2 kills, but it's not going to be enough. It's already defused halfway, and the round is going to Ascend.
These rounds are absolutely nuts, man. What is going on? The fact that Masic gets up underneath heaven, goes for the jump up off of the flash from Skyland's KO, gets him the 1 kill, can't quite finish off the second. The wall just a little bit too thick. But that actually meant they had no more flashes. They went for the dive bomb flash right off the rips. They had no flashes to get through this smoke and fight into tree. So all of a sudden this KO ult, or this KJ ultimate, has no power left, or is turbo powered because you can't actually break it. You're just running into the crosshairs. And yet still Ruxic almost gives them a chance. Just back and forth, back and forth.
This time it's Alive on that operator. Mid to be feared. Pre-positioning the Cloudburst where the recon would have dropped. Oh, Batty G, look at this. Oh, he's going to go for Trigger Discipline. No, he's going for the kill. He backs away. Oh, from the shadows as well. It gets cancelled. He sticks around. Paranoia drop to delay them. He needs help. He needs help quick. Otherwise, he's a dead man. Nano Swarm, Fragment, Grenade. Yeah, he's out. So much thrown at him.
All chat worth it. That was, I mean, you get every piece of utility known to mankind. Trade 1-for-1 as well.
Did he actually cancel his from the shadows?
I believe so, yeah. It
why.
may have been canceled by... I don't know where he was trying to ult is the problem, because it could have gone over towards KO outside of B.
He could have panicked, used it, and placed it in the same exact position.
Please no.
We'll want to see that again. Andy, make it happen.
Oh, nothing Cup Brody.
All right, Brody. Hiding out in logs.
Omen ult canceled.
Actually checked. Alive! Okay, that's one kill. That's
Dead!
another. Skyline isn't able to move, trying to be brought back into life, but no, that's it. Alive does it all on the defense of that site, the real gatekeeper in this game, and Ascend square things up.
I think that had to be off some of the chip damage Batty G got with that second fight he took that enabled that collat to come through. That was filth right there.
Hey, we're going to see the play. Are we going to see the actual ult?
I'm guessing it's outside B.
I love you, Andy. Double
No.
replay.
He just insta-canceled himself because he was going up to tree, it looked like.
All right.
But yeah, then
There you go.
gnarly. Well, we're all evened up. Money's bad for DA. Fake TP to threaten the embed into... Actually, no, that was real TP. I don't know what just happened to my eyeballs there, but I saw something that didn't happen. Hallucinating. Live on stream. Don't trust a word I say for the rest of this game.
Yeah, man didn't sleep at all last night. That's it. All right, Alive. Drops back, coincidentally, right on time.
Pushes back in.
In trouble.
Oh, he got it again!
A double collateral! One round after the other, and again he finds a follow-up. Somebody nerf this man on the operator, because it's just too strong. Oh, D-Man's trying to take the fight. Eventually, Alive gets punished, and it's doable, right? 1v2.
How is this a 2v1?
Separated players. But the Aldron surely will spot him, and Ascend in these positions are just so patient. Hold on to your horses. Let's give Deepmans the benefit of the doubt.
I'm holding my horses.
Hee-haw.
Jesus.
30 seconds left.
You ruined a moment.
Oh, wait a second. Deepmans might have brought the moment right back up. Nanoswarm to his feet, delayed.
20 seconds.
Takes care of it. He needs to pick up the spike.
He has to go
get
for the kill
plant,
now.
or go for the kill. He's still got time to go back into the A site, but this is Monster repositioning. Recon, expecting him to be in tree, but he's wasting time.
left.
Monster hiding out. As soon as he hears the tag of the spike, he's going to peek. A fake, a second fake. 5 seconds. Monster is there. Deepmans, he makes it happen. A quadra kill. The clutch. How did he do that?
That's unreal! He finds those, I mean, the 2 kills at the end, of course, 1 by 1. Takes it with a fake tap. Going to the push, completely aware of what he needed. And this is after Alive finds 3 kills with the operator. It's 2 players going into B main with a wine embed. That's how they get the first one. A trade for the second, the third. I mean, it just can't be happening. A challenge
Challenge?
accepted. And suit up.
Okay. I wonder what the challenge one was all about. Maybe. Okay. Well, it's timeout. It's timeout. Okay, that's actually the first time I see the challenge screen.
I like it. You know,
Yeah.
it's like
It's
it's
probably
sports
like, oh.
or something, you know.
Yeah, maybe. You know, it's VAR. See if,
Ah.
yeah, something like
You
that.
get the instant replay. I don't think he was supposed to be able to 1v4 us there, boss.
I want to challenge that.
I don't agree. Honestly, if I'm alive, I'm hitting the challenge button. Like, what are my teammates doing?
Yeah.
My mic is open. I'm flaming.
Well, this is the last available timeout from both of the teams, and it's used by Ascend. We know how strong they are. NBS is quite the coach after these timeouts, and the momentum slowly but surely does go in their favor, but let's see if history repeats itself here. It wasn't Eco the last time they took a timeout, and it was a successful one. Can they do it again?
Yeah, nothing about this game has made sense, by the way.
No,
There's been so
absolutely
many
nothing.
ecos. Every round is way closer than it should be. Like, these teams are finding just absurd ways of scrapping back. This one's going to be alive, looking for the updraft here. A little bit delayed, actually. Maybe off of contact from the Killjoy turret. That's what it's going to be. Could even be more delayed off of the actual contact into Monster, who's taking that forward position. But DA not going to be walking into that one anytime soon. Tough thing about Musashi's position with the solo rifle is that if he falls, the rifle not as easily recoverable as if it was in that spot where Brody is or perhaps Batty is playing a trade angle.
I'm just surprised by the presence in tree here from Ascend. So many to this defense. Dagger only spotting one. Just delaying it, really. Eventually, Digital Athletics are going to end up in short. You could see it. You could smell it. Flash out. Musashi isn't very calm. He oversteps his welcome, and he may be in trouble. Hunter, Suri, and Paranoia, but none of them find the kills in the end. Batty G ends up falling. That wasn't the end target. Musashi into the smoke. That Massic dropped a second ago. Is able to find two. Finds three. Not the Quadra, but this is Digital Athletics back into the fight.
2-on-2, 20 seconds left. The repositioning becomes a 1-on-2.
Ascend didn't have any kills. They didn't have any guns. They only had classics.
Demands again, 3K, but no time.
And Alive gets it with the bait in the end. What is this game? Someone wake me up. Someone pinch me. I think I'm dreaming.
It just can't be happening. Again, the clock of problem. The reposition from Musashi here was everything. The second kill tracking while coming out of the smoke.
Oh my goodness.
One enemy remaining.
Just
And it was so
obscene.
telling. And wait at this. Look at... Oh, we didn't show that kill. There was a kill. There was a moment where I was thinking, there's two players with classics, there's two players with Vandals. Surely Ascend won't win it. And then you end up with two pistol kills.
All right,
I'm
look,
sorry,
look.
but this is madness.
Last time it was Musashi on the hero rifle, now it's Masic.
Okay.
He has a chance to do it all and swing it back to put DA on match point.
Let's calm down a bit. Take a breath. I think we need it.
I think the teams need it.
Yeah, no, it's the first game of Ascension, and it's purely showing class. Surely showing its entertainment value as well. East versus Turkey. Ascend versus Digital Athletics. Both fighting to see if they can hold a chance against the rest for a spot in Ascension. This could be a hell of a way to start things off. Musashi, they all just walk into him. It's a vest handed to him in a silver platter. And Skylan, yeah, he's used his null command, but I believe it all is wasted. Monster with a coup de grace, and it's going to be 12 for Ascend, 1 round away from closing out this series.
Ascend have just been steamrolling.
And when do they start steamrolling?
Yeah, well, after the half.
Yeah, after the half.
After
But
the
the
half.
timeout is when they
Yeah, sure.
back up.
We'll give it to him. We'll give it to him.
Can we, when we vote for most valuable players, can we do it from Coach? Coach Dub? Coach W?
I think that's illegal. But, you know, maybe it should be a thing. Okay, DA, can they keep it alive? They have lockdown. They do have full utility.
It's not over yet. You know, I kind of got ahead of myself saying most valuable player, right? Because easily Digital Athletics with a round here could take us to overtime.
Trouble is, lockdown not going to be super meaningful, and Brody can just insta-cancel it out on the opposite side. Monster has the lockdown too, looking for a bit of a fight into mid.
Shocked up where two players lie, and they're
Money!
up by
That
Monster.
spam from
Through
top
the
mid.
Spam.
On top of the shock dart to get that kill. That's Ascend. That's twice now. Because remember back like early rounds, they had the nice stuff over towards B as well. Actually, I tell a lie. That was DA with Skyland's util.
Okay, let's calm down a bit. Looking at the fights, there's a lockdown on each side. A Hunter's Fury for Brody to counteract the opposing lockdown. So, and with a numbers advantage, Ascend look to be clean. But they need to stay composed here. They can't make any mistakes. They can't overstep. And Digital Athletics are trying to force these errors. Trying to get in their faces, put pressure onto Ascend. They're struggling. Lockdown. Does get dropped, but it's an obscurement, it's an obfuscation.
Yeah, they're trying to reposition.
Forced out.
They know that Brody is the float player, so they open up mid. They can work in through market. But there's 2 players, including that player posted in B main.
And Alive hasn't yet been spotted. Musashi deals with the first one. He's just holding to the trigger in case anybody comes through from Garage. He hasn't been challenged yet. Brody's the one being chased after. He misses a shot and allows Kakan to move forward.
15.
But he's being flagged himself. Alive misses again, brings out the shorty and fights in his smoke. Operator in hand again.
What?
Oh, the flick is immaculate. Kakan, 1 to his name, but that's all he can do. It's Ascend to win it out in the end. No clutch by the end of it. And the first match of Ascension goes to the Challengers League of East.
Just a sick close out there from Ascend. First half was a bit of a struggle, but they turned on the heat here in the second. Reacting to the quick plays. I mean, even that last round was just madness with these very, very late pivots. But they weren't over-rotating, they're holding their ground. And some of the just anchoring performances round to round were unbeatable out of them.
And the clutches, the chaos at the end, you know, you saw the pressure really step up by the end of it, you know, pedal to the metal. And I think we also saw Digital Athletics pump, you know, go really hardcore.
Oh, yeah.
When the pressure was on.
Shout out to Deepmans. Had the 1-4K to clutch up in an absurd eco situation. Almost had the second one to guarantee it, but a couple of those ecos slipping away, I think, are going to be what stings, really, for DA when they go back and rewatch this game.
It was crazy. I think Split, once we got to the second half, it had Ascend's name all over it. I think Digital Athletics got, you know, a bit too taken back by how strong the attack was from Ascend. But I think Ascent itself was a different story. Very close, very back and forth from the start. Yes, we kind of had an 8-4 scoreline by the end of it. It still was, you know, you win 2 rounds, I win 1. It was never, you know, Digital Athletics rolling with the momentum and not, you know, being forced out by their opponent.
Ascend, clearly the stronger team, but not miles ahead by any means. This was a competitive 2-0 rather, and that makes me only more and more excited to see how all of our different regions end up stacking up against each other as we progress through this tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I'm really hyped for what is to come. Right, a lot more regions, a lot more teams, and now you've leveled up completely.
Yeah, all the way,
all the way. All right,
break's ready.
Break's ready. See you guys after this. There's another match coming. Take a break, have a snack, have a drink.
Watch the analyst desk.
I don't know. See you.
Get out of here. What are you doing here?
Ascend, close out Ascend to get closer to Ascension. Wow, that was really cringe. Anyway, Ascend 2-0, a clean swipe from them, except that last game did not feel very clean.
I don't think that was clean. It was probably as clean as an alleyway somewhere in central London. This was feeling miserable most of the time.
It was chaotic.
Honestly, that Ascend started badly, ended badly in the first half, and they scrapped it together. And you know what? Digital Athletics won 3 rounds in the second half. And it didn't feel like that.
This is not the gameplay we actually expected from Ascend coming into this, right?
Absolutely not.
And everything was all over the place on the second half. Not to mention, actually, Digital Athletics showed us such a performance on defender side.
Yeah, especially Eepmans. I mean, Eepmans was insane most of the time. He is that individual prodigy that we saw back in the day also, the DAF Liga, really showing up. And what's particularly crazy is how good that defense worked, even in some of those scenarios where they were retake, right? It was so weird to watch, as Ascend was playing passive, slow, waiting towards the late stages of the game, and it was not Digital Athletics being overrunning. It was not them being overly aggressive. They found their entry from time to time, but that was it. And then in the last few seconds, no chance for Ascend.
And I think actually Matic actually proved that his operator rotation that happened on defender side was very impactful, and I like how they actually tried to switch Kakan position from B to A in a couple of rounds, depending on where the position, what position actually Matic wants to hold. So that was very impactful. Even though they lost the map, I can give them the credits of defender side, because that was such a good half.
Staying on the topic of the operator, alive on the operator. I mean, we highlighted him as an individual player coming into this matchup. Whew, that was rough. I don't want to play against that ever.
Every single time, 3K, 4K,
Yeah.
3K, 4K.
Yeah,
Every single round he gets the entry frag. There is multiple frags coming again and again and again, following that first one.
I mean, he got 6 multi kills, 2 of them being free Ks alone. It was mental. It was legit mental to watch. We had
And they lost one round when he got the triple kill at
with the free kill.
Catwalk, yeah.
It's crazy. But
Happens.
But that shows you how
VALORANT.
Ascend played, right? That shows you how even such heroic performances were not allowing you to succeed.
Yep. I mean, we've highlighted them as heroic performances, but one of the things as well that we want to highlight here is Digital Athletics. We've already given them praise in terms of how much they've showed up in this map specifically, because last map that we've seen, the first map of today, was maybe not really on par of what we were expecting, but this time around, they gave Ascend a run for their money. They made it really difficult, and it genuinely started off from the first round.
And actually, when we saw Digital Athletics in the Turkish League, that's not the Digital Athletics we actually saw them in the Turkish League. It shows how good they are actually actually communicating and adapting to the, let's say, EU region playstyle. And especially we're going to talk about this round here. As we know, pistol rounds are really hard. It's really hard to have enough utility to retake. And it's also punishable by the attackers because they used all their utility to actually execute on the side. The recon dart timing, the one-way smoke coming from the Omen and the cloudburst also coming from Masic allow them to actually enter frag to take those individual duels where actually Ascent are unable to trade each other.
Just letting you know, this was also a 3 versus 4. They had a man disadvantage in that round. It's quite insane. I mean, their retakes look much stronger. They were not often in that situation because they shut them down. Ascent was that slow.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it looked like a so much better defense half. Honestly, it was a game that could have easily went both ways.
Yep.
We could have seen Fracture.
We could have.
Are you happy that we're not? Or like...
Well, I like Fracture. I like looking at new things.
Okay.
Since even Fracture is not really favored by teams, you know?
Okay, well...
How can he be so wholesome? How can
I don't know.
It's insane.
Can we have him all the time, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, but when we're looking at the game specifically, it was a strong start for Digital Athletics, and then we did kind of touch upon the fact that Ascend not showing up to the degree that we might have wanted them to or expected them to. And that's very obvious from both of these teams how kind of flip-floppy it gets when we're looking at the amount of thrifty rounds that were secured in this game.
But particularly the first round that we're going to see first had such important impact
30 seconds
considering the momentum that came in here on the side of the guys of Ascent. They were switching up the pace much more, really made it work, gave them this discomfort that they tried time and time again in their mid splits, which I liked a lot about it.
But I didn't see that, you know, so basically when you give that space in mid, there is always a plan behind it, right?
Yeah.
There's always a trap waiting for you. But I think Ascent really played so well around it, though, even though that Digital Athletics had the ability to adapt their playstyle towards Ascent playstyle by gaining those spaces. And that's why we've seen them not using that much of utility. When Ascent tried to take that space, they tried to just hold the angle, wait for them to take action, and execute on that action and get them punished.
Also, one of the last trademark moves we saw there was, as we mentioned, a Thrifty, but a Thrifty that comes with an operator on the side of Masic, right? This is how they've won that final clip, because they're just once more capable of finding an entry, one of his biggest strengths, and from that point on, really snowball into denying Ascent the access to the side.
I love it. I love how they actually pulled it through.
They did. The strength, though, from the side of Ascend this time around was in Brody. Especially over both games, being that consistent factor and being able to contribute positively to the wider team, that's something that he's really shining on today.
The guy is dropping big numbers, especially while taking care of the team, especially in difficult situations that they dealt with, especially on Ascent.
Yeah.
So coming up in the second half, actually being able to close that map, going 2-0, it actually was big for him, especially with those numbers.
The crazy part about me, there's a good part about this that Brody performs, because this guy, like, throughout the entire split, 160 ACS, not his job to perform individually, really, but it also is concerning if he is the one to highlight, really. You know, whereas the other fragging power that usually withstands all the pressure that we've seen so far with all the other games in their regional East League, and Brody's our highlight individual. Great for him, really happy to see, but at the same time, kind of odd.
I mean, Alive had a really good game himself as well, coming out MVP on Ascend specifically. All in all, Ascend, I think today, especially on Ascend specifically, going 13-11, it does highlight cracks in their armor. We put them onto the A tier. We said they have a good chance of making it out of here, of getting through to Ascension. But with these mistakes that have shown up and the inconsistencies, it is a little worrying.
That was not an A tier, though. Performance.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. We know they can do better.
Yeah, absolutely. Another team that we said was A tier, or at least that we had Tux mention was A tier, was Falcons. You put them down. You put them on A tier, and you put Gentlemates on A tier.
Very rightfully so.
And guess what? We have Gentlemates up against Falcons, so we'll be able to settle down that debate and see which one of you guys, you know, gotta... Yeah, I mean, you wanna box it out right now. Ira, let's go.
Have this discussion.
The teams are gonna be brawling it out on the server, but all in all, the expectations for this matchup, I mean, we saw it with the last one, when we saw Ascent up against Digital Athletics. Expectations are out the window.
Yes, we actually saw that Ascend would go with a very positive score throughout the two maps because they have the map pool advantage, and also we can see the difference in skill, or let's say structure-wise. We saw Digital Athletics stepping up. That's the same case coming here by Falcons. Even though we didn't see them perform last year, I think the huge change of playstyle that they actually implemented in the MENA and actually worked out going through. I've seen MENA improve so much from last year, and I think they can prove something today.
I think it's mostly important to say that they were not even performing that well in Split 1. They
Yes.
didn't win that thing.
No.
They were struggling.
Yes.
And talking to Beast as their coach, he said we didn't put enough time in. We didn't grind enough, you know? And then there's guys coming in with a boot camp 9 hours a day, practicing 2 weeks in a row. Much better performance, and I think this is something we witnessed, because you always called, I've watched every single grand final, Tuck said, but the one in MENA was the sweatiest.
Yes, it was so sweaty, especially Mo. That guy, we call him the grand final beast.
All right, we'll get into that
Literally.
in a little bit, because before we head into
Yeah, I don't wanna
individual
overthink.
players, we gotta keep the suspense, gotta keep people on their toes. Before we head into individual players and how much they have contributed to the roster, let's talk about Falcons specifically. Let's talk about their story. We know they were at the regional leagues last year, both Split 1, both Split 2.
Yes.
Unfortunately, they were in both of these splits, the first ones to drop out of competition. So what's new?
Okay, let me talk about what happened to Team Falcons in general. If we're talking about last year, they literally took every single tournament that happened in MENA. Either the Saudi League or even the MENA Resilience, Split 1, Split 2, and Grand Finals as well. That's why we saw them in the Regional League. All right, done with that. We came to the second year, which is this 2023. This season, they switched one player, which is Khalid, switched by Frankie. And also, keep in mind, this guy didn't even compete in last year. And they picked him up. That's why they had a slow start in Split 1, because he was also IGLing. It's a new IGL for the team in general. So talking about Team Falcons, I think they reached a level that there is no one to compete against in MENA. But I think coming into this year, with a lot of imports coming up in MENA, a lot of coaches coming up, the impact was so huge. And that's why I want to break down and give credit to the Dr. Mo. We call
Okay,
him the
Dr.
doctor because
Mo.
he studies medicine.
Wow.
We call him the doctor. And this is his grand final statistics appearing on our screen right now.
Did you by any chance even mention what kind of agents he plays?
Controller.
Exactly. That's the crazy
And
part.
Astra as well.
Yeah.
How
You like
do you
that
have
one,
the
don't you?
time?
Yeah. But that's the crazy part, right? The guy comes in and plays Killjoy, Astra, Omen in the grand final of that region. And he pops 271 ACS. It is the man to look out for, period.
How can you bring up those numbers in a grand final? We always called him the grand final beast.
Well, it's not a grand final, though.
Why is it a grand final today?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Can we say that it is? Can we pretend?
But difficult situations, he's gonna come up for sure.
Okay.
You know?
There's a little bit of hope here. You mentioned Khalid,
Yes.
new addition to the roster, and we know Falcons, when they started in 2022, they have not made a single roster change. So
Yes.
this is the first one.
Yes, this is the first one after Frankie decided to switch his to change and go to Twisted Minds, and Khalid joined. And there was tons of tryouts for Falcons, by the way, and Khalid came on top, also on top of the imports that they were trying out. So Khalid gained that spot,
Yeah.
took the IGL. The guy didn't compete at all in 2022 because he wasn't picked up. I was actually very surprised that such a gifted talent that we have in MENA was not picked, and I was very happy to see him in Falcons. And here he is, proving that he is one of the best IGLs and also a very good addition to Falcons.
Very good addition indeed. They've made it this far, and they've been able to stay consistent throughout the second split, so they have found their footing, but they are up against Gentle Mates, the team out of France. Revolution, it's not a team to sniff your nose up at, because they have some incredible players on that lineup.
That scary guy, that
That-
scary guy.
Scary.
You know who?
They're insane, because I'll say it like this. First of all, France is an insanely competitive region.
Absolutely.
They have so many good players. And a few of those you might have heard if you already know a bit about Valorant. If you've been there for a few years, you know Takas, who has played for teams like BDS in 2021 VCT.
Okay.
You know Natong, you know Logan. You should be able, to recognize some of those names.
I heard Logan is Mitch's favorite player.
Don't get there. Just leave the man alone. Just leave the man alone. But Gentlemates overall was a beautiful project that ended up being released in, being announced in Split 2 of France, and they shocked them all.
I'm not gonna lie. When I watched M8 in the grand finals of France,
Yep.
they were so in sync. supporting Takas especially. I want to talk about Natank and also Takas. Those two are kind of a core members when it comes to difficult situations. They're always able to pull the winning condition, and that's very, you know, like, it's like you're in a cave and there's literally a small hole that will show you the light, the path.
There's just a light on your webcam.
Yes, and they are that light, you know?
The light at the end of the tunnel, or the light on the webcam if you're a gamer. Yeah, you know, whatever.
They always find solutions. They're like, okay, we use this utility, they have this utility, okay, we have this, we can always take this space and then execute whatever, you know? They always find a way out.
Right. Well, there was a lot of hype, a lot of pressure around this roster because, well, one thing we know about the French community is they do love their teams. The support is incredible. And when this roster got put together, Vincent, it made waves.
I will tell you this, right? This roster was not meant to happen. This was done a few weeks before the entire split started, created by the biggest French creators. And they came in as what even their coach themselves says, black sheep, leftovers. Nobody wanted them. Nobody was supposed to pick them up. And they made a big wave within the scene. In an absolutely unique fashion, they were capable of dominating split after split with a star coach in form of existence. A man who dominated in various games for decades by now, and who built something that is absolutely unique. Just saying, that coach, he didn't watch any Valorant for a year. He didn't even want to compete in his game. He didn't even want to participate in Valorant anymore.
Wow.
And suddenly he joins on that topic, boom, makes this kind of team.
And we're here now, and we're going to have to go through the map picks and bans because we need to see where these teams are comfortable playing. Pearl being the first one banned out. I mean, I'm not surprised by Bind from Falcons because that's
a permaban.
Yeah.
That's a permaban from Falcons. I don't think because their playstyle or their meta compositions that they play with or maybe comfy with work with Bind currently after the changes. So M8 going for Haven as a first pick.
Classic.
That's a classic, of course, and also because it's considered one of the weakest maps that Falcons struggled in the grand finals. Maybe that's a point, you know.
Absolutely.
And going into Ascent, we know Falcons is the only team probably in this tournament that plays with 3 initiators on Ascent.
A very unusual pick, right? We always see the super meta comp with double initiator coming in. As we're heading over to our decider, right? This is going to be the funny part. We most importantly will see Fracture. And the Fracture that we have seen from Gentlemates is, I think, really scary. They play this very solid, haven't lost it at all so far.
They have weaknesses.
They have, of course they have weaknesses. I didn't say they don't have weaknesses, Ducks. But they so far look quite flawless.
They're decent.
Absolutely.
They're very solid on the macro play.
Decent.
He said very solid.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say they're this.
Very solid on the macro play.
On the macro. So, and then individual play.
They don't hesitate. That's what I love about M8. They don't hesitate. When a site is blocked, I cannot enter the site. They don't waste time and say like, okay, cut noise. Yeah. No, they immediately rotate, knowing,
I love it.
You gotta get the Arab hand gestures in.
Guys, you know
I'm wrong here. No, but overall, you're right. You particularly saw it on Fracture on their attacking side. They were straightforward. Their main
and they use Dish and Arcade more than any other team.
Absolutely true. I liked it a lot about them. I think this is going to be very interesting to see if this is if we get that far. Because first of all, there's Haven.
Yeah. I mean, there's Haven, first of all.
No, there's Falcons.
There's Falcons.
We are going to.
Do you think they're going to go Fracture? Do you think it's going to be 2-0? Because Haven is the first map that we're going to be looking at. And, I mean, Haven is a map that's been around for a very, very, very long time, since, like, the day Valorant was born. So both of these teams are comfortable and aware of how they want to approach it.
Okay, I would say whoever can lock mid properly and makes a presence is going to control almost a lot of game control in terms of map.
And you know what helps with that? Agents.
Wow.
Surprise. Look. Oh, my goodness.
Okay, so what we are seeing right now is a slight change. We're heading over with Omen on Whalers instead of the Astra. Otherwise, things remain the same. I want to touch on what you said regarding mid, because agent-wise, not a big change.
I mean, it's literally a mirror matchup.
It pretty much is. The middle thing is super crucial, because correct me if I'm wrong, Falcons is super interested, particularly as a defender, to take a lot of that mid control early, peek out early with Alvar. That could be a big problem for Falcons.
And also they have this rotate, they love to rotate aggressively, especially when they are in defense. So coming into Falcons, they had issues in this map, but also they gained a lot of experience. Okay, let's compare the composition we have right now with the Harbor and Viper compositions that we've seen people running. If we are going to compare, it's really hard to deal with the Viper and Harbor because of blocking a lot of angles. So I think that helps the other teams actually work on their defensive side so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't think they're going to have that big of a deal of a defense issue.
Well, we have a mirror comp, we have Haven logged in, the Gamba is ready as well, so we're going to be heading over to our casters who are going to be narrating the story. We have Mitch and Tom ready. Take it away.
That's your narrators for today. Here, Tom, we're down to get into Ascension.
I
cannot wait.
Tall person the chair. It's really
the
nice.
tall person.
Yeah, the tall people. Well, Ender had the chair, and then they gave me the chair.
Of course, yes.
Just the tall people get the chair.
You don't want to stand up right now.
No, I would make
we can
you.
do
I
it
would
in our
dwarf
socks later. We can stand up, that is. So, getting into Ascension, kicking off this group for these two teams. We've already seen a matchup earlier on. I think no surprises when we see who won that one. But the group that we're talking about, Group B, it's stacked, Tom. I think just at an eye test, this is the one that has the toughest matchup. So, you don't get to really come in and have an easy day one.
Yeah, I think even just looking at this matchup in general, it's very difficult to call because obviously we get to talk to Tux quite a bit, the most biased man in the universe. He loves MENA through and through.
Zesh is up there.
Okay, but is Zesh the person? Like, come on.
Fair question.
He's German. He's always going to talk about the German team. It's irrelevant. But I feel like Falcons are one of those teams where it's almost like we saw MENA come in, try and qualify to LCQ, didn't go great. That was a while ago, a long time ago, in fact. Now they come into Ascension. I think there's much better a competitive chance, but at the same time, I don't think they've got an easy road here. And for Gentlemates, well, already being pushed very early on, but the trades have gone very evenly indeed.
Yeah, a very experienced team on that other side of Gentlemates, one that we've seen across the EMEA scene for a long, long time, going back to even just the European scene. And they've ended the hopes and dreams of many a team in the past individually. Certainly looking to make their mark on the scene here now that they're sort of stepping up to that, I'd say tier 1.5 level. This is their chance to push all the way. And starting it out in the pistol, it has been a very scrappy beginning on that A fight. A lot of players lost over on the side of Falcons. They're left without a ton of information to play with. Alvar knows there's utility waiting for him. He's going to fake out that info, but even those steps back are being heard by Logan, who should have a good idea that the flank is clear. All they got to do is clean up these fights on the side.
Yeah, for Outlaw, just hoping that someone makes a mistake. And for Alvar, well, I think he's about to make one himself. Doesn't clear the close angle, makes things that little bit more difficult for his teammate Outlaw on the way back through. And Gentlemates are going to kick things off with a bang. Now, as you mentioned, this is a team that, if you look throughout this roster, you have witnessed pretty much every single member, except maybe Whalers. I think he would be the sort of unknown within this roster. But beyond, like, big Tier 1 or close to Tier 1 organizations. So, like, for example, your good friend Logan, obviously Takas, and Takas is the main focus I want to make here. I personally believe that he's either one of, if not the best player in France right now, including the players that we have within the VCT. I think he has proven himself to be an unbelievable duelist, something that, of course, Carmine Corp didn't think they needed. But I wouldn't be surprised if they don't manage to make it here, if he's someone that teams start to look towards, because he has been putting up unbelievable numbers within that French region. And on the other side of things, Alvar, very good within the regular season, but when it came to playoffs, he was a little bit quiet. So I want to see how he does here today.
I think even going back to the days of BDS, always been someone that you would respect highly, Takas, someone that the community at large fears.
Yeah.
And now, looking at this one kicking off, you got to say, Falcons do well to find that opening trade, at least taking one player down from here on out. It's about finding as much damage as they possibly can. Credits are, well, they're not invested. They're kept in the bank for the next. And you know, in these kind of rounds, probably not where Gentlemates want to spread out too much and end up in individual fights. That's why we see them just clumping together on A. But the problem is, it's a stack out of Falcons that, by the looks of it, they're about to run right into.
Even still, though. Okay, the Aftershock's gone through. Paranoia as well. This will move Alvar back. Beaz is just cleaning up shop. Of course, they had themselves a couple of pistols in this round, so losing one player really doesn't cost them anything because the 3 rifles will carry on forward. This is something we've seen quite regularly, if anything, from the side of FPX. So they did it in the past, and obviously now Na'Vi. And this is something that they will continue to do.
So not a bad start. And, you know, yeah. Falcons didn't have a lot to work with there. They didn't have the firepower, but it was a 4-man stack on A side, and Gentlemates end up losing nobody. I mean, that lack of punishment is maybe an alarm bell in some of the later rounds, but in this one here, it's, yeah, like we said, they had pistols. It's all right. Disaster avoided for this attacking side. And we move into round number 3. Falcons bought up, rifles all around, but no significant aggression out of them. Now, this is a little different to what we've seen in those first couple of rounds. They're going to sit back. But it's not like they have an advantage, Tom, when it comes to these fights. Normally, you'd expect Spectres and so on, a few mixed weapons to be still sat on Gentlemates or in their inventories, but they've got full rifles as they make the push onto B.
Takas leading the charge. The man we mentioned, and already Natank is there alongside him to give them that double opener. Such a clean start to this round of B after plan. Looking inevitable though, Khaled. He's going to try and go through.
Yeah, maybe not the best of ideas right there. You know, the numbers weren't exactly set in their favor. I guess you just start to feel like someone needs to make a play. And in that moment, they thought that was the play. It was not, as we've seen. A little bit disjointed on the way back through. And that's a huge punish. In a round like this where the Gentlemates have been smart with their economy, you know, they've got credits to make this investment, but where they have ultimately decided to make these up, oh no, he caught him with his back turned and still not a single kill for them in this round. A devastating start for Falcons.
Yeah, and this is a map for them, again, I think going into Ascent, you start to look at a map that's incredibly strong for Falcons. I believe of the 12-1, if you've got over the last few months. It's an insane map for them. This one, they've lost the last couple of times they played it against the likes of Rad and NASA, so I think that you have to give that sort of favoritism over to the French squad here, but even still, this has been a blissful start. Like, you walk into the B site, double entry, you barely... Did they even lose a player? They've had 3 deaths in 3 rounds.
Yeah, it was flawless, literally. Every single kill came through, no punish on the other side, and, you know, you draw from that even more. It's like some of those fights, a player with his back turned, the retake attempt, rushing through when there's no one else to trade. It's a Rambo play. Those are alarm bells that start ringing for me, because that's not anything to do with this map in my mind. That's individual decision making. That's being on the same page, and it's just not something that you can allow to happen in such a crucial stage. Like we say, this group, it's not like you lose this game and everything's easy after that. In fact, it might even go downhill from here. An opening for Bayaz as Gentlemates are storming the site and seeing very little resistance on the other side. It is a low buy round. They only have pistols. But it's not a good sign if we just see flawless after flawless round.
Credits. That's the main worry, is just the credits. If they don't lose a single player here, you're going to be pushing 9,000 on pretty much every single player. So you kind of hope, for Falcon's sake, that they at least do some damage here. A very strong attacker side half, and well, we'll see if the defenders can do anything on this attempted retake. I'm actually looking at where Spy is going.
Yeah, he's clear mid.
It really wanted to make sure there was no lurk, but I guess for Gentlemates, there's no reason to lurk, because you don't want anybody to lose a gun.
For sure. I do like the idea, even just from an information gathering perspective. Like, look, I get 1 kill, that's all you're going to get. I like the idea, though, of sending Spy out, pumping the brakes, and waiting out into the late round, because this is a good opportunity to look at yourself objectively and say, this round is lost. 9 times out of 10, this round is not going our way. We might end up dying to the spike 1 out of 10 times. The rest, we're going to end up getting pushed or fighting. But if you can find out now if they're having those lurkers in play, if they're trying to control the other side of the map, even with those blitz plays into a site, it's just a good thing to get a read on how your opponent's playing. But like you say, Tom, that's probably not the round. Even if that is part of the core gameplay mechanic of Gentlemates, it would probably be a mistake to have done that in that round. So not a ton of information that you would gain either way, but better than running in and dying right away. I can respect it. That's an interesting push out of Spy.
Oh, they're going straight through. Already going to be attempting to try and slow them down. Takas actually falls off the back of it, but even within the first 30 seconds, they've been able to sort of wash out a lot of that utility. Shock darts, sort of expended by both sides, but not anything really found. And in the meantime, there's been a push-up in mid, but more importantly, I feel like the players have got quite far into that A site and yet to be spotted.
That was the whole idea, just faking out that C side, trying to drag rotations. But look, they've stepped back in. The shot is not going to land. At least, though, Mo able to trade it out afterwards. The paranoia doesn't hit. There's another doubled up. Oh, and the knife came out!
Oh, no!
Oh, that timing couldn't have been any worse. Spy's got to be kicking himself. Sat down on bottom mid for a minute and 10 seconds. And when he finally decides to move, he's looking for a melee. That opens up a path for this team to take it elsewhere. And the C site now becomes a target yet again.
At least they've got Alvar in position. The thing is, though, he's watching towards B. It doesn't realize that this push is coming through. The smoke will give that
30
away, but
seconds left.
even still, he's only really playing. Watch the back of that site. Takes out Takas. A huge player gone, but bear in mind, Bayas still yet to
Spike
die.
planted.
It still hasn't died. I think he's 9-0. So we'll see if anybody's going to be able to kill him.
I mean, huge denial potential here with a Rolling Thunder and a Hunter's Fury to play with. They know there's one inside of Garage for now. Peek back out. The stun in. Great fault line from the tank. Not able to punish on the back of it. Doesn't want to lose his life here. The Rolling Thunder. The op still holding him, though. In fact, it's a stunned up player able to take it. Bayaz now retreating 1v3. No chance he can use that Hunter's Fury. He's got to thin out some of these defenders first. They're already stepping up, and he's got two. A chance to end it, and he finishes it. Every single shot landed. Remarkable stuff. As Gentlemates just cannot slip up here.
He's 12-0. He's 12-0. It's ridiculous. And the thing is as well, a lot of the time when you watch a clutch like that, you go, oh, there's criticism to have on it. I don't even think they played that badly. They had two players watching, one defusing. It's just absurd how he managed to take the first couple down. And, well, what a start to this map. And guess what, Mitch? Takas is taking a pause. Are you surprised?
Yeah, you know, I can think of a couple of reasons they might want to take a few breaths after that one. It's going to be so frustrating, especially
Can we have a
because
slow zoom on Tux's face, please? Slow zoom on Tux's
your
face.
second player that swung that angle was your Jet. The idea was that the first player would probably die. Right? You end up in a 50-50 fight, maybe you lose it, but the Jet with the op is going to get that trade every single time. A player's going to have to correct their aim. And the fact that Bayaz target selects the op behind, spray controls up to the second one, and quickly fires a burst through to finish off the diffuser. I mean, that was some John Wick play right there. And we're only 5 rounds into this series. It's starting to feel like Gentlemates have got complete control. I mean, there were some hiccups in the previous round, but they managed to get those out remarkably well, ironing out all the issues. 6th round and pistols for Falcons. Good question.
What's he about to do? Because, like, in some cases I can understand it, but his teammate has 7,300 credits.
He's starting this by stunning up on A. So, like, you've got your A aggression with a Blade Storm. You don't need anything to back it up there, I guess. So they're going to keep a Spectre for the mid hold. I mean, I'd probably prefer to judge Garage just if we're throwing out ideas. It's a little bit...
no, I mean on attack. Whalers.
Oh, the Whalers. Everybody else has rifles and he can be last in. I don't think that's the end of the world.
Wait, look at their money. Why would he have a Spectre? It doesn't make any sense.
When someone has 7,300
unlimited credits. Why have they?
He's going to be maxed out next round anyways.
I was very confused. You were talking about stuns. I was like, what?
No, I was looking at Spy. I thought that's what you were talking about.
No, him having a Spectre defense is fine, but like, I want to know what Whalers is planning on doing that he thinks like, okay,
5-0 up.
It's not like we have a ridiculous amount of credits. What is he about to do that's warranted?
That Phantom couldn't have done it. You know, it's not even the silencer is an issue here. Yeah, it's peculiar. I'll give you that, but...
All right.
Okay. Yeah, that probably should not have happened.
Unless they're still thinking about economy and they're just going like, okay, now if one player dies, we can save money. But if that's what they're doing at 5-0 up, they are... This would... Well, do you know what this would be existence level. Like, overthinking to that degree. And you know what? Wait. Is he going to...
Oh,
yep, they picked up the right... So they...
Saving the money.
Existence has seen the script. He was like, one player's going to die, mate. You buy a Spectre, you pick up the rifle. We don't lose any rifles. He's the biggest brain ever.
And he hasn't got a damn to give about the fact that I think 3-4 players are max money coming into this round.
Nah,
doesn't care. Doesn't care.
But you never know. Maybe if he didn't buy that Spectre, they wouldn't be.
They'd all have no money.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been as confident in taking the fights because they think, you know what, Whalers is going to take the fight because he's got a rifle, but now he's got a Spectre. They have to take the fight, so they actually win more fights by being aggressive.
The technical pause is actually because Existence's head is too large to fit a headset.
It's a regular thing with him. I think it's every 6 or 7 rounds they've got to ice it down just to reduce the swelling.
Yeah, because otherwise the headphones
naturally
they just don't fit.
Yeah, they start snapping. You know, it's like Ryan got his booty out again. I don't know.
Again.
Okay. You don't remember? We got to hear what it's like
to forget.
inside his digestive tract.
It's funny because I'm pretty sure Rad's here to watch play today.
Hey Ryan, how you doing, brother? Hope everything's going well. I haven't sat in any headsets today.
Yeah. But a brutal start for Falcons, of course, coming in. Like, this is always the thing that we worry about. Like, obviously, for anybody who doesn't know, I believe they're actually in Berlin, even though they're
Falcons
not currently
yeah.
playing with it on the stage. There's nobody playing on the stage. But so it's not going to be like anything to do with ping and stuff that we've talked about in the past. And they've actually, I believe, they've been scrimming against a lot of the teams that are currently here, maybe preparing for LCQ or for champions in some cases. So they will have had that sort of extra layer of practice. But right now, they're just being blitzed. And even when they came close to winning a round, losing a 1v3 like that, it's going to hurt the mental. So I am curious if even just this unintentional pause that will give them a chance to just almost just sit there, maybe calm themselves down, because this is a huge opportunity for every single team in this tournament. Obviously, this leads eventually, if you can win the entire thing, to getting into the league for a couple of years. Like, this sets your organization up for mass amounts of success. And I think that for any player, that's going to put a huge amount of pressure, because I think especially for them, like you talk about, okay, regional leagues can be rough, but for them, this is almost the chance of like, okay, I can bring Falcons, I can bring MENA to a point of we're now part of the VCT, which right now isn't the case.
It would be unbelievable. And I think even as a more short-sighted goal than that, because it's a big task. Making the #1 in all of Ascension, you know, getting to playoffs is its own reward. Getting to play here on the stage in the Coliseum where the VCT will be held in front of the crowd. Potentially,
it's looking pretty good right now.
It is.
I do.
It's a nice
like.
vibe.
I like the color scheme, but I like the fact that we have different color schemes for whatever tournament we're doing. I think that's cool. So I'm glad to see the switch up. Obviously, you guys aren't seeing that right now, but that's not my problem.
Strange to see it empty. yeah. But that's the thing.
There's some plants.
We leave it another week and a bit, and we're gonna get the top 2 out of each of these groups over to Germany. As we said, Falcons are already here. They're boot camping, and obviously network-wise, it makes a lot more sense. Speaking of which, that is why we're being held up here. And I mean, you guys at home are probably guessing that. You know, we moved to online play, and there's going to be some online issues, just a connectivity issue that should be solved any moment now. And I think, you know, looking at this situation for these teams, I think for someone like Falcons, honestly, it is a good enough goal to reach playoffs and have a good performance there. You will not be upset with yourselves, at least they shouldn't be, if they ended up losing that spot to a Focus or an Apex, for example. But the reality is, if they just get to come here and play on that stage and get that experience, it's a whole nother ball game. And I think specifically doing it in Europe, obviously, when you go to their region in general, in MENA, they've got a lot of experience offline. But I think it's a different ball game playing against those European teams and against those EMEA teams here in the Coliseum, and knowing that it's the exact same as it's going to feel when you get that VCT spot.
So I'm curious, while we have a moment, obviously you've mentioned the 2 groups, you mentioned that 2 teams are going to get through. Who are your 2 teams from each group? Who have you got?
I've already got it pulled up, so I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna give it a fair shout. Obviously, we all know CGN are not making it through, so
can I ask for your reasoning of that? Because I feel like there might be some like German fans sat there, just obviously they're probably watching the other game.
So. The game is resuming, but I will still give you the reason. The reason is I just want to see Zesh's face.
Okay, because that's why I wanted to explain.
When they don't make it through.
There's nothing to do.
Do I think that they're top
players
2 in that group? Probably, yes. Probably, actually. I think Ascend and them are probably the top 2.
I think,
but I don't want to say that out loud.
Digital Athletics could.
Digital Athletics could.
They look pretty good in their last game.
Out with a loss.
To Ascend.
Yeah, who are Ascend though? You know, really.
The team we just said will finish top 2.
The other group, to be honest with you, you know, Focus on a good day, they can beat Apex. I think Apex and Focus. But for me to say that as someone from the region they're from, you know, that's a little bit biased. So take it with a pinch of salt. But, you know, Zesh told me 80% chance CGM make it through. So.
I like that you picked the teams with the British players. Being a Brit yourself.
I like to change my answer. I like to adjust. Oh, nice. There's going to be a return Hunter's Fury. It's got a tag already, a kill on the back of it, and nothing else to be found. But 1 for 1 to start it off. Flank caught. And not much of a reward for it. Now that position known, and Gentlemates can start to put these players in a box and figure out exactly where they want to take them.
That's a big kill, though. They've managed to shut down the player that was closest. The rest looking like they were going to try and re-aggress in towards that spawn area, but with a multitude of players waiting for them. This is one of the best opportunities the Falcons have had so far. Even still, though, I like the fact that Gentlemates have just slowed down. Just waiting to see if anybody makes a mistake. No, they're going to get the plant, and now this is where Falcons will make their move.
I think especially with it being Outlaw that fell for Falcons early, it's unfortunate because they have to commit players towards Garage. It thins out their numbers as they look to actually push the site. But they'll get Garage control any moment now. Taka's up close, but look at his HP. Just 28. It should be an easy kill. Whalers has got 2. And although Takas does fall, this puts him in a position where he can win it, isolating the 1v1. But it's the flanker of Mott to take out another and put them on the board at long last. 6-1. It's something. Road to recovery.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I think you get a few rounds on the board on that defensive side. It definitely isn't out of the realms of possibility if you have those sort of strong setups going into the attack. You can turn things around, but it's whether or not this was sort of a blip on the radar. Like, starting things out, obviously, with that Hunter's Fury, having a very, very fast flank as well is something I don't know is going to be necessarily possible every single time. So I want to see what the sort of reaction is here. And, of course, on the other side of things, still have themselves a Bladestorm available, but Falcons are still in the lead when it comes to those ultimates.
Oh, there's a big idea from Falcons here to leave that C site unattended at the start of the round. We're not even seeing Killjoy utility put down to cover it. That's a massive gap, and when you've got a gap like that, you have to make it up by pushing somewhere else, by seizing that map control, and it's the A site that they try to do that. Heavy resistance met. Now they look elsewhere. Players up close in Garage, ready to scrap. Although they seem to be getting a little bit of cold feet there. Yeah, slowly backing out of Garage, making a little bit more space. I'm not sure they know where their line in the sand is going to be just now. It might even be an attempt to punish the B push when it comes through. But look, a change of direction out of Gentlemates. Good trade to start it. Do they expect Outlaw to be so close? They should. Lockdown in play.
Yeah, it's a fairly early lockdown. In fact, a relatively early Rolling Thunder as well. It's not really benefited them. Like, if this was like down to the last 20 seconds, I could look at it and go, okay, fair enough. You completely stopped the push, but instead, yeah, Takas has been able to not only find a kill on the B site, but also then thread the needle. The only real thing that could stab them in the back is Khaled's position. And now that Takas has found another with the operator, he has to go huge. He needs to find a multitude of frags. Maybe he kills the planter because they haven't checked this spot. No, they're actually going to plant relatively safe. Can he get the kill?
Left.
No, he's not.
Oh, no! He'll get one eventually, but it's the very man who was planning that spike to take him down. Maybe a chance to speed this up from Spy, but no, Bayaz just too good. 13 HP going into that fight, and he still wins it.
It seems nigh on impossible to kill him. He must have 1 death, right? I think that's 17-1.
17 KD.
17-1. Well, I think he's about to break every single stat line we currently have in Ascension, that's for sure. What's this KD? 17.
17, yeah, he's all right. He's all right, and it's a 7-1 scoreline as well. This is really where you start to feel shut out. I mean, there's players on that team that are feeling from your side as Falcons, it feels like you're playing against Immortals, and I'm not trying to say they're low-skilled players. And the reality is, right now, there has to be a complete turnaround, and just a couple rounds on the defense, I don't know that that's going to be enough, because the feeling of the game is that it is well and truly in Gentlemate's hands and control right now.
The other thing as well is normally you're going to expect your Jet player to do better on a defense, and the thing is we'd be ranting and raving about Takas right now if it wasn't the fact that Bayaz is 17-1. Like, he's 12-2. And he's been playing up front. He's been diving into sites in some of these rounds. So it becomes an impossibility to win a game like this when your Jet is diving into a site and getting multiple frags per round. And he's so quick. It's a little jump spot coming out from Khaled. Of course, again, it's a lower purchase round, but we're getting to the point in the game now where you even have to start talking about these rounds. Like, what can you get done? Because even damaging the economy before the end of the half is up is starting to be called into question.
Good kill, though. Caught on the rotations. Another pick on short and doubling up on mid. Another chance. Of course it was Bayaz to catch him with the utility in hand. The rotation, though, is well underway. Falcons are going to get here just in time to catch that cross, and the fight is theirs. The spike is dropped, and with that, this should be the second round.
It's
locked in.
It's Takas, and they haven't got guns yet.
Sure. They know where the spike is. They haven't retrieved weapons. 20 seconds on the clock, though, and 2 players close by. A turret already spotting him. 12 seconds now. You know, he thinks there's someone on site, someone about to kill him any moment. And in fact, they're miles away. This should be it done now.
Yeah, the flank coming in from Alvar as well made sure that there was no real chance trying to bait someone in, but it was actually fairly disciplined from Falcons in the end, just making sure that, okay, we've got ourselves into this round, and let's not give him anything. And that's what you have to do when you're up against someone as talented as Takas is. a big boost as well. That's going to give them not only some rifles that they found, but also set up for that operator coming in the next as well. So this is basically it for Falcons. If they lose this one straight back, okay, they'll still have the economy, but my belief in them being able to turn this map will be gone.
Well, that's it. Yeah, you got to show it to us here, man. Defensive side. Coming into this map, sure, we can talk all we want about Ascent being a better map for you and how you can put up better numbers there and so on. But the reality is, if there's no fight in you on another map, I don't know where you're going to get that brawling ability from later on. And right now, you got players who've died 2 and 3 times on Gentlemates coming towards the end of the half. That just feels unbelievable.
You've also got players with 2, 3, and 4 kills. It's just funny how
that's insane. Actually,
the rest of the team are just going like, yeah.
Both of Logan's kills were the flankers as well. I'll point out. I'm fairly certain he's literally just held the back and got those kills from behind.
But you know where he's best?
Where's that?
And in clutches.
Yeah, is he?
Yeah, like
especially on split.
And in 1v4s.
Can't say what I want to say right now, Tom, but you know what I'd be telling you.
Oh god. I don't know why you're getting so frustrated. Like, you know me and you, always allied.
Well, that alliance will be short-lived, like the previous one. What a surprise it was Logan to put a rift between us, Tom. Well, yeah, he's had a, like we say, you could look at it and go, oh, he's had a slow half. He's only 2 kills. Yeah, they're 7-2 up. He's covering the flank. His util's doing its job. That's all you need. Right now is definitely being Bayaz and Takas to write home about. I like the idea from Gentlemates starting it out, C-site aggression. They're going to be making some noise on both sides of the map, covering off mid with just some KJ util. So a ton of control for them to work with. All they have to do is avoid that operator that's in play for Alvar.
Yeah, they managed to take a little bit of space that way. But it is going to be Alvar just holding that tight angle. I think they're about to just go running straight in. I like the fact that every round we're seeing Gentlemates try and sort of sell a push on the other side of the map. Because of this deep control, he's set up but doesn't manage to connect. No real damage done with that initial battle. Still holding onto the angle, but with short control taken, the lockdown very likely to be used here for the attack.
Takas is waiting for that re-aggression as well. He knows that Alvar is likely to get greedy as they put more and more pressure on the site. This is where he needs to swing out, and it's all part of the plan. Gentlemates have been setting this up all round long. They've got rid of the lockdown indeed. Maybe there's no need now for Alvar to swing, and instead he waits for Bayaz. There's the kill. Another death added to his tally at long last. Logan about to fall a little more. Could end up on Alvar's plate. I thought he was going to updraft out of there with 12 seconds left. Luckily, he's playing a sensible game and just locking down the round.
Yeah, it's finally getting to the point. Well, actually, they could still buy in the next round, but running in with like 10 seconds left for Gentlemates isn't going to work out. But I like the confidence in his teammates, because I was looking at that lockdown thinking, okay, if that goes off, there's only one place he can go, and that is into the crosshair of Takas. But because he had so much faith, I assume they use like shock darts and aftershock. Because I think that's what must have been used to get rid of that. He just sticks it out, and because of that, gets a free kill on the first, the danger man that has been Bayaz. And wow, it seems like Falcons over the last 4 rounds have started to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. That was a much better face out of them. The patience, they're hit with a C push. They dragged their player off of B, had reliance on their KJ util and timing, really, to keep that control theirs. And really, it was Alvar not overextending. This time, though, he's going to go a bit more aggressive.
Okay.
He's already been spotted. Seen as he made his way through, a flash is popped, and he's out of there. Dash going to be burned. It was worthwhile to take the risk and potentially find the pick.
Yeah, different face this time. Gentlemates have realized that, okay, if we just allow him to have this level of control, it's going to bite us in the back if we try and re-aggress in this direction later in the round. 3-man stack, though, for Falcons. They have a pretty decent hold on this position with the operator already trained in. There needs to be something from the attackers to clear. They do still have a drone and a paranoia, though, so you'd hope that that will happen.
Stopping power of this side. I mean, no fault line in play right now, so it'll be a little bit more difficult to keep these players back. Already, you've got nanos to trap them in on the site. Gentlemates want to fight, and Alvar gets away with that. Takes a little bit of damage, but somehow he's still alive. The pressure doesn't follow up, and they're fragmented. Gentlemates. Okay.
It's like, oh, never mind. Okay, Bayaz just killed everyone.
Like, oh, everyone's taking individual fights. That's a risk unless you got an
bag.
individual like Beyaz who's just going to shred you.
21 kills?
It's 21-3, man. Like, it's not,
Yeah,
it's not fair.
KD was 17, and now it's only 7.
I'll say definitively they didn't deserve to win that. They threw in the nano. I like that. I like that they're keeping the player on the side.
Oh my god, it was straight through the smoke!
You know what I mean? It's one of those rounds where I genuinely think Falcons did a lot of things right. Then there was disruptive util put through. They responded correctly. They got out ahead, and then Beyaz just came through with his BS. And that sucks to lose a round like that, but they did.
Yep.
9 potentially for Gentlemates. Maybe Falcons are playing for the curse. Could be it.
Right.
Figured it out.
Yeah.
Probably.
Did you get that? Did you get that from the VLR forums?
that one was Reddit. Reddit direct.
Okay. Nonetheless, again, we've seen this A control taken. Alvar re-aggressing. I don't know if there's going to be a stun or something to play. No, he's just swinging. Just takes that spot back. And the tank looking like he wants to try and clear this. But the thing is, the information not so much there for the defensive side. Now that he's taken this control, you will have heard some of the steps. But instead, he might actually end up catching someone else. Never mind. Has to fall back to the side, and it's patient from Takas. An easy opener, rolling thunder through, and while Alvar is trying to get out of there.
Paranoia.
I think he's just about going to escape. And actually, yeah, Mo's found another.
Fair play. Yeah, a tight angle being held on the spawn. A chance to get some good damage in there, just about avoiding the Hunter's Fury that would have picked Alvar off completely.
2 tags, though.
And the spike, look where it is. It's trapped underneath. It has to cross back out. We need a smoke to go up. We need these players to cross safely, or just try to plant right there and then. Conscious of that swing coming through at any given moment, but it doesn't. Plant will be secured. The advantage, not quite Gentlemates in one way. Like that op, I'm worried about on Alvar. It's done so much damage, but there are some players peppered up that could make it easier.
Dark gets so much information. Already Natang is actually going to swing off the back of it, and again in these post plants, it just looks strong from Gentlemates. Only 2 remaining, both relatively low. I think these were the players tagged up by that Hunter's Fury, both being connected on it once, and Alvar now again, it's just unless they all 4 line up and he manages to headshot them every single one at once, and they're even going to use Timmy the Turret as a sacrificial lamb. Nothing he can do in this stage, and while a very strong attacker side of half coming out from Gentlemates in the end.
Yeah, look, considering there were very few opportunities there, I can think of one round off the top of my head where it felt like Falcons could have ended up with that in their pocket. Maybe that would have set them up for the 5th to close out that final. But the reality is this half has been completely under the control of Gentlemates, bar a little flash in the pan from Falcons. Pistol round here, I would say, is essential for this squad. Hey, they can always win the 2nd round and force buy it back up and so on, but this is really where I think for the squad's morale, you want to be picking something up here. If Beyaz doesn't die in this round, I reckon we just go to next. He died 3 times, man. That's not fair.
Yeah, it has been a truly absurd performance. I don't know if he manages to keep this up, it'll probably be an instant MVP. They'll probably win the entire thing.
We're gonna have to vote in chat for the MVP after this. Pick whether you want map 1 Beyaz, map 2 Beyaz, or both maps Beyaz.
Let's see.
Didn't give him a map 3, you notice that?
Yeah, well, if he's playing like this,
if he keeps going.
Fair. Already though, Logan dinked up. Low on HP, has his utility covering the majority of the map as well, although I say that. He has his turret on A, but I'm just looking where Takas is, and I don't think his turret really playing much of a part in the round anymore.
That's not a great start. Logan already in with huge damage. He will be dropped. No trade possible, and now they're sort of locked out. This is a great beginning if the spike wasn't in spawn, and now all alone and dead. So I don't have any excuse for that. But I said before there was one round they deserved to win. This one, they definitely didn't. Like, you get the site control and the spike is back in mid, bro. That's...
The thing is, not expecting Takas to have pushed all the way through main. I guess they maybe expected a little bit more respect from their opponents, but it's bound to happen at that sort of stage. And now Spy left 1v2 after he manages to find that kill on Takas. The problem is, he has 20 seconds. The tank's actually going to go pushing. Has his teammate alongside him. They're actually giving him the fights, and well, almost a little bit of humiliation.
Wasn't he 100
at the
HP?
end.
That's an impressive right click from a guy who was like 30. Who just went swinging around. I don't know what the tank was doing, but if it works, it works.
Well, I think they're feeling confident. The frustration must be as well, like you hit that initial dink onto Logan, don't finish him off, and then he ends up doing, what, well over 100 damage. Like, it's just got to be infuriating. And
it just kind of, it really does show you where they're at.
yeah,
I mean, you
Taka's
said,
having a good time.
you said the disrespect, you know, in some of those plays, but I think that last one shows it. When you're 20 HP, you swing out, bad timing with your teammate, and just go, I'm going to right-click him.
Yeah.
And no, I am.
Well, the funny thing is, what, there was about 20 seconds left, so for him
was
to
20,
run, grab the spike, and get to a site would have been pretty much impossible. So it basically gave him one of the only ways he could win the round.
Yep.
But you could tell that, gentlemen, they just don't care. Like, they are dominating at this stage, and, well, Takas, he's actually not going to get spotted by the turret. Doesn't opt to shoot it, just wants to keep the control. I would say, for someone who is a Jet main, he just seems so tempered. Like, he will be calm in moments where he could do something stupid, as we see a lot of Jet mains do. And no, he's just like, okay, my team need the control, I'll keep it.
His push also won them the previous round, so I think that you've got to be conscious that if there's anything that's in their mind, it's that you might do that again. They'll patch that up. Oh my god, the damage is huge! Logan gives them no quarter, although there's a response. A good one at that with 2 kills. Weapons potentially retrievable. Map control that isn't very easy for Gentlemates to get back, especially not against this buy, but they haven't picked up anything. They're going in with the Sheriffs, and they're winning the fights.
Yeah, this is a round that they desperately need. He's someone who has been an utter hero for them going into the playoffs of the previous event. Probably the #1 player that came out of there for MENA. See what he can do! 4 kills already! A chance at a lifeline, but look who's on the other side. Bears has been truly unstoppable, but Khaled will put him in the dirt. Falcons claim a lifeline, and that lifeline came from Mo.
A 4th round is not a lot, but if you're going to be popping off like that, that's the morale boosted back up. That's this squad dialed in and ready to go. But for Gentlemates on the other side, what's their choice now? Did they decide? I mean, they invested very heavily in the last round. They had Bulldogs galore. This might just be time to take the eco and roll on into this, give Falcons their 5th, allow that momentum to start to build up a little bit more.
It's actually crazy. He's the joint 2nd top fragger in the server. They have 4 rounds.
Shadows traveling.
Especially when it's not like everyone else on Gentlemates is doing Unreal. It's literally Beyaz, Takas just dominating.
No, but that's what I mean. He has the same amount of kills as Takas.
Yeah.
It's nuts. I guess the 4K definitely helped out a little bit. Already seeing some aggression. It is that deadly duo just waiting. Really waiting. Trying to take that shot and didn't really land anything. Spotting him so aggressively. The thing is, it now might call into question, okay, you've spotted that player that deep on one side of the map. Do you start to wonder if there's a stack on the other? For the attack, seemingly not. And they are going to go walking in towards 3 players, but bear in mind they don't have much at all. It's Logan with the Sheriff and pretty much nothing else.
Well, map 1 has been a consistent disappointment from the side of Falcons in some of these rounds, but there it is. A clean kickoff to this. The C site is theirs, the plant is in.
Spike planted.
And finally, they can feel like they've got their hands wrapped around this one. It's within their grasp. Flank even being watched for here, and again, it's just a classic. Just a classic. There we go. Easy peasy.
I thought for a second, I was like, no, please.
Oh, here's Logan, though.
He has to die.
His
in
timing
this
is
round.
great. I think the barrel might... Yeah, it might have been spotted indeed. He seems to have a very good idea. The player's here, but still, the fight will be won by Audi.
Outlaw manages to close that one out. Come on for Takas. Yeah, I almost feel like just hoping to maybe get a rifle and get out of there will be the upgrade. So just keeping things relatively clean for Falcons. I think only a Bulldog lost in the end. And now their climb back looks to continue. But this is where things will get a little bit more difficult. We're finally going to see rifles in the hands of Gentlemates. And again, I just there's something about watching Takas in comparison to other Jets where I'm just like, you're too calm in moments where you should just be going like, oh, I've seen someone shoot! And he's like, I'm lining it up. I'm lining it up.
How fast is he moving? I'll go about that speed.
Yeah, it's just he's so chill. Like I don't get it. I'm enjoying it, though.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it comes back to what you said earlier, just how tempered he is in these moments and understanding when to get aggressive, when not to.
This is fast.
This time from Alvar, it is time to get aggressive on his part, right through to the C site. Rolling Thunder cleared it out completely, but Gentlemates were ready. They were already starting to fall back off that site and give them the space they desired. A trade they were more than happy to make, as they now look to take that, make that retake happen. Just one away from Logan having a lockdown. It could help a ton. They need to do that, grab that orb via a kill. Right now, there's not a ton on offer.
Well, Takas again, the space taker, and he's managed to get rid of Alvar already. Tap onto the spike, and he's managed to get 2. Shouldn't have got away with anywhere near that much on the way back through, and now the remaining players, Mo's got a nasty angle. This might be a surprise, but he's only going to get the 1. Maybe needed a little bit more trigger discipline for Outlaw. 13 HP, but somehow he's turned this into a 1 versus 1, knowing exactly where his opponent is. Just defusing. Bayaz is just sticking it all the way, but the smoke fades, and he's expecting a peek, and eventually it will come through. I think he's got it as well. A decent amount of time left on that clock, and the calm within the storm. This man has won them so many rounds. Add another to the tally.
Unbelievable. Even the fact that it was expected to be a fake in the first place, I thought they had played that to perfection, counting in their heads until the smoke would be faded and the spike would no longer be able to be defused, but just a second left on that clock. That's all it comes down to, as we see 11-5 on the scoreboard. And that really wasn't a clutch that Falcons needed to lose. For this side, getting 3 in a row, well, it would be something they haven't managed to do so far. And again, it evades them. So we see Gentlemates with the recovery, 2 away from a victory on this map. They'll set them up with Ascent and Fracture to close out. Pressure's on them. Yeah, Whaler's giving it up.
Again, they've been happy to play retake and with a lockdown on either side. It's going to force them all the way out of the side. This is the thing. It has to almost be that long control being fought for. A little bit of extra time purchase, and I like the push coming through from Whalers. Just getting in on that flank relatively early and just going to watch to see if anybody tries to wrap around. This will be the common play when there's a lockdown.
Oh, that shot was hit by Alvar so quickly, though. The stun comes out.
What, he did the second player.
Takas ready to take a little bit more now without. He's super low in the corner. He'll still win the fight. That could be massive. Rolling Thunder put down deep. But defuse can't be started just yet. Too many nanos on it. They're buying time on the side of Falcons. The spike is ticking away. Someone needs to get on it. And here comes the swing as Falcons deny that defuse. The round is done, and it's in their favor.
There were so many moments where it felt like that could have fallen apart. The thing is, the general idea, okay, you lose that control, you try and wrap back around, but it was something that Gentlemates read so well. I don't know how, like there's a moment just before this where Takas gets a kill and in the same spray dinks the second player through a box. Like, I don't know how he seems to be this crisp, but they managed to rectify it, and then Spy just doing a good job. And that's the thing, he's had an incredibly quiet game so far. He's been right down the bottom of that board, but a round that might have just woken him up a little bit. And on the other side of things, well, I was going to say there's not much to play with, but I'm wondering if we're going to see Bladestorm put into the round for Takas. And, well, he didn't buy any shields here. I guess he wants an operator in the next round.
And we had a really nice resurgence so far in this half from Outlaw as well. I think he finished the first half with 1 kill, and the majority of his frags here have been very important ones. So it's been very nice to see. Takas here, Bladestorm in hand, plenty of players on the other side, even the tank coming through to support him. Drag these players into the angle a little faster, but only the one found. No one else able to trade. The weaker weapons really showing their downsides. Logan's got the Guardian, though. And with 2 kills under his belt, no information. It's time to fall back. Give that space back up and play the 2v2 late round.
I wonder if this drone actually spotted the spike. Because it might give them at least a second to realize, okay, they're currently not in a position to plant. Only just going to be starting to look to retrieve that. And this gives the space to Logan to just wrap all the way around. They will have probably heard the turret as well. So that means he knows there's absolutely no way that they're watching this flank right now.
Planted.
But here they go. Now Audi swings to watch it. The timing perfect for Logan. He gets his position. He's watching the right angle, but the shot won't land. And now they look to take space elsewhere, realizing that there's a big weapon behind them. No, in fact, they're going back in for the swing. This could be a little bit greedy. That's info on both players now, though. A great position to play from with that under their belt. I'm surprised they're staying so close, allowing these fights to happen. Maybe the fact that one player only has the classic, but it's Logan you have to be afraid of, and that's why he's coming close to it with the wall bangs, but he won't get it. Audi, as I said, such a good second half from Audi. I think
Outlaw.
every kill.
I don't know why he's called
been,
Audi in the game.
Hey, if it says Audi, it says Audi, all right? My boy Audi's fragging.
It sounds like, you know, when you have an innie or an outie on your belly button.
Yeah. Well, I think we can take a guess on what Outlaw's got. But yeah, he was out of there, taking those kills. And I think this half has just been unreal for me. Honestly, the impact kills, whether it's closing out those flanks, a clutch like that, or even when we saw the push towards Garage in the previous round where Alvar got one, was traded. If Outlaw doesn't find that kill in return,
oh dear, that's not the start. I was about to say, already got the operator in. That's what we saw the save come through from Takas. Bear in mind, he didn't buy shields alongside that Bladestorm because he wanted to have it in this round with the operator. A clear opener, and they've now seen the players outside A.
same position that we've seen taken by Khaled many times. It's going to be Bayaz sat in that corner. It's so deadly for the whole first half, and they won't check him the first time around. Now they know where he is, but dealing with him through his smoke's a different ball game altogether. Dancing about, recon through, it's landed right beside. They've got the reveal. Outlaw has no chance in that one. He most certainly is, Audi. As 12-7 we go. Gentlemates just one away from closing this, and while Falcons would have to have more of a streak of rounds than we've seen from them so far, more than double.
Yeah, they've only managed to get 2 in a row, and this second half has definitely looked better than the last one, but he's
How did he get him?
quick. He's just
that wasn't a wall
quick.
bang. He shot him in the arm. Like, there was a pixel visible there. I don't know how he got that.
I love the combination of putting in the dart, the guy goes to look, and then you flash him. That's just bullying. Like, it's just bullying at the end of the round. 12-7. Business as usual over the last round for Gentlemates. And Logan just swings off the back. There's a stun to help him out on the third player as well. The nail, or the first at least, being put into the coffin. And 1 out. Remaining 2 players, they're trying to lurk through, but you're not catching these Gentlemates off guard. Khaled now the last one standing to try and find a 1 versus 4. He'll at least get the first, but 11 HP. There's even going to be just the dart slowly bouncing in. They know where he is, and they make this one look easy. 13-7 for Gentlemates, the representative of the French region, coming through with a fairly dominant first map.
Oh, absolutely. Like we said, from the start, the control was theirs. The maximum streak that came out of Falcons was 2 rounds, and then they had a solution. Every single time they were able to fight back, and we just didn't see that resolve and resilience coming out of Falcons. But they did start it out sloppy. I mean, the amount of picks and plays we saw be thrown away, that started to tighten up towards the end. So I start to see that as some jitters to begin with. Now they're on the same page. They move to a map that they belong on.
I hope you're right.
Third
Do you know
map?
what? We're getting a little bit of hopium here, but I know there's a lot of hopium over on the desk. So we'll send this over to Tux, and the other 2 people are going to try and interrupt Tux.
Other 2? Oh.
Gentlemates put themselves in the driver's seat. One map up already. Haven, which also happened to be their map pick, but honestly, I think Beas probably has one of the biggest backpacks I've ever seen.
I mean, this guy is carrying harder as right now Max Verstappen RB. It's it's mental. We had to do it. You got a driver's seat.
My bad, bro. I will never say that ever again.
You shouldn't, because otherwise you end like Maldonado. But most importantly, it was crazy. This was a crazy game, a crazy start. It all looked so good for Gentlemates from the beginning on. And it is a bit of a shocker because for the beginning part, it was like, Falcon's not good. But at the end, I was like, hold on.
I would like to request a close-up on Tux's face.
Oh.
He's smiling. He's been happy the entire time, please.
I'm not gonna lie, but Beas showed us how big his biceps are, you know what I mean? Like, he actually popped up during this game. Especially this round was actually question marks, you know what I mean? Like, they were not in sync. They could have taken a better angle.
Yeah.
They could have done a lot of things differently from a defender perspective. But getting those sheriff rounds proves that we have it.
Yeah.
Is it the Wild West over there in MENA, or what's going on?
It's very well known that the sheriff and MENA is just overpowered.
Are you saying that because of Gassan?
No, I didn't say because they play sheriff.
All right.
What is kind of crazy though, talking about the statistical pace of all of that, is that today feels like the day of IGLs. You know, we had with Brody playing insanely well there on game one. Now Beas is really making a name for himself when you got kids like Takas on the roster. It is mental in my eyes how good it played, because it in the beginning felt so much like this was a field day for this man.
309 ACS. This man is chilling, to say the least.
Sova IGL, by the way.
Yeah,
Sova IGL.
by the way.
Sova IGL. He was reconducting for himself. He was running for himself. Actually, the amount of pressure Beas put on top of Falcon's shoulders was so huge. They couldn't react. They couldn't react to a lot of stuff, especially this round.
Yeah,
he was so impactful.
Honestly, this is the kind of round where afterwards you're all riding and looking for team post because you're gonna disband. Like, this is horrible. This is so hard to watch. But you know, what I think, Tux, it didn't feel like this was, because let's take a look at the second half a little bit. Thinking about the second half, it was Falcons playing decent. It was not a shaky, scared Falcons.
They got the confidence. Once you go on attack, you have the confidence to go and make those plays. I think that played a very big role of what they had on defense. But
it's a Beas show.
I think they just miscalculated the space they needed on defense, which actually M8 really abused to execute very well on Falcons.
But again, we see how good Bayas was overall, just individually.
Yeah.
It felt pretty much like he's, I don't know, at the beginning part, it felt like they're having a bit of a practice game against a, Project V team, VRC kind of team. It felt easy. It felt super easy, to be very honest. It's the only way to say. They were scared, they were intimidated, and they abused that so much. This was straight up, as Tom said, high school kind of bullying. I'm coming in with the info dart on flash, don't even have a chance, and suddenly there's milk all over my backpack kind of thing. It was hard to watch, heartbreaking to watch.
Imagine it from my perspective.
I don't even want to expect it from. I don't want to.
It was so tough to watch.
I mean, you're wearing the MENA jacket. You're representing
keep in
the
mind,
region.
Keep in mind, Haven is the weakest map on
Fair
Falcons map.
All right. Okay, that's 1 point of copium coming into this.
Oh yes.
No, not yet.
Not yet.
The second point is the Sheriff rounds that we've seen out from Falcons, because this is a theme that carried on from last year into this year, and round 14, I mean, Tux, that was nasty.
I love MENA when they play with the Sheriff. Their rounds are always exciting. No matter what, the Sheriff would always pay off. As you can see, they also saw the Spectres left and right, and they actually left the guns. They are that confident, that the Sheriff is going to defeat any other gun. That's how confident they are. They left the Spectre, they left the Vandals. Let's play with the Sheriff, get this headshots, get the round, and move forward.
Yeet. I mean, listen, we're going to be heading into the next map, and think about which one. Ascent. Oh, and that's the next one for Falcons. Yeah, the 3 initiatives are coming through. But from what we've seen from Falcons and the fact that they're warmed up, Tux, how are you feeling moving forward? What is the hopium like?
Yeah, well, okay, I'm gonna say this. I think Falcons can do it.
Okay.
I want to hear that.
Yes, it's not impossible. I know they had a sloppy start maybe in Haven. Yes, I know they're weak in Haven, and considering Pearl is removed by M8, Bind is removed, so I'm not really afraid of Falcons' performance coming into map 2 or map 3. We never know.
Okay.
But in essence, I'm very confident with Falcons. They created their own playstyle.
Are you?
Do I need to break his heart?
I mean, you gotta
do
it.
I need to break this?
Listen, you don't have to break his heart.
No chance.
No chance.
Okay, wait.
No chance. I don't see anything happening in their favor. There's nothing going to be the case. It is nearly impossible. Literally, it's nearly impossible.
I will let you change your mind.
It can't happen. This team is overall so good. Overall too well versed.
Wait.
Overall too strong.
What is that?
Yeah, this is.
What? Huh?
I didn't mean it. Don't poison me. What?
What are you offering?
An Arabic coffee.
Can you show?
It's written coffee in Arabic, by the way. So.
It says qahwa.
Yeah. Qahwa.
Does it smell like copium? Is that what you've been drinking the whole day?
Yes.
Is that why you're so like convinced?
Yeah, so most importantly, you have to say Falcons have hardly lost this map over the entire course of the year. So far played 12 times, they won it overall 11. That's absolutely mental. And Gentlemates is not even good on Ascent. This is going to go to the third map, absolutely.
Yeah, we're going to Fracture for sure. As Vincent said, he's convinced with whatever he just had that Falcons can get it. Yes, coffee.
Coffee, absolutely. Okay, being a little bit more realistic though, when we're looking at the sides of Gentlemates, that was a great performance from their IGL specifically, so it's a matter of will the rest of the team also be comfortable and step up to the plate?
Yeah, I think regarding particularly when we're going on Ascent, it's not a comfortable map for this team. Recently played it against the boys of Wild. They played literally the wildest compositions you could ever imagine, but most importantly, they were not good at it. Their defense side, overall passive, seeing opponents running them over time and time again. And in the end, we were caught with, I think, a 5-13 loss. And legit, what I said was not a lie. You know, Falcons won this map 11 out of 12 times this year.
Yes. Ooh. They barely ever lost their momentum on this map, and they have been playing actually 3 initiators since last year.
Okay.
And Frankie was on Breach. They had a Breach in the composition. Yes.
Breach.
Yes. And he was so good at holding B side. Frankie was doing like amazing job. at his defender side, his attacking
I don't
side.
believe it. You gotta give me another one.
All right, there we go.
I don't believe any of this.
Yeah, okay. Wait, we're gonna make him believe. And
All right.
trust me,
Believe. Come on.
going into this, having a Fade, having a Sova, and having a KO,
Yeah.
as we talked earlier, we said that they have a very powerful utility, which is, for example, we have the Haunt, and we have the 0 point, which is the KO knife, and we also have the Recon Dart.
My question here is, though, considering they've played it 12 times and won 11 out of 12, they have a triple initiator composition. If we know it, Gentlemates knows about it.
Triple initiator is the best thing I ever heard on Ascent. Literally, it's the best thing I've ever witnessed. To be frank, no, but it's weird.
It is weird.
I want to give.
But it works.
Just one positive argument to all of this for me. The last time Gentlemates played against a weird composition that was a Phoenix on Ascent, you know, it's a duelist. It's a different thing. But they were confused of what's going on. They were confused on how to adapt to it. They tried to adapt to it, for example, played more aggressive towards middle, stacked the middle side, but they couldn't do anything against what their opponent did. I believe, though, it's going to be a bit more complicated this time around, because one thing we have really witnessed from Gentlemates over the entire season is adaptability.
I think also putting also 3 initiators in a team hand, you have to know that the slower you go, the worse it gets for you, because you have 3 initiators. The amount of information gathering that they have, and the amount of utility you have to counter while executing. You have to break a Recon Dart, you have to break a Haunt, you have to deal with KO flash drives that are sometimes, because of the chaos, you're very unable to see the flash drive coming your way anyway. So, and not to mention the prowlers clearing angles.
It basically is a horror show. You're there, you know, there's an info dart, you're going to be released, and suddenly there's 2 prowlers, you're getting bitten, suddenly you have rabies, you have to go back on side, you cannot be healed, and at the end of the day, you're absolutely being overrun by 3 initiate. It's more crucial how much they can stop it.
You have also the Astra Stars.
Come on, leave me alone.
Because
I know Mo plays Astra, I know.
Yeah.
It is just going to be, if it doesn't work at all, it's going to be miserable.
And they have...
But if it does work, we go to Fracture.
They have a lot of utilities, and keep that in mind. They have the Seize and the Fragment. They have the Gravity Well and the Fragment.
Yeah.
They can clear angles.
They're cooking something up.
What are they cooking, though? Tell me.
Depends. I mean, whether or not it's going to work, that's the first question. Second is exactly whether or not that triple initiator comp is going to be cooked up and thrown in our faces.
Absolutely. There we go, Tux. And we see it again, talking about it. We see a Sova, we see a KO, and we see a Fade. Overall, just to make sure, there's not a single compositional change on any of the sides, which makes this surprisingly standard. If both teams have done a great job on the anti-strutting department, it might be very easy for them to counter their opponent.
All right, I'm going to say this. So basically, everyone is going to put an eye on these 3 initiators, right?
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
And when I see that kind of composition, that's my eyes, like going on the KO, Sova, Fade. Oh my god, they're playing 3, they don't have a Sentinel. That's the role of Mo, to cover that Sentinel hole, that the Killjoy role, for example. Stopping these pushes, taking those spaces, denying any kind of lurking ability coming from the enemy team. So I think Mo is one of the main factors of this comp working for Falcons.
Well, statistically, it looks like it will be in Falcons' favor. You got a little bit of a curveball that you're throwing to Gentlemates as well with the triple initiator, but again, they've watched the ball, so they're prepared. Exactly
and
how...
they have existence.
And they have existence. So, how is this going to be playing out? Is Falcons going to be able to push this to the final map on Fracture? Find out as we're going to head into our second map of this series with Mission Top.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Now listen, I did definitely hear a lot of
Did you almost say Sue there? I feel like you
no,
paused.
I didn't.
You
I
just
was
went,
ready.
Thank you. And I could just hear, I don't know, I heard Sue just in the distance.
Okay, well, I think that's a you thing. That's a you thing, Tom. But listen, we're the force of habit. We are creatures of habit, that's for sure.
You don't miss Sue. Okay.
Not at all.
I do, sir.
Not at all. Not when you're here, Ginny. You're fantastic. Zesht, you know, we could do without it. When we move on into this map, I'm kidding, I love you, Zesht. We're moving on into this map, Ascent. Look, we heard a lot of promise and a lot of potential over on that Falcon side, but they have a lot to fix moving into this, and it felt like, you know, you're bringing a comp like this in, you need to be able to fight. And on that last map, I'm just not sure. They were pound for pound. as good of a team, not even a better team.
I think the worry as well is like seeing Takas play that attack side op. If you're going to be trying to take map control or even just hold mid with an op, he's probably going to kill you. So I want to see if there's layers to it. Also, they played this comp quite a few times. There's a reason the Des was talking about it so much. Is it's something that has been seen, been shown versus opposition up against Existence. And like, I don't know about you, but like that guy is kind of good at coming up with counter strats.
They do say he's a decent leader.
Decent, yeah.
Middle of the pack, along with that guy Gob C or something. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. I
Round
liked
one.
him.
We're kicking off, and Gentlemates are going to be on the defensive side as the barriers go up. Falcons looking for mid control. All 5 players in this area as they look to hammer themselves some control. Where are we going with Maw? He is walking up on mid. The intention is to take it to A, but he's trying to fake out a little bit of noise. Here's the flash on the players that should be curious, but Gentlemates are way back on the site.
Playing passive, maybe not wanting to give up too much information, but instead, wow, they managed to get the opener. You know, he's got one already. I don't know how he's alive. I'll be honest with you. Outlaw was behind him, shooting him in the back, and somehow didn't kill him. I'm very confused as to how Takas is still alive, and you need to kill that guy when you get the chance.
After the last game, Tom, you know, there was a point where Bayad's was so far above everybody else. I didn't believe it was possible to catch him.
He was 17-1, and I think maybe Takas was on like 10, maybe a push.
He was making it look like Mario Kart with no blue shells, but to be honest, somehow Takas was able to come out there, catch up to him by the end, and be hot on his heels in terms of fragging power. And you know, I think Alvar was one of the positives to write home about, certainly when it came to defensive side, locking down that control. But Takas was 6. He ended up with 6 of those opening duels under his belt. And even despite that, he was having a lot of success in getting into the site and finding not just his 1s, but his 2s, his 3s, as we just saw, to open up this pistol. Not a good sign for Falcons dropping that. There's potential in a round 2.
Why do I feel like he's going to have Bladestorm by round 3?
It's possible, man.
He's not even that, like, he's in the right place as well. Like, they look like they're going to build into a B hit, although they are playing relatively passive.
He's building into a B hit, mate. He's going for it himself.
Okay, good. No Bladestorm. That's good for them. That's something, at least. Obviously, him having the Marshal, the rest of the players are the ones that have sort of that heavier, more expensive weaponry. And a decent amount of space has been given up. They've been able to take mid-control relatively for free. Now, this is where Takas previously was, so now Outlaw has that spot. Have that spot.
Yeah, I mean, he's trading it out to try and fight into spawn. They need someone to get a pick. And he will deliver! What an incredible shot by Outlaw!
Spike down mid.
Still more needs to be found by the rest of the squad, and it will be Logan on the whiff. Paranoia from right side. Whalers uses that lack of information, lack of sound to reposition. They've spotted him, though. The smoke down a little bit late. They're already past it. A flash on the corner forces him back. They've got good control. The spike in their hands, the man advantage. Whalers cannot afford to go down. They really cannot. This plant, they want to deny it with 15 seconds left, but they need to take these fights into 2vx, or Gentlemates run the risk of losing. This follow-up round, never mind. Not with Bayaz firing off like that. Recon to back, Whalers trading out cleanly. But irrespective of all that, Falcons invested next to nothing, and they got, well, a plethora of kills.
Yeah, I am genuinely starting to think that they should just invest into the Shiko, like just go with the Sheriffs, because it seems like they have a few unbelievable players when it comes to those pistols. And honestly, the recoveries, it's something, at least, for Gentlemates, but now they have that decision of, are they just going to go for it here? Now, you're seeing Takas buying a rifle, and you might be thinking, well, like, why is he gone for a rifle? Like, he's firstly got a little bit of extra cash anyway because he only went with the Marshal and got a load of kills. But also, if he gets a kill and dies, he's just going to have Bladestorm in the next round anyway. So definitely a worthwhile risk. It means for the rest, okay, Logan's on a Sheriff. Some people would be worried about that. And
all right.
The tank's only going to have
That's your one. That's your one for
the
map.
I've already... oh, for the map. Okay, we're doing it per map.
Tom, I know you. I'm sensible enough to realize one per game ain't going to happen. That rule's getting broken. We got a shock dart lineup coming through from Khaled. See if it could destroy the utility that could have been watching that down. The alarm bot that would normally be around mid. Triple push in main, grabs a kill. Already one frag under their belt. It wasn't Takas that found it.
The rifles, oh, okay, they were going around as a pack. Like, just basically going like, we don't need to split up the weaponry. Let's just send it pushing together. this is already starting to get a little bit dicey. Outlaw seems to be playing a fairly heavy, almost like aggressive lurk, like trying to take that map control for the team. And now they're going to go sprinting in towards this site. The paranoia is sublime. The utility combinations coming out here from Gentlemates have made this take nigh on impossible. Spy has done well, but the trade is immediate, and they know where Mo's sitting. Last man on the site, pinged up. There doesn't seem any chance. There's a flank even coming through, which is about 17 light years away, and they're going to swing him together. Good work from Gentlemates, and wow, Falcons finally had themselves a bye, but it doesn't look like the start's any better than the last map.
And that's the problem, Tom. You know, that second round had a lot of promise in it, a lot of damage done, but you don't get the reward for that really unless you're able to capitalize here. And they certainly were not. I think picking them off one at a time in this way, the paranoia that came through from Whalers disrupted their push so much, allowed Logan to pop off from up top, and the trades came in thick and fast afterwards. Even how disciplined they are in taking down that last player, not just the double swing, but toying with him, so that when he took that first kill, he was out of ammo, had to go for the reload, and there's no way you're getting a reload on a spray transfer.
They got sheriffs, though. They got 2 sheriffs. That means they're getting at least 2 kills in this round.
At least 3 if we go by their regional stats.
Okay, how they nice shot dart. Ah, they're even good. Okay, I don't think they expected a second player to be in the same corner. I don't know why there were 2 players in the same corner. And that round ended very quick. I'm going to be honest with you.
On the upside, they've gotten the Blade Storm out of Takas. On the downside, it's round 4. He built up that ult very early, and getting it out of the way is probably better for their ult cycle. So, especially because their economy is sitting decently pretty.
They're going to drop him an op, aren't they?
Of course. Well, not of course, but probably. And there it is.
Yeah. He's so good with it, it's worth the investment. He drops the rifle he already had over to somebody else, and now the sort of game changes completely. Now they've got so much initiation utility. If anybody dry peeks this op, I'm gonna cry.
They shouldn't. They really shouldn't, and there we go. Already spotting him out. Will be destroyed from the off angle. He hasn't had to reveal that the operator is here. But a player up close in B main, always cause for concern. Reveal, and that's the peak.
Oh, it's so
great
good.
Timing, misdirection as that bolt went through. They've spotted him on the corner and still swung him. The drone saw he was holding it, but Spy was a little too brave.
Yeah. Okay, that's nice. Mo's lurk, successful. Oh, the swing out, and that's actually going to destroy the lockdown as well. And the tank's quick enough to get the trade. And, well, yeah, this round completely diminished to nothing. The Spike's still back in top mid.
Yeah, just witnessed a man die because he didn't know how many bullets it took to destroy a lockdown. That's unfortunate. At least Khaled's got the spike. Unfortunately, he is not bringing it to the lighter side of the map. I mean, everybody's here.
No one is looking here.
But they've got contact on him, right? And the tank wins the fight. If he loses, there's 2 players on like the weirdest timing ever re-peeking that. You can just never expect it. 5-0, and yeah, it's deja vu, Tom. This feels like map 1.
The thing is, okay, there were definitely some hiccups in this round. I think oh no, we're not going to see it. Nice, thank you.
So there were no hiccups.
No
Clean
hiccups,
play.
no. But I do love that initial sort of contact play. Like, Takas has the perfect support. And that's the thing I always worry when you see, like, an operator player pushing B main. Like, the same way I was like, okay, they're going to have to clear him. The opposing side on Gentlemates were like, they're going to try and clear him. So they've got all this initiation, so let's set someone up. They had a dart ready for when he did go to peek, but every time a Prowler came around, there was no part of Takas' mind that's going, I need to shoot that. He's going, I'm going to hold because my teammate is going to shoot that for me. And that sort of faith is, that's it. We've seen him calm already, but when you have players like that supporting you, maybe it doesn't show on the scoreboard. There was no assist there for Bayaz in that round. He definitely assisted his teammate.
Yeah, didn't even get any damage dealt, just to the utility. But like you say,
he deals enough damage as it is. He did all that in map 1.
The reality is, man, just not having to move your crosshair, having that level of faith in your teammates, well, it does put you leagues above the rest. And right now, that is certainly the vibe we're getting out of this game. Gentlemates
Placing swarm grenade.
looking clean. And I think
Coming back out of charges.
the problem I have is that this is very early on in the half. We could see Falcons really start to resurge, but it's 5-0, and in the next 2 or 3, they need to have a solution. So far, the previous map, that wasn't really doable for them. But like we said, this is somewhere that they're much more comfortable generally. And their ults are coming online now. The next round is really the line in the sand for me. Obviously, this one not being it because there are 3 pistols, a stinger.
To be honest, they've been their better rounds so far.
It's more, I don't think they'll use the ultis here, even if they do get the orbs, unless maybe Alvar picks one and drops the rifle.
Already. Okay. Well, that one's going to be free. Even marked up. So
and he doesn't care.
No.
He looks at it.
Just holds the angle. A confident one for him. Oh no, the amount of times Logan's been in a corner and he's just able to get a multi-frag. So good from these positions, but Alvar does well. That rifle garnering a kill. Blade Storm thrown through, but he's desperately low and even going to retrieve another rifle, maybe for a teammate, but Takas, well, we've talked about him being tempered. Now you see the temper. He's made it through that smoke. Found another kill, and nice work for Alvar. He managed to be able to get the second while he's still in the drone. A huge play from him. And now the remaining 2 coming through on that flank. A close position from Khaled. He has to get something, but the timing couldn't be worse. It needs to be the ace from the Jet, and the tank is there to clean up the mess again. An opportunity, a chance in these low-buy rounds, but they're never converted. And it's going to be 6-0 already for Gentlemates. They are steamrolling their way to that finish line.
Yeah, not the end of the world with the round that was in it, but man, Alvar made such a good attempt at that one. It is a shame to see that fall short, but a difficult position when they did end up in the 2v2. The one thing I have to say is time and time again, sure, Alvar has the good round, but Takas keeps on delivering. The guy's pushing through smokes with an operator with confidence, and there's never that player there to catch him. So far, he has no reason to change that aggressive playstyle because he is not being punished. He got killed after 2 by a super aggressive push at Alvar, who just so happened to have the rifle. That won't happen every time, and from what we've seen, it's barely ever happened.
I love their setup as well, that they basically have the 2 initiators on his side of the map to help set him up, and then they have the 2 players that can delay the most, well, to try and help him out. But this time, Alvar, elevated angle, not expected. A good start for Falcons. Now, they need to at least get themselves a few rounds. We've seen teams drag back this defensive half time and time again, but double ult thrown through in towards this site. They know where Logan is, so it shouldn't be much of a surprise. They should be able to clear him out with relative ease, and Khaled will do.
Yeah, but now look, Whaler's left alone. Not able to get up to ult too much, and the tank comes out top to support. The trade was good, but the advantage is not theirs. It's sitting towards Falcons. This might be the best round we've seen out of them yet with rifles in their hands. There's still plenty of time left to go, and the tank has his ulti online. But he's not going to be using it just yet. Suppressed for now. Already picking off Outlaw. Another onto Alvar. And now the advantage is theirs. He sees, but he doesn't care. 4 kills for the tank. And Gentlemates push up to 7. Even when it seems to be within their grasp, within their goddamn reach, it is taken. Again and again. Oh, it's a hard day to be a Falcons fan. Let me tell you. Someone check on Tux.
This is the thing as well. It's like they used the knife, so they knew both players were up there. And even still, it's isolated Jules from the tank. Like, he gets 3 1v1s. There's no trade potential. So that's the one where I now have to start looking at Falcons and go, okay, that's another blip. Like, that's a mistake. Like, maybe expecting someone, but it's like, they can't trade from the angles they're playing on. And the third play, well, Spy's planted. Like, I can't put really anything on. I can't go like,
what was he doing? What was he
putting the
thinking?
spike down? It's like, no, but that's too easy for the tank. And again, you're seeing the depth of this Gentlemates roster. In the last map, he wasn't really needed. He was just sort of in the Dora Explorer backpack being carried along by the other 2. But 10-1 right now, someone we've seen at the very top of Valorant in the past, and someone who looks like he is very keen to get back there.
7-0, man. This is a completely different face to Gentlemates than we thought we'd get, even in the best case scenario. Falcons trailing behind. Hunter's Fury used right away, and Beaz even gets the double tag on Spy. Dealing with him, making it harder for Falcons to actually get control. Instead, they fight forward, and the claws are out for Logan. He's able to take down Khaled, drop the spike in towards their spawn. Out of ammo on the site, but no need for him to get a kill. Takas is trading. Damage is done. Wall bangs in on Dema. 1 versus 3. Realistically, with the tank on the floor, and not another kill to be found. In fact, the tank even back up by the end of the round. They come out of there dropping 1 rifle. And you know, if there's still hope out there for Falcons, it's probably in our studio, but I imagine even that is going to be quenching a little bit.
Oh, God. Yeah, this is just brutal. Like, the fact is, you see again the sort of setup just be sublimed by Gentlemates. They had a one-man setup initially, instant TP over, Cross just being held to try and make things more awkward. And the second they realize it's a rush, Hunter's Fury to try and displace anything that Falcons were attempting to do. This time, though, 5 Sheriffs. They win this round.
That's a win.
They win this round. I'm ready. I'm ready.
The first dub, and that's the man.
Not a great start.
That's the guy popping off in the last map. What, the Sheriff 4K that we saw almost ace out of this guy?
It's all right. It's, oh.
That's a good sign.
Ooh, yeah.
That's what we like to see. That was a wallbang through his teammate.
Yeah.
You love it when you line up on an angle, don't you? Both head-to-head. You're just, maybe he was checking for nits. You never know.
They win this round.
Yeah, they do. For sure. The clutch is coming. Kaladin Outlaw.
Okay.
Outlaw.
Just Outlaw. Audi. You know? I've heard Audis are in. Never mind. Well, you know, they did damage to one player.
Yeah.
Yeah, Silver Linings are kind of... Tux, how good are they at the defensive side of this map? They're good at the defense. Is it they're really good at the defense, right? Should you have a little gander?
You're going to pull up the stats now. Just rub it in.
Should we just have a look?
30% defensive win rate.
Oh, no, I'm sure they're good at the defense. I'm sure. They're decent.
Yeah? Go on. Throw some numbers out.
Uh,
Quantify.
Well, 63%.
Okay. So they should win. And if you can just do 63% of 0.
They win 52% of their rounds.
If 0 is 37%, then we multiply it out, and that would mean they win 0 on defense as well.
So when they won it last time, they got 6 rounds on attack, and when they won it the time before that, they got 8 rounds on attack. Then they got 5 rounds on attack. 5. Yeah, it's not looking good.
So either way, we're not in game state optimal form right now. And that's why we see a timeout from Falcons. If they are going to make this work, it's by touching 3 and having a remarkable streak coming into the start of half number 2. That is a tough task for any team. And I think with the way that this series has gone, for God's sake, there's a man who's died once on Gentlemates.
Again.
This is, you know, it's the same as the previous map, and you just...
Again, we've got a player who's died once.
Bayas has only died twice, by the way. Like, he's just not killed as many, but he's still not dying. Then again, when you've lost 0 rounds, it's like we can point out any number of things.
They didn't need him to clutch because they're not losing enough players to need a clutch.
1v4 when there's 4 of your teammates alive is kind of tough. You know, it really is a tough position to find the silver linings, and I think the only people with a rougher job than us was the Falcons coach, having to sit through that pause and come up with whatever he can. This is where you go to the back page of your playbook. You've got to try and find something. I mean, we had some concerns about this comp. I coming in just thought it was trash, but you know, we've heard other teams run it in the past. The main thing is, like I say, you run a comp like this, no Sentinel, you got to duel.
You thought it was bad on defense.
That is also, I said, yeah, attack maybe if you're lurking, but defense you're screwed. Now that doesn't bode well.
Not great.
Again, though, you know, I can only say on what I've seen so far. I think on defense, I don't like it. I think it shows a lot of signs that you're going to need to play a certain way. The Gentlemates are better at playing the game than you, but it can always change. Here we go.
Oh, timing is everything here. Khaled spotted them, and the tank was actually watching for the player below to peek. And he's gone back. His teammate TP'd away, and he ran forward. And it's not even like his teammate was the one that got the kill, and you could fake it out. And the tank got the kill. He just didn't care. It was just disrespectful. They've got 30 seconds, and they have no map control. They're walking into mid now. There's 2 players backside of B. They're still walking into a trap. If Mo gets a kill, maybe they have a chance. That's the only thing. But they'd have to double back, and instead they're walking into a stacked up site. The majority of players here, the turret's still there. Bears at least gets tagged, but the swing is good from Logan, and the time is running out. They know exactly where this player is, and he's dead. It's done. There's not even enough time. The fact is, Takas can just go on a little mosey around the map as this round is over. Mo will get the kill, but it doesn't even matter. Double digits before their opponents even hit 1.
The Bernie spray as well on the other side of the map. You love that from Takas. He really was just sat out in the cold all alone. While his teammates had all the fun.
I can't believe that one of them TP'd back and just the tank was like, nah.
You don't get away from me. You don't.
The thing is, I would love to see them actually put some proper pressure into mid. I think that's something that has been avoided, and it's not like there's been a lot of control there at all from Gentlemen. It's like, majority of rounds, they put absolutely nothing there. Like, maybe once or twice they've had the turret watching from short, but you've been destroying that alarm bot and never taking any mid control. I just, again, it seems to be one of the more vulnerable positions, but it seems like much more direct site takes have been Falcon's goal, and every time they've just been running into at least a couple of players.
Flashback.
You know, in this case, Gentlemates 10-0. A defense that doesn't really need to change at this point.
Cover going out.
It hasn't so much. They've thrown out some aggression here or there, but this round's a slow one. And they just allow Falcons to make the move. Good thing for them, if they manage to close out this series in a dominant fashion, it does certainly set them up well to take one of those 2 spots in their group. A tough one at that if they're going to be beating someone like Focus, someone like Apex. And that's, you know, you'd expect this game to be dominant. So a good sign for their season. Falcons here, 45 seconds, Tom, and again, they're in B main, but they're so far back on mid that this push is, well, it's going to come down to the wire, timing-wise. They might get some aggression out of the other side, Bayaz. I thought he was going into the smoke. If he did, I think he was dead.
Do they do this? They do. Okay, that's big. It gives the information, lockdown thrown in, so it comes down to whether or not this can be defended for enough time. Already, they're going to use that Hunter's Fury just to get rid of it, and it will go through. Logan still in the back lines, trying to hold on. They've isolated him. 15 seconds, but they'll get the plant, and for the first time, maybe so far, we're going to see a proper retake on this B site.
Hey, this is their chance. You lose this round, and I think the map is very much gone. You start to think about when's our next game. Already, the first to fall is Outlaw. This squad grouping up and looking to make their way in. Takas, Bladestorm now popped, has an op in the back pocket, so the Blade's got to do some of the damage. He spotted 2 over the top. Another updraft, and he's going to use it back onto the platform to get the height. Here we go. Up and over, another opportunity, attack, nothing else to follow. So jump in from his teammates, the tank kept back, and, well, they might even save the op at this point. 1 round left, you want to just do damage, you've got money. How many ult orbs do you want to give those last players?
Oh! Oh, even when they lose, do they actually lose? 1 HP for Khaled as well. Oh, Takas is an absolute monster. Like we knew it coming into today, but it's always that sort of question where you go, okay, well they've been playing within the French league. There's a couple of good teams there, but I don't know how much depth there is. He's been beating up everybody. We kind of expected that, but now he comes in against new opposition. Is he still going to do it? And it's just been grotesque. If they push into him, it seems like they lose. They managed to avoid him up until the end of the round, and even then, it's just nasty.
I mean, you win a round like that, do you really feel like you won? That's the question.
When you lose 10 in a row, yeah.
That's true. He'll take any dub.
Hey, it says 1.
We won by 1 HP. Let's go. But it's so close, and the damage on the way out, the fact that they can't punish Takas, it does highlight more and more problems. Now, look, it's exits, and the guy was in a crazy position, all things considered, but that dominant feeling for Gentlemates doesn't fade. We know they can still win those duels. Their defense has been good so far, and there's only 1 round left to go. It can't go too far wrong. Falcons trying to change it up, shake up the game by playing an A push. The timing is good for them. You know, Gentlemates have taken their time in clearing out B main. They've got their op posted there now, but they still have to fill in the gap of middle, where the tank is now semi-spotting it. So there's no stack. Although that could be a good thing, because Falcons grouped up at side A. Looked like they were going to push it, and now they're spread out all over the map.
Oh, the Takas is close. He still just tries to find a cheeky peek around the outside, and the mid pressure might actually fake them into a rotation. In fact, even a player teleporting off the site, thinking that this might be a B hit, but they're still playing up on the rafters. Mo is just trying to mosey his way out, straight on towards the site. There goes all of that Killjoy utility, slowing them down. It's caused them so many issues in the past. The Whalers, he was given an opportunity, but now he's surrounded. Good work from the side of Falcons to isolate the players on the site. And now once again, Takas, Bayaz, retake.
Attempted wall bangs to start it off. They need a pick. They're coming down close to it. Oh, he's 5 HP. There's the arrow spotted, or the bow at least. The arrow firing out just moments after, but the reveal ends up costing Takas his life. Okay, two
Alvar
rounds
actually gets
at
a
the half.
wallbang on 5 HP, by the way. That's confidence
To
right
even
there.
go for that with a Vandal in hand is quite brave. But yeah, 2 rounds at the half, it's not good. It's not enough. And they need to be next to flawless coming into this half. You know, Tom, I'm going to harp on their composition for this defensive side now and just say, like, they have set themselves up, I'm not going to say to fail, but to have a very, very tough time with how they've been performing so far.
The thing is that my focus now, and he was the best player in their first half for them as well, but he has to be in the second half, and that's Mo. Like, you're playing basically a quasi-sentinel on the back of your controller. You're going to have to try and set up your teammates with utility as well. And then on the rest of the map, that's where you're going to see aggression. That's where you're going to see the push coming through. But he has to be an anchor because they don't have a sentinel. So if he goes down, round's basically done unless they have an incredible retake.
Push right away from Falcons. I love the confidence. We said there's something
Welles
they're going
is
to want to
dead.
do with this comp. The shock dart isn't even needed. Alvar cleaning up that first kill. Now, where do Gentlemates decide to go? It's back down towards top mid, where they try to isolate some of these players. They might just have Alvar, but he knows. He knows they can be around here. He's just going to tuck himself in for now, buy some time. Even just him being alive is a problem for Gentlemates, where they have to clear it. Oh,
No, they don't.
They ain't alive anymore.
Oh, maybe didn't expect them to be so deep on the other side. I don't know if Takas was making some noise that gave things away. It doesn't look like it. It seems like he's playing fairly passive, so maybe just a bit of a misread. It has wasted time, this initial aggression, but with an even trade, definitely not ideal. And it seems like the spike's now making its way back in. They're trying to fake a B hit, just throwing out that drone on one side of the map. In the meantime, Takas goes walkabouts and through the smoke. He's going to kill one off. Just taking space, jumping around. He's going to be able to close the door and actually survive on the edge of it. With the spike there as well, and also denial by the utility. They're going to get an afterplant.
Just a masterful play, even tucking in and avoiding the wall bangs on the way back out despite his low
What?
HP. What did I just witness from
What?
Bayaz? You cannot be getting away with plays like this. Takas on another, and oh, it's not clean.
Oh,
But it's one in the end. Gentlemates, another round under their belt, and with the pistol giving them an injection of rounds at this point, that injection would close out the game.
Put Tux into the recovery position on the floor, like.
Get an ice pack.
Like,
Gonna need one of those recovery blankets and a cup. You know what? He's already got his tea, hasn't he? So that's good. They do tell you that. Now he just need a recovery blanket, and he's good.
Oh, there's so many moments in this round that's so brutal. The jumping kill that came out from Bears, Takas solo diving into a
Whatever you wanna call
site
that.
and getting a kill and closing the door so his teammate could cross. And he gets another kill after that, by the way. Obviously, it is Takas. 11-2. We said the pistol round was a lifeline. I even think that might be gone. But you know what? Mo's got a kill with a Bucky. That's something that I don't think we're going to see too often this tournament. So you can take that with him.
No! What? Let's, can we... Is there anyone at his house? Can we check his PC?
Yeah.
Is that possible? What was that? How was that?
I like that. They just like,
When will that be again?
give me the rifle. You've got Whalers as well. Obviously, he's on the other side of the map, but give me the rifle.
I'm not even sure if it was that or if it was them screaming, "Take the rifle!" Like, you do not need it. Oh! Oh! You know what?
Return to sender.
Exactly.
There we go.
Karma, and it's just being delivered. Okay. 3 versus 4.
He's actually delivered them a rifle, more importantly, as well. So dashing in.
Well, that's a Bucky peek.
He
almost killed him.
He just tried. He just tried to kill him with a Bucky down mid. Cool.
They lost Whalers as well.
30 seconds
I
left.
hate this round.
If this was a closer first half, I would be extremely excited by what's happening here. The fact it's 11-2 on the scoreboard, and the fact that it somehow feels like Gentlemates can win this. Let's keep in mind, Logan's on 17 HP, and he was when he went for that incredibly risky, I'm going to call it, be very generous with my phrasing, incredibly risky peek. Now he's got Bayaz covering for him as he tries to punish the short peek. There's a low player up in heaven. Recon has actually caught him. The low player is the one to fall. Now it's a harder clutch for him in closing out these final 2. The headshot found. There's a real chance for Bayaz here. The recon, and he won't win the fight.
Good job, Khaled.
I find myself rooting for Falcons in a play like that. They can lose this series, but not like this, and thankfully,
You know it's
they will have
bad
another.
when Mitch is biased against the French team. That doesn't happen very often.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't.
This is a man that had Was it lock him? KC to get to the top 4?
Top 4.
Yeah. I think the only phrase you can use there is piss off. Like, it's just ridiculous.
We all make mistakes in life, Tom.
Oh no, I meant they showed the wall
shot?
bag. They showed the wall bag again.
Oh, you were going hard.
But also your pitch.
But also it stands. Wow, 11-3.
I wonder if KC
chances
is just
for
going. I know we didn't want a duelist, but how much do you think it would cost to bring back Takas as well? Because bear in mind, I'm pretty sure they already had him.
I'm wondering if we can actually get a check-in on Tux. He gave me a confidence rating for Falcons to win this whole thing, to get the VCT EMEA slot, or to make it to LCQ.
Wasn't it 30%?
30%. I'd love to get a check-in if that 30% has changed, even before this map is over. Because then if they came back,
yeah, that was for them to ascend.
To ascend.
Yes.
Exactly. To elevate.
To get themselves the
Hello?
You know, maybe this is the start of something.
Let's go, Ma. He's been really impressive in a lot of these fights. Whenever it's grounded gameplay, I think when he's part of the machine of Falcons pushing into sites and has a role to fill, it's a little bit haphazard, but that's everyone. When he's on his own, he is able to deliver. You see the competence of him as an individual.
Yeah, I think he has a very good read on the game, especially when he's got his utility down to control the variables around it. And that's something that I think, as said, that's why this composition could work, is when you have someone like him who is good enough to do that. The thing is, at the moment, that's not been the problem.
For sure.
It's been the stuff around it as well.
Yeah. And those things, they're not easy to fix. They're the sort of thing that maybe, I don't even know if I believe series to series, with a couple days in between, you'd be able to turn that around. So it's hard when the games are compressed, as they are. 11-4, not an easy scoreline. Falcons, though, in with a bye. What they're up against on the other side is a bye with 2 ultimates. And when we see Takas pull out a Blade Storm, we see him pull out a round win. That's how it's been so far.
Yeah, I think the bigger problem, genuinely, for them as a roster is that he is their controller and
he's going.
their sentinel.
He's sending it. Doesn't have the dash online, so he can't quite close the space in the same way with the Blade Storm, but you can see they want to close this out here and now.
Takas has taken that space. They're all going to be closed. He's trying to find an angle to get that initial fight, and already you've seen the switch up of Alvar to watch into mid, but this has all been a ruse. Nice work from Mo again. A double kill. His teammate ready on the cross. He's gone out way too far. If you can TP, you don't need to stand in the open.
Yeah, I think he jumped as he was doing it and didn't jump backwards, so that's not the way you want to do that.
He's made the clutch attempt a little bit more impressive now.
A bit more exciting, especially with Logan
Even
going
more
down.
impressive. Left on to Takas. Not a man you want to
winnable.
peek one by one.
Everybody needs to go together on this one. Do not give him a chance.
Nice.
He's being revealed. He's staying in the same position. Even popped out by the recon. Still good for one more. Only the wall bang to help him out. That could have went very badly wrong.
That's the thing. If you have a dart and a haunt online at once and it's a 4v2 and he still gets 2, you kind of go, like, they know where he is. It doesn't seem to matter at times. Yeah, definitely a bit more dicey. Like, Mo initially does an incredible job. This is definitely a mistake out from Failers, something he's soon going to want to forget. And then you can kind of understand the rest. Like, Logan trying to take a risk to get them back into the round doesn't pay off. And now we've got Gentlemates taking a timeout. I like it. You lose 3 rounds in a row, one of them being versus Pistols. You're going to be feeling a little bit frustrated, and you're going to want to give Existence that extra chance. And that's the thing. I think although someone who in prior games has been an incredible IGL, the prospect of Existence as coach has been something that people have talked about for a very, very long time. Like, it was mentioned on the desk that a lot of the players that we currently have within Gentlemates are ones that fell out of other teams, that fell out of big organizations, some, in fact, that made it into the sort of league system, and they didn't want to keep those players around. You're looking at the Tank, you're looking at Takas, and now have been built back up. If there was going to be someone who could elevate those players to the next level, it's going to be Existence. So at 11-5 up, he's taking a pause, and I wouldn't be surprised if this next round is going to be something a little bit different.
You have to wonder there, Takas had a rifle previous round. He could buy up here, but the Blade Storm, it was a leading charge, but not able to find the same sort of reward as before. And I think you can give credit to Falcons for tucking away when they saw that bit of aggression come out of him from trying to keep him back with utility, whereas previously we'd seen them try to just peek check him, and it ain't gonna work, man. Like, not when he's popping off like he is here today. The tank being in a similar position on this map, Bayaz on another, and we know how strong Logan can be, but honestly, you find your reward for Logan in a close game. When people are flanking, when people are trying to make plays, here that hasn't been the case. It's like Falcons, a lot of the time, have to just tuck in and hope to God they survive. Not where he finds his value, that's for sure. 1:14 on the clock, and we're going to see a Hunter's Fury pop all the way down. It's got a tag. It's got a kill as well.
Okay.
Close to a blind one. At least he didn't know Bayaz was there.
I think he got a double tag with the drone.
He did.
And then doesn't kill either of those
Exactly.
players.
Those players went towards the spawn, and he was like, what if there's someone further up? Impressive read from him. And he's got the reward for it. Gentlemate's down and out of this one by the looks of things. A big clutch needed. It's Logan that has to deliver.
I like the attempt from Whalers. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't...
Yeah, you know what, Tom? I've been in plenty of positions where I've looked at 1vx's for Logan and thought, you know, I don't think he can possibly win this, but mistakes can be made. And this guy punishes almost every single one of them. This time, 3 players stacked up on the corner. Starting to look like a stacked side on split. No way. You can throw that one away.
It's simple. You just don't make the mistakes.
Yeah. You just peek together.
I feel like any good coach or analyst would say that.
Yeah. You gonna say that next week? I have some people I want you to say that to their face.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Well, I'll happily.
Well, that's a technical pause being
Unless it is the
here.
guy who was actually the coach, and then I probably won't say that.
For obvious reasons. Well, 5 rounds between them. It's looking more doable. The streak of rounds, I mean, it's the most that Falcons have had so far in this tournament. So that's solid.
That sounds much more brutal than it is. This is their first game of the tournament. Like, leave them alone. Come on.
They haven't looked this bad all tournament, Tom. It's round 1, bro. But yeah, no, for Falcons, I think at this point, you know, they have to keep that streak going, but it's defensive side of Ascent as well.
Yeah, that makes it more workable, if anything. It's one of the maps where you can get that streak going. You can get rolling. We've seen these sort of comebacks many a time on this map. The thing is, though, I just feel like eventually there's been so many sort of silly little mistakes coming out from them that has just been punished by the side of Gentlemates, unless they're going to somehow just clean all of that up. I also think as well that how many times can Mo solo hold the A site and get multiple kills? Like, that has now happened a few times on the A side take. I just don't, like, he's been incredible. He's 19 and 14 again when they're losing, but I just don't know if he's going to be able to do that consistently while there's someone like Takaz on a tank, or Logan, or Bayaz all on the other side. Like, there's so many players on that side of the team that can just shut him down. And again, it's like he has Outlaw on the cross, but a lot of this comes down to him.
Well, if we think back to those rounds where he's had those multi-kills, Tom, if you remove him, if he gets dropped after just one, he's even got Takaz on range. But if he gets dropped after just one, maybe they even end up losing those rounds. If he doesn't get a single one, I'd say Gentlemate's win rate skyrockets.
I think this is already... No, I think the game's over.
Yeah, but exactly. So then you have to ask, you know, how frequent can this guy be with those kind of plays? Because we're getting towards the stage where he might need to do it a couple more times.
Oh, it's still okay. He still does.
2 again.
Yeah, 2 on the opener. It's really impressive. He's now up to 21 kills.
14 deaths in a game that they're 11-6 down in. It's a rarity to see someone who's able to deliver like that again and again.
It might come down to the fact that Gentlemates have to look elsewhere. There's steer clear of a man who is putting Falcons on the map at the moment. Nonetheless, they are going to now pressure into that B site. Need to try and isolate Spy, who's done very well indeed. A couple of assists, of course, for the man himself with that smoke, but what can Whalers do here? If this is the 3rd round in a row, he TPs somewhere and dies, okay, he's just going to die. He skipped the first step.
He even had the From the Shadows there, spike in his hand, who knows? But it would be a 1v4.
Yeah, you'd assume someone would just stayed on A.
They hadn't.
With that ult. They didn't, but in most cases they will.
Yeah. He certainly didn't know that.
That's just dirty. Also, just the timing of when he peeked out as well. But again, it's been an impressive half so far. Well, actually, to be fair, he's been decent in both. And now I'm again looking towards Gentlemates saying, what have you got to offer? Maybe a pace change. I think the B site definitely seems more plausible with how locked down that A site has been. And well, with everybody building up in that direction, it might be a pacier hit here.
Oh, it certainly will be. The flash is over, but it's actually caught TACAS and not Spy. A free kill to be found, and well, that ought to put a spanner in the works for sure. This Gentlemate side still commit the drone, still flash out, still fight for the site itself. Cosmic Divide in play, no flashes. That's a big thing here. If they could right-click one through from the tank, it could make all the difference, but it's going to have to be a dry peek. 2 players on site, 3 in fact, as we can see. And they're starting to detect that there's a few
Also
more
look at Alvar.
No, they're not detecting anything. They're going for it still. They want to commit.
Yeah, with Alvar so far up mid, the defense don't have to rotate anyone. They know they can't have fallen away. Good C's as well. Whalers at least going to be able to get one. How's this even close? They had the majority of their players here in the tank, almost getting tagged. The thing is that on the other side of things, they don't necessarily know that that hasn't yet been retrieved. They could waste them from the shadows.
You know, they want to kill. They're going to kill, they probably do, from the shadows onto that.
Do it. No. From the shadows, the spike from a meter away.
Oh, come on. Come on, man. No! He didn't jump, so they heard him, and then they killed him. Oh, that is heartbreaking, man. That is heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking, but also very funny.
Kind of hilarious. 15 seconds, he's got to get both. One and then a plant, none to be found.
No, it's Mo.
Come on. Great round
Come
from
on
Mo.
now.
Oh, my. That was
He's got nightmares about that one.
That was something. And you know, the reason they didn't have it, Beaz even tried to get towards his teammates, but he got hit by a shock dart, then seized, and then the Cosmic Divide went down. So the guy was just like, look there. He's just left in the open. There was nowhere he could go.
Should have done. Should have from the shadows the spike from 2 meters away.
Yeah.
It's just the way that he then went for the second jump. Ah, that's funny. Very funny. Well, 11-8. Falcons now with a 6-round streak. I'm waiting to see if Gentlemates have got anything on this attack side. They won the pistol, just didn't get any sort of conversion, and now it seems like the Falcons are finally feeling confident. Again, it still feels like that round is coming. 4 ultimates available, 3 for the other side. Alvar in a great spot here.
Okay, it's given away at least. The drone used on the corner, the shot fired off. They knew the space was clear. They're looking elsewhere still. Ult's going to be used. Push up the tank. Are they going to clear the right side? Yes, they are. Quasi at first, but even still walking away with the kill. Scot-free, more or less. 5 HP left on TACAS. As they move towards the site, there'll be plenty of trade potential. Spy can't put any utility out. He's fighting a player who could be revived. Well, doesn't need to be. Just popping that headshot onto Spy as his ult fades away. The control here for Gentlemates in a 5 versus 3. And a pick has to come soon for Falcons.
They've got money. I don't see a reason not to try and take a risk and go for it here. You don't want to allow your opponents to get to 12. You don't want to allow them to build up economy themselves. See what you can find here. The problem is this double up in towards mid is so nasty. And again, TACAS, 5 HP. We've seen him so many times. Yeah, I feel like he just isn't phased by low HP. He'll play exactly the same way. And while for Mo, this is the thing. It was something I mentioned. Going into that A site has been impossible. So they've just been hitting B the last couple of rounds. They've avoided this man completely, not allowed him to have the same sort of impact. And while a much, much cleaner round coming out of the side of Gentlemates, 1 needed to 2-0 their first series.
You thought he was being sneaky in the smoke there, you know? Get hit by a paranoia and then everyone's just spraying at you, firing in the dark. Not easy to get away with that. Just look at that, TACAS, when he starts that first clear, he takes a second, right? He looks in the corner, flicks away, realizes he saw a player, flicks back, kills that guy, ends up on 5 HP, and takes 2 more fights successfully before going down. 5 HP, the guy needs to be sneezed on, and somehow he's walking out of there for free. 4 rounds now in it. Again, you know, I think it's a deceptively close scoreline because it's a streak of rounds out of Falcons, and they've looked better here, granted, but not by that much.
I cannot use that.
That consistency needs to come back out, and here in this round,
You should run.
Mo has definitely looked better. But there's 4 ultis in play for Gentlemates, 3 now with the lockdown on the floor.
Okay.
TACAS was ahead of him.
Oh, that's actually very good. Being able to deny that extra space. Lockdown. Oh, it might still catch one. It will. But he's out of the side at least. Turret being destroyed from behind, so that's going to have to be something that's watched now by Whalers. Getting 2 hits should be impossible. In fact, he's left open. Almost manages to correct onto the second. He's done all right, but now the remainder stuck in here at the back of this site. Beaz has found another. This shouldn't be a particularly close round with how things have started, but somehow it's even.
Yeah, but look at the HP. A lot of these Falcons players that have to push through these angles are very low. Head peaks available for Gentlemates to play on. Utility gone. I mean, it is all down to the rifles. After that, Recon leaves the bow. A flash over top for Falcons. Caught some of their own players. Khaled good for one. They know where an attack is. He's revealed in the open, and they had spotted Bayaz earlier. That's a lifeline for this defensive side as they push up to 9. And a closer game indeed.
Yeah, like it does seem like their defense has been working a lot better. The B site has definitely been the sort of spot the Gentlemates can pressure, but this time out, just having those ults to play with, being able to slow the initial push. And well, I guess the other thing as well is they killed Takas. Like, you remove that man, and it definitely looks like sort of more vulnerable side to the Gentlemates because he's been such a sublime performer. I believe still at the top of the board, but joint top of the board. Actually, to be fair, Mo is technically top because he has 4 assists.
Oh.
There you go. That's the only difference between them, and it is an Astro over a Jet.
This time around, Takas. Shorty, but a Blade Storm.
Get out of my way!
Right away, he'll be using that up. Outlaw has the knife in hand, though, ready to cancel this out. There it is.
They're just going to wait now. 100%. 100% just going to wait. There's no way they move into this.
You have to wonder, is their response then? You heard the Blade Storm, you spotted them outside A. What did the B players do? And it was a deep Prowler, which allowed Khaled to get into position. And he is now left as the solo holder. Clearing out mid with another Prowler. Trying to check that all these corners are clear. Pizza Market all open.
He has a dart and a drone. Okay, there's the drone. I was about to say, like, it seems like you've got a lot of sort of information finding utility. Again, he's going to tag up too. So a lot of info that this now might not be that push towards the A site, but Gentlemates have left people behind to potentially push back into that A site. The thing is, though, with Mo still there, it's basically still the full site hold.
Yeah, more or less. But look, they have genuinely gotten a player out. Outlaw moving out of position. The timing is key. A flash goes through. It's caught Mo again. The paranoia has it. An Outlaw from up top. You know, that means they don't even know that Mo is up close. And it's the push coming out from Takas that has to find a result. It does. The Blade Storm good. The timing fantastic. The trades not coming through from Outlaw up top. Not ready for that two-pronged approach. And although Falcons might have a quick response, I'm looking in particular at Alvar breaking that door right now. Has an operator in his hands, but nobody's on mid. So he has to worry about that angle. It's going to cost him extra time. And that allows that smoke to go up. A tough one to push through. He's thinking about moving up towards heaven to his teammates. And it might not matter where he goes because they are gone. Just him left alive now. And while the Shorty's going to have to do some serious work, Gentlemates have closed out this series and decimated Falcons on map 1. Much better face from them coming out of the second. Yeah. But this was certainly a day to be a French fan. What an incredible display from this squad, who are now looking like one of the big contenders in the group.
Yeah, no, I think an impressive performance. Again, it's always difficult to tell in these early matches, like, was that like a bad day for Falcons? Do we know which region is stronger? But I do think that they looked good. And the players that you wanted to see play well performed, but also so did others. Like, I expected Takas to be good. Kind of expected a fair bit from the tank, because we've seen him quite a bit before. But Bayaz in map 1 was unbelievable. Unreal. Like, that performance from him, if that's something that can come back later on, and even just a lot of his supportive utility was super impressive. For Falcons, it's not done just yet, but they don't necessarily have easier games coming up. So I am now a little bit worried for them.
It's a really tough group. Like I said, starting out the day, I really don't think there's anyone in this group that you're going to be sat back thinking, easy. All right, yeah, great, we've got that matchup up next. And especially if you're starting out up against a team like Gentlemates, I can already say your focus, your apex, they're going to be a league above. In my mind, at least, they're certainly going to be hitting just as hard, and I think that leaves Falcons with a lot to work on when they go back to this drawing board. It's not like they have a ton of time to turn this around, so definitely a poor start for them. For Gentlemates, we said this is a much better face individually, and even in some of those rounds, they played incredibly clean. They had good cascading utility. They were able to hit those points again and again. They're able to trade out when there were players in corners, and then I saw some of the standard Logan BS rounds as well. So a lot of factors here that are looking good for Gentlemates to be a big contender. I'm excited to see what more they can do, and I'm also excited to hear from the analyst desk. Because remember, look, Tux hasn't had a great day, but
they're A-tier. They're A-tier.
They're A-tier, don't forget. But the S-tier team of CGN only barely scraped out their first map. That was supposed to be an easy game, so I don't know if Zest is sweating a little bit. Let's see.
Get an ambulance!
Tux.
Get an ambulance!
Come back. Come on! Tux, don't worry.
But not for me.
I'm back.
Falcons is only playing Focus, Cassie, and Apex next.
Only?
It's all possible. See you in 2024.
Okay.
Well, that's really hitting home the group that Falcons and Gentlemates as well are currently competing in. That performance from Gentlemates, it felt much better in terms of their gameplay, their synergy, their utility usage, individually showing up as well. Last time it was the big-ass backpack. The copium has ran dry. But for Falcons, unfortunately, they're in a little bit more of a tough spot.
They had a slow start.
The thing is,
I think they just-
but that is so sad. That is so sad because look at the scoreline.
Yeah.
You know, they were actually the first half demolished in the trash can, in the bin, impossible to do anything. Obviously, Takas was really on it, but you cannot say that Falcons didn't fight. You cannot say that Falcons didn't try their best. It was, at the end of the day, just a few issues that came together, particularly in that first half, where you were like, if they would have just found this round, this round, and this round, we would be on map 3.
Oh yes, definitely. Like I can't imagine like M8. To be fair, especially Takas, really played out of his mind, especially on defender side.
Yeah.
I feel like Falcons were very slow, unable to take spaces with those 3 initiators. In fact, having Moh as MVP on the Astra says it all on defender side as well. He was playing alone in this match.
294 ACS for Mo on the Astra, but then on the other side of things, 321 ACS for Takas. I mean, this guy did not come here to play. He wanted to close us out. Are you trying to do quick maths?
No, I'm just right now thinking that legit, I feel like Mo is so far the only individual that would be worth exporting from your region in any other region. He's an absolutely strong controller, absolutely good at what he's doing, and I'm personally just, you know, you highlighted him.
Yes.
But I couldn't believe, in MENA, right? And it's like, yeah, of course, but he's actually performing really good.
Yeah, he's super good. He's been playing controller, by the way, since 2020, since the beta of Valorant.
Yes, taste.
Really? Yeah, of course. Like, I started playing Brim, the general, the colonel.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
Brimmy with Stimmy.
Yes, he controls the map, but Mo has something else. He's really the guy that you need in difficult situations.
Yeah.
As we see, Falcons were such in a negative spot.
Yeah. But also, one of the things that put them in that negative spot was Takas specifically, because, I mean, we already highlighted in terms of the ACS, 231 in one game. That is a bit of a poggers moment, really. I don't really know what else to say.
Yeah, it was absolutely, it was Poggy Woggies, whatever you want to say about it. He was on another level. He was so annoying with all the scope weapons. His entry sense on B main, an absolutely spanner thrown in the works right here on the side of Falcons. And he was consistently performing. We were highlighting him time and time again. I think particularly, you know, Tom was particularly excited to see him. And I personally believe on that second map, he showed his full potential.
Yeah. The retakes as well.
I think it's Ascent, right?
Yeah, the retakes as well that we've seen from Gentlemates has been really up to par. It's been much better that we've seen from the first map, but still, Falcons here and there find some ways into it. And round 7 is quite a good example of that.
I would say like the retakes that happened in the hands of M8 in general, even though I can see them at a disadvantage, I feel like they're just much more connected. But watching also Falcons, let's be honest, there is a lot of individual plays coming out from Falcons.
Right. You see it right here in this clip. This is 2 versus 3. There's an Atank with the ult, but look at the positioning particular from Outlaw. It is a slight mistake that they're about to do that will cost them their lives. Look at where he's finding himself. Atank was taking the perfect movement, but at the same time, such a minor mistake that has cost them this round. Man advantage, you have to spike down, everything's looking like you get your first.
And not to mention the cloudburst coming from Alvaro was super late in that situation.
It was a one-way.
Yeah, you know he was droning. That was the opening gate, so you can actually use your cloudburst.
Yeah.
And they were just very sloppy on using their util.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, right? You mentioned it yourself already, Tux, and you as well, Vincent. Some of these rounds which could have genuinely been brought back and actually made a very big difference in this game and pushed out to Fracture, but it's these really small, tiny little mistakes, little sloppy here and there that has kind of at this point pushed Falcons out of this first game. They're now down 0-1, but great silver lining here is the individual play that we've seen from some of the Falcons players. I mean, Khalid had an incredible performance on the Sova this map. Mo, both maps.
He's
He's a doctor and a Valorant player. Like, who else can say that?
that means he's so hot.
Yeah,
That means he's so hot.
he is hot material. I agree. I agree. The man got the looks. The man got the glasses. He got the doctor degree. He's definitely gonna be able to feature family and frag out everyone. Like, this kid is popping. I'm with you, but this is the saddest part about them, because Alvar is not a bad player, but he would be the one who should actually carry this team.
To be fair, yes. He should be the most impactful player. He's not the Alvar we knew from last time he came here into Berlin for the LCQ.
Beautiful.
Yeah, like if I'm gonna talk about all the players, I would say the top two in Falcons right now that has been performing in this series was Khalid and Mo.
Yeah,
I can see a couple of plays coming from Spy here and there as well.
Yeah.
Spy is very well known all-rounder, flexible player, but I think it took them a lot of time. They lost so many rounds trying to adapt to the playstyle from other regions in this series.
And we've seen glimpses of what players like Alva, for example, shown here, Khalid, Mo, Spy, everyone, even Outlaw showing up here and there, but it wasn't consistent and frequent enough for it to be making a big and a huge impact on the game.
I mean, honestly, if I would right now be a European organization and looking for a good controller, I'd call this guy up any day of the week. It is massive what Mo has done throughout this series. And again, I think this brings us to a point where I wouldn't say Falcons is fully out. Yes, as Mitch mentioned,
It's never too
Apex
late.
differently, Focus differently, Cast it differently. But most importantly, I believe that what we've seen right here could have been right now, all the shakiness, the scared kind of Falcons finding their momentum again and being like, chest out, we're proud to be here and we can do it. And I believe, honestly,
Stop flexing.
they can most definitely, this was not even flexing, they most definitely
You don't wanna see
are
flex.
capable of making another upset, genuinely.
Yes, I can believe that so. Like
The second halves were good.
Yes, they're catching up. They're trying to adapt to the playstyle, the pace, and they have been getting. Yeah, those skills are giving them more confidence. Their strategies are working, and especially when your defense setup is working, you're definitely guys like, okay, we got this. Our playstyle is actually working, so I can actually do more. So coming up in the future days, going against Apex, going against Kase, for example, hopefully we can see good.
You know what?
Good scores.
I believe.
All right.
I
mean,
believe.
To be fair here, you both drank the coffee, so I do understand why that's the case. But when we're looking at Apex Kase, that was on the B stream, was the first game. If you've missed it, Apex won it 2-0. Second game was Zaire up against CGN. How do you feel about the fact that CGN had to sweat it against Zaire?
Honestly, don't care. 2-0 is 2-0. It's a leave-free region.
We'll see about that.
Grazie, ragazzi.
All right. Well, on this stream specifically, we had our winners Ascend and our winners Gentlemates. We're going to be back tomorrow. The first game is going to be CGN, and they're going to be going up against Ascend, so that's going to be an interesting one considering you put both of them into the A tier. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. We're going to be back tomorrow. Have a good evening. Eid Mubarak Saeed, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Jumping straight into the matchup, it is Ascend versus Digital Athletics on Split.
One enemy remains. Remaining. One enemy remains.
8. And well,
hello.
He's just stepping on his opponent's head. Split falls into the hands of Ascend.
It's Ascension. Ascend is playing. We're on Ascend. It's Ascend.
This wasn't even planned. Oh, what a flick by Batty! Deepman keeps his team alive!
And it's so fast, too, because he has the knives out. Certified Benoit Blanc right there. These rounds are absolutely nuts, man. What is going on?
Left. One enemy remaining.
1 to his name, but that's all he can do. It's Ascend to win it out in the end.
One enemy.
And Gentlemates are going to kick things off with a bang.
Another doubled up on, and the knife came out!
Oh no!
Oh, that timing couldn't have been any worse.
Every single shot landed. Remarkable stuff.
Player standing.
Oh, everyone's taking individual fights. That's a risk unless you got an individual like Veyaz who's just going to shred you.
21. So they make this one look easy. 13-7 for Gentle Mates.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Advantage is there as he sees, but he doesn't care. 4 kills for Natang.
They know exactly where this player is, and he's dead.
One enemy.
Oh,
Last
Takas
round
is an
before the
absolute
switch.
monster.
Oh, you
Oh, come on.
Come on, man. No! Gentle Mates have closed out this series. It decimated Falcons.